fake news. My body.
Honourable Senators, President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sitting of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025. Further consideration in Committee of the Whole, including votes to be taken on deferred divisions.
Committee is considering the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025 as amended. Question is that the Amendment 1 on sheet 3458 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye.
Senator McGrath.
Senator McGrath.
Sorry. We're on the running sheet. Deferred. Are we doing the deferred division?
Yes, we're doing the deferred division.
I thought.
3458.
Okay.
All right, we're doing the deferred division on amendment on sheet 3458. Are we happy if I put that question? Question is that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Against say no. No. The noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Yes.
Sorry, I should.
Oh, yes. No pleasantries on record.
I'll lock the doors. Question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3458, deferred division, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin teller for the noes.
You got hair? Yes. Okay. So we have Wong. Wong.
The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 32. The question is resolved in the negative. I will ask all senators to remain in the chamber. There is another deferred division. So we'll move to the opposition amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3459. Sheet 3459. I will put the question again on those amendments. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Whips. 1 minute. 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 3459 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 27, noes 32. The question is resolved in the negative. That ends the deferred divisions. However, there are still amendments to be dealt with and we are in committee stage, so I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move Amendment 1 on sheet 3460 revised as circulated in my name. And from the outset, I want to put on the record that the Coalition has nearly for a month been trying to work with the Albanese Labor government to amend this bill. Last night, the government claimed they've been working in good faith with us. Let's be clear, they have not. These amendments were moved in the other place 3 weeks ago, and whilst they were supported by the Coalition and the entire crossbench, the Albanese government voted against them. On the same day they declined to support the amendments to this bill, the Minister for Communications said in question time, and I quote, "I offer in good faith that if this is a live issue for you, given this bill is before the House, we can continue to work on penalties where it is already tabled in the House." End of quote. The Shadow Minister for Communications wrote to the Minister and accepted this offer, stating, and I quote, "Considering the significance of this outage, the tragic loss of life and the significant lack of confidence and trust Australians now have in the 000 network, the Coalition wishes to accept your offer to continue to work with the Albanese government on this matter." And guess what the Coalition have heard since then? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Deputy President, Coalition has heard nothing from the government. I don't know whether their phones aren't working in the Minister's office or maybe they aren't checking their emails again, because the Coalition has been calling for a public register of 000 outages so Australians can have confidence in the system and be informed. Optus has now had 2 major and catastrophic outages in under 2 years, both under the Albanese government's watch, and both times the Parliament had to step in through the Senate inquiries and Senate estimates to drag information out of them. This is not right. It is not good enough, and Australians expect and deserve more. But it is pleasing that the government, however slowly, has finally agreed to make this happen, but it is a pity that the Coalition has had to drag the government kicking and screaming to do it. The other amendment the Coalition was seeking was for the reporting mechanism created by this bill to be more frequent and for these reports to be made public. So it was really disappointing last night that the Greens political party have done a deal with the government to deny this transparency mechanism from happening. The Greens have come into this place wanting more transparency and accountability and higher penalties, yet they have sold out for lower penalties than they were seeking and absolutely no transparency, leaving Australians languishing. The Greens crow about selling out to big corporations. Well, the Greens sold out the Australian people for a rubbish deal with this arrogant Labor government. The Coalition asked for penalties of $20 million per year. The Greens asked for $100 million, but they settled for $30 million. The Greens didn't talk to the Coalition, they talked to the Albanese Labor government instead. The Greens wanted higher penalties. In fact, Senator Hanson-Young said yesterday, "I want to say right at the beginning that I still think it should be more. I still think these big companies deserve everything we can give them." But these aren't my words, they are the words of Senator Hanson-Young. Well, the Coalition has Senator Hanson-Young. We have $40 million penalties right here on the table. You can agree to this now and quite literally put the corporation's money where your mouth is, or you can hide behind the secret deal that you've stitched up with Labor. But the real issue here is the Albanese Labor government and their running away from transparency. Today, this place will vote on a Senate inquiry into the September Optus outage, and we will examine all facets of not just this outage, but the 000 network. The 6-monthly reports required in this bill, if not made more frequent, at the very least should be published and tabled in Parliament. Public safety and the accountability of telcos should not be sold out. Lives were lost. Our 000 network appears to be broken under this government, and the government doesn't seem to care. Well, it's now over to the Greens. Will you cut another deal with the government, or will you support the stronger penalties that you wanted? The Coalition will not stop until we have confidence the 000 network is safeguarded and we have the full transparency and accountability in the system. Now, Minister, last night you confirmed the government will require telcos to have a public register of 000 outages. On what website will this public register be?
Minister.
Thank you very much. And I do want to address the question, but I also think it's important to set the record straight about what has happened in relation to this bill. The truth is, Senators, the Coalition are a complete broken mess, and it is really difficult to work with them in good faith in any way, shape or form, because you can't even work in good faith with yourselves at the moment. So, of course, the government worked with the Greens to accept an amendment moved by Senator Hanson-Young, to triple penalties in relation to these contraventions. We have always said that there is a further bill with more reform in relation to the full suite of packages that we will be dealing with in the House this week and hopefully in the Senate soon, where we will consider even more reform to the penalties regime. Can I make it clear that if anyone listened to Holly Rankin's address through the Speaker's lecture last night, this is something that I think the public wants to see this chamber take action on, not have a debate about who is madder at Optus. Everybody is mad at Optus. It's not a competition about who is madder at Optus. What is important today is that we pass this bill, that we agree to these amendments to triple penalties as proposed by the Greens, and we are doing that because we want to see this bill pass. It is incredibly important that we see this action taken. That's what the public wants to see from us today, and that is what we are getting on with, in spite of the efforts of the coalition to try to claim credit for this. It is really hard to claim credit when you haven't been part of the conversations or participated in any way in making sure that we could take this bill through to completion today. The telco websites will hold the information. We want the telcos to take responsibility, to be accountable, to do the things that they are required to do by law, and that is exactly what the direction from the Minister will do. I want to thank senators around the chamber for supporting this legislation today. Let's get on with it. Let's pass this legislation so that we can ensure that 000 never fails again.
Senator McGrath.
So you've confirmed that the telcos will be the ones who will hold the records of the outages on their own websites. So if I'm an Aldi mobile customer, which website will I go to?
Minister.
Senator McGrath, not that I need to give you personal advice about how to engage with your telco, but your carrier would be the holder of this information. We want them to take accountability for this information. That's why we're, through a determination and a direction from the Minister, demanding that this information be public and that the public can see when these outages occur. Another way that we are keeping them accountable after the terrible and tragic outage that occurred earlier this year.
Senator McGrath.
So I can confirm there'll be no central website where Australians can see who has an outage and when.
Minister.
I can confirm that the telco websites will hold the information as directed by the Minister. We are requiring them to take this step because we want them to be held accountable for the actions that they have taken, on top of all of the measures that this bill brings about. The 000 custodian is designed to make sure that we not only have the powers to investigate outages, but to take proactive steps to ensure that they do not occur again.
Senator McGrath.
When will the registers be active?
Minister.
Well, certainly, Senator McGrath, as you would understand, we need to pass this bill to ensure that the 000 custodian is established in law, and the public register of network outages will build on the new requirement to publicly report outages and increase transparency and accountability around outages related to impacts on access to 000. That register will be set up once the bill is passed.
Senator McGrath.
So you can't give a time frame in that case. Will this be done within 6 months?
Minister.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll wait till I'm called.
No, Minister. No.
Thank you. It's a priority for our government to have these registers established, and of course passing the bill will expedite that action today.
Senator McGrath.
But the register is being established through the standards and not through the bill. So in terms of the register of outages that each telco is going to be required under the evidence that you have given, what time frame before those registers will be made public?
Minister.
Senator, I can seek to ensure that there is as much information about that timeframe available to you. What I would say is that is it a priority for the government, and we will ensure that those registers are set up as soon as possible. Of course, it will be done through standards. It will be done through the telecommunications customer consumer for outages, and we will ensure to give you that comfort that this will be done by the end of the year.
Senator McGrath.
So the Minister wrote to ACMA yesterday instructing them to update the telecommunications customer communications for outages industry standard to require telcos to make this information publicly available. Did the Minister in that letter set out a time frame for that information to be made publicly available?
Minister.
Senator, that I have given you that confirmation now in the Senate that we will ensure that that register is set up by the end of the year. We undertake to work with your shadow of communications to ensure that that register is set up by the end of the year.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you. My question was, did the Minister in the letter that she sent to the telcos establish a time frame for the outage information to be made publicly available?
Minister.
Senator, I've confirmed to you that it's a priority for our government. We will work with the Shadow Minister for Communications to ensure that it is done by the end of the year. There was a commitment in that letter to ensure that the department is working with the Shadow Minister for Communications to ensure that it happens as soon as possible, and I've given you that commitment now that it is done by the end of the year.
Senator McGrath.
So the letter had no time frame in it in terms of when this information is to be made publicly available. That's the evidence you have provided. Can you table a copy of the letter?
Minister.
I can take some advice on that for you, Senator.
Senator McGrath.
Well, I'm sure the Minister's office are watching this, unless they're checking their emails, and I'm sure they can get a copy of the letter brought down to the chamber so it can be tabled. This issue goes to transparency and accountability. We have been asking questions about whether there is a time frame in the letter that the Minister sent to ACMA yesterday. No time frame has been forthcoming in terms of the content of that particular letter. Is there a reason why you are unable to table a copy of the letter?
Minister, sorry.
Senator, that's a matter for the Minister. I've said that I will raise that with her. I just do want to reiterate, though, I have been very clear about what the direction was. I read that out last night in the Senate, and I have referred to it again today. I can repeat that for you, although I'm conscious that we should not be delaying this bill. I I confirm that the direction is to amend the Telecommunications Customer Communications for Outages Industry Standard 2025 to mandate that telecommunications providers maintain a public register of their network outages. I have answered these questions for you a number of times. It is a priority for the government and we will ensure that it is set up by the end of the year.
Senator McGrath.
Minister, with respect, you are the Minister and you are here representing the Communications Minister. So in relation to the tabling of this letter, this is something that I think the Senate would like to see as part of its deliberations in relation to this bill. The government, you have failed to give a time frame as outlined in the letter. You have said that it is the intention of the government to have it completed by the end of the year. What is clear in the absence of the letter being provided to this chamber is that there is no time frame within the letter that you've been able to speak to that sets out the requirements of the government concerning the publication of this register. And while we're waiting for the Minister's office to bring down a copy of this letter so it can be tabled, what penalties will the telcos face if they fail to publish real-time updates of network outages?
Minister.
I can get that information for you, Senator. I've obviously sought to answer your questions as quickly as I can, taking into account that I'm not the Minister for Communications, I'm representing the Minister today, but I can get that information for you as soon as I can.
Senator McGrath.
Well, I suppose if we had a copy of the letter, we would and the letter, this mysterious letter that the Minister has sent to ACMA, that this letter may set out the time frame for the telcos to establish these registers. But I suppose my question is, will there be penalties if the telcos fail to publish real-time updates of network outages?
Minister.
Thank you. The letter's not mysterious. There's no secret emails. The determination it'll be determined in consultation in regards to penalties, and we are seeking to pass this bill so that we can get on with establishing the 000 custodian into law, hopefully today, to ensure that we can take proactive steps about outages before they happen. Of course, a register of outages after the fact is something that the Minister has directed telcos to do, but the powers in this bill will allow proactive measures to be taken, and they're incredibly important.
Senator McGrath.
Sorry. So you can confirm that there will be penalties if the telcos fail to publish real-time updates of network outages?
Minister.
Senator, I said, and to be clear, and I'm sure you don't have a real-time Hansard in front of you, but to be clear, I said that will be determined in consultation as the register is developed, and we will ensure that what we have done today is agreed to the tripling of penalties to ensure that it is clear that the conduct of telcos in regards to 000s is very serious, and the public expects them to maintain, comply with the laws that they are already required to comply with, and any new directions that the custodian or ACMA deliver under these new laws.
Senator McGrath.
But the letter that the Minister sent to ACMA, I just want to understand this fully. Did the letter explicitly instruct ACMA to consult on the issue of penalties?
Minister.
As I've said many times in this chamber, last night and today, the through ACMA, the telcos will be put on notice that they will be issuing a direction. The Minister will be issuing a direction to mandate that telecommunications providers maintain a public register of their network outages.
Senator McGrath.
So, Minister, how many telcos are there? Minister, how many telcos are there?
Minister.
There are 3 mobile network operators.
Senator McGrath.
So there will be, you're saying there'll be 3 registers of 000 outages?
Minister.
Yes.
Senator McGrath.
Can you define the parameters of real-time reporting?
Minister.
Senator, I've said to you, that will be determined through consultation.
Senator McGrath.
So we have a government who have said this is of utmost importance, and they want to punish those telcos who fail to provide the service that Australians expect. But what we've heard today is that there are no penalties. That's going to be consulted on. What we've heard today is we don't have a definition of real-time reporting, and that's going to be consulted on. So we've got a government who are good at consulting. They've said this is of utmost importance. It must be passed today, but some key issues here in terms of the penalties and in terms of the definition of real-time reporting, the government is unable to give the Australians an answer. So, Minister, are you able to advise the Chamber about how ACMA will monitor and investigate compliance with these new rules?
Minister.
I'll have to get you to repeat that last part of the question, Senator, and then I'll respond to the other comments, which are complete fabrication of what's actually happening today.
Senator McGrath.
Minister, are you able to, through your knowledge of the letter that the Minister has sent to ACMA, are you able to advise the Chamber on how ACMA will monitor and investigate compliance with the rules to be set out, that are being set out by the letter?
Minister.
Well, thank you. Let me be clear what the key issues in this legislation are, because what the Coalition seems to be focused on is a register of outages that happens after the outage happens, that we've determined that, mandated telcos to maintain. But what the bill does, what the substantive powers of the bill does, is set up a 000 custodian that has broad powers and functions to direct ACMA to not only investigate but make directions about actions to be taken, procedures, consultation before an outage happens. And there will be civil penalty provisions provided based on that, on those directions and the failure to comply with them. So it is not true to say that this bill does not contain those powers. It is not true to say that this bill does not keep telcos to account. And it is not true to say that the register that we are proposing is not, I have not been clear about that today, and that it will not increase transparency and accountability. What I have said is that we will determine in consultation what the parameters are, and I invite the Coalition to be part of that discussion. I invite you, Senator McGrath, to be part of that discussion. I invite the Shadow Communications Minister to be part of that discussion. You've said today that you acted in good faith. Well, I think you should act in good faith on the consultation around the development of that register, and I think you should act in good faith by passing this bill today.
Senator McGrath.
Well, Minister, we have acted in good faith. For almost a month, the Coalition has tried to engage with the government in relation to these issues. And the reason we're raising these specific issues is that we specifically tried to build these proposals into the proposed bill that is before the chamber. But what we've seen from the government is a dislike of transparency and a dislike of accountability, and with respect, a dislike of dealing with the opposition in relation to this particular issue. And your answers have reflected that today in terms of whether it is the refusal of the government to table the letter that the minister has sent to ACMA.
Order. Senator McGrath.
I haven't refused to table them. I've taken it on notice, so you can withdraw that.
I'm happy to, for the smooth running of the chamber, withdraw it, but I'd point out to the minister is doing everything in their power to not table the letter, and I will be very, very surprised if this letter does end up getting tabled. But anyway, oh no, it's a burn. But what we have seen, sadly, with this government is that they're not telling Australians what the penalties will be. They can't even confirm that whether there will be penalties. What they're saying is they're going to go for consultation on penalties. That doesn't say that there will be penalties. They can't give a net definition of what is meant by real-time reporting. So effectively, they're handballing everything back to the telcos. And what we have said consistently on this side of the chamber is that the government should be holding the register, and that it should be the telcos who are mandated to provide the government with the information concerning outages of the 000 network, so that it is easier for Australians to hold the telcos to account, but also to hold the government to account. Now, Minister, Section 151Q of the bill requires ACMA to provide a written report to the Minister within 3 months after the end of each 6-month period. Why will you not support the Coalition's amendment, or Senator Payment's amendment, to have these reports made publicly available?
Minister.
Thank you. I did address this amendment last night. On the issue of reporting, there are substantial reporting provisions drafted in the bill. We believe they are sufficient and ensure accountability to the Minister, and there is, of course, accountability measures in the broader Telecommunications Act that we will rely on.
Senator McGrath.
This government is the least transparent and the least accountable government since the Labor government of the 1990s. There's further evidence has come out today in relation to this government's failure to answer questions on notice, to comply with orders for production of documents, and we see with the bills before this chamber that the government does not want there to be a publicly available a report that is tabled here in Parliament. So we'll have a secret report that ACMA will send to the Minister in relation to certain issues, a secret report. We're saying on this side of the chamber that this secret report should be made available to all Australians, for those who are so interested, to read, but also available for this Parliament, which is entrusted through the Constitution in this chamber to hold the government to account. So it is disappointing that the Labor Party government is continuing with their tradition of refusing to accept accountability and transparency. I would encourage this chamber to support the amendment that I've moved, and I would encourage the government to table the letter that the Minister sent to ACMA yesterday.
I will, if there are no further contributions, I will put the question. Question is that opposition amendment number 1 on sheet 3460 revised as moved by Senator McGrath be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. Think the noes have it.
Ayes have it.
Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3460 revised, as moved by Senator McGrath, be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the ayes, Senator Darmanin, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 28, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll just give senators a chance to resume their seats.
Ministers.
Oh, sorry, Minister.
Thank you, Deputy President. And thank you, Senator McGrath. I now table a copy of the letter. As requested, thank you for your constructive approach to this bill.
I'm in the hands of the chamber. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I would like to move the amendment on sheet 3445.
Do you wish to speak to that amendment, or are you happy?
No, I'm happy to put it to a vote.
I'll put the amendment if there are no further contributions. Question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3445, as moved by Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells, 4 minutes.
Once we get through it.
Oh, of course.
Would be bold. I'm not unprecedented, maybe.
Lock the doors. The question is Amendment 1 on sheet 3445 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins, teller for the ayes, and Senator Darman, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 28, noes 33. The question is resolved in the negative. I'll just give senators a chance to resume their seats. The question before the chair is that the bill as amended be agreed to. If there are no further contributions, I will put that question. Question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The committee has considered the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025 and agreed to it with amendments. Minister.
I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to telecommunications and for related purposes. Government Business Orders of the Day number 2, Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-2026 and 2 related bills. Vote to be taken on the second reading amendment moved by Senator Roberts.
We'll just have a change of chair.
The question is that the second reading amendment as moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
So we'll probably come back in. Should probably.
Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment proposed by Senator Roberts be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. Senator Bell, am I appointing you the teller? Senator Bell is the teller for the ayes, and Senator Grogan, I appoint teller for the noes. There being 4 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question is now that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour, say aye. Aye. Those against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-26, Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025-2026, Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025-2026.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the Minister to move the third reading. Minister.
Thank you. I move that this bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bills be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Appropriation Bill number 1, 2025-2026, Appropriation Bill number 2, 2025-2026, Appropriation Parliamentary Departments Bill number 1, 2025-2026. Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment, Board of Management Functions Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Dumney in continuation.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, last night I was in full swing analysing this government's failures when it comes to legislating to improve environmental protections in this country, but also do it in a way that actually addresses the failings of this government when it comes to productivity measures and ways to provide investor certainty. And just to recap, of course, for those who weren't tuned in last night, it is an appalling set of events when, after 3 years of failed attempts, they're only just now trying to bring on what is something that has been desperately needed for so long. Last term, of course, we saw Minister Plibersek with her closed-door meetings, participants in the stakeholder process being forced to sign non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, because, of course, despite the environment being a public good, something we all depend upon and derive a living from and enjoy the beauty of, the idea that we govern, we legislate to manage it, to protect it, to improve it, is something that we don't want the public to know about. So, of course, this government took the approach of seeking to do all of its negotiations behind closed doors and away from the prying eyes of the public, because we don't need them having any input, any insight or any say over how this country's environment is managed, and certainly insofar as it relates to, of course, how business operates when it comes to its interface with the environment. I will be very interested, of course, over the course of time to see what productivity measures, what investor certainty is provided out of the broader package of measures. Of course, this legislation here before us today is but a very small part of the large suite of reforms required to fix this broken system, and it is obviously something that we will support because it's important we do get that ongoing certainty for the boards of management for the parks that I've already mentioned in my contributions. But that is not the answer to the problems we face here. And the track record this government have do not bode well for the future. And when it comes to exactly how we think this government will be able to do what it needs to do in our country's interests, in terms of ensuring that those who want to make a decision about whether they invest here, to create jobs here in a sustainable way, to world's best practice and world's best standard, then they can do it in a way that is not overly burdensome, cumbersome, strangling investment opportunities in red tape, therefore sending those jobs offshore and preventing the economic activity from occurring here. Additionally, as I said before too, tinkering around the edges with this legislation today, important and necessary, but it does not fix the problem that we have. And the 3 years of wasted time on environmental law reform, which went nowhere under this government, has meant that those businesses that could operate here under strict conditions in a way that respects the environment have just taken the decision to offshore their investment. People who could mine for a certain commodity here, again, to world's best standard, have made the decision to go elsewhere because of the uncertainty around the regulatory regime. You only have to look at the McPhillamys gold mine. Someone reminded me this morning, of course, a mining proposition that would have injected billions of dollars of economic opportunity and activity into our country, in your home state of New South Wales, Acting Deputy President. And of course it went through full state and federal environmental approvals and planning approvals too. Having secured all of those very, very high bar approvals, it was then knocked on the head at the very last minute, again pointing to a broken system because of the environmental approval laws in this country not interfacing in any way with Indigenous heritage protection laws. And this project, billions of dollars of economic activity, as I say, which has now gone and will not be done here. That company, goodness knows what they're going to do, but again, this government just put their head in the sand and didn't think it was an issue worth dealing with. So we'll wait and see what happens with the full suite of legislation, but in the meantime, of course, these reforms are sensible and should be supported.
Senator Dowling.
Acting Deputy President, I also rise to speak in support of the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill 2025. The bill is brief, but its impact is significant. It protects continuity, partnership and the integrity of joint management across our most iconic national parks, Kakadu, Uluru, Cartajuda and Buddery. At its heart, the bill safeguards two things Australians deeply value: good governance and respect for country. It ensures that boards of management can continue to make lawful, practical decisions even when a management plan expires. A small but crucial legislative fix to fix disruption. So under the current EPBC Act, each management plan expires after 10 years. When it does, the Board of Management immediately loses its power to act. The management plans for Buddery Kakadu National Park are due to expire in November this year and January 2026. So without this bill, both the boards would be, in effect, legally paralysed, unable to approve fire management, visitor safety or cultural access work. So this was never the intention of Parliament, and the Director of National Parks would be forced to act alone, therefore breaking the spirit of joint management and interrupting the vital involvement of traditional owners who do guide the stewardship of their country. So that is the governance gap that this bill closes. The bill strengthens Indigenous decision-making. Each board has a majority Indigenous membership nominated by traditional owners under Section 377 of the Act. Their knowledge and cultural authority guide the work of rangers and park managers every day. In fact, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water has said the bill, quote, supports the effective participation of Indigenous people in decision-making about the management of jointly managed Commonwealth reserves and allows continuity of governance arrangements for Commonwealth reserve management. The bill ensures responsibilities around fire management, protection of cultural sites and visitation can continue lawfully and respectfully until new management plans take effect. So traditional owners, of course, bring thousands of years of knowledge around caring for country. Their understanding of land, water, fire and seasons is not an adjunct to science, it's actually its foundation. Across Australia, Indigenous-led management delivers stronger environmental outcomes, from savanna burning in the north to the landscape restoration in the south. And of course, in my home state of Tasmania, we recognise the Palawa and Pakana peoples as the traditional owners and custodians of Lutruwita. Their enduring connection to country and role in protecting Tasmania's national parks and cultural heritage enrich how we understand conservation. National parks are living cultural landscapes, and when traditional owners have a genuine say in their care, our entire nation benefits. Consultation with the boards of management, Northern and Central Land Councils and the Wreck Bay Aboriginal Community Council have all confirmed strong support for this bill. The Law Council of Australia says it is a practical solution to a practical problem. And the Australian Airports Association acknowledged that the bill's intent to provide continuity of decision-making and avoid governance gaps. The consequence of not acting should be considered as well. If Parliament fails to pass this bill before management plans expire, the consequences would be immediate and damaging. The boards would lose authority. Traditional owners would be excluded from decisions affecting their land, and the Commonwealth could face significant legal uncertainty if decisions were made without clear statutory power. Beyond the legal risk lies the practical reality. Vital environmental management, fire control, weed management, visitor safety, cultural site protection, these could all be delayed. So there's a real practical consequence to this bill. And delaying such things like fire control or weed management, these are unacceptable risks for communities who rely on these parks for their livelihoods, heritage and identity. Failing to act would also undermine confidence in the government's broader environmental law reforms and the commitment to reconciliation. It would contradict the recommendations of the Samuel Review, which urged greater empowerment of Indigenous partners in managing Commonwealth reserves. So the bill is both principle and practical. It keeps national parks well governed, ensures Indigenous partners remain central to management, and strengthens the link between cultural knowledge and environmental care. And in doing so, it honours the traditional owners of Kakadu, Uluru, Buddaree and the Palawa and Pakana people of my home state of Tasmania, whose custodianship reminds us that caring for country is both an environmental and a moral duty. So I commend this bill to the Senate.
I call Senator Waters.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. Yesterday, the Senate marked 40 years since the return of Uluru-Kata-Tjuta National Park to the Anangu people. The joint management of the park since then has strengthened custodianship and recognised the Anangu's relationship with the land. It has embedded cultural knowledge in decisions. It's enabled an end to the destructive climb that ignored cultural values, and it's helped First Nations-led tourism to thrive. It demonstrates how traditional owners managing land and sea country leads to better outcomes for culture, community and the environment. Which brings me to this bill. This bill fixes a technical issue that would have interrupted First Nations management. Without this amendment, the Board of Management of a jointly managed national park would lose decision-making powers when a management plan expires. Decisions would revert to the Director of National Parks until a new plan is in place. The management plans for Kakadu National Park and Buddaree National Park will expire in the next few months. New management plans are being developed, but they won't be ready before the current plans expire. The Greens support the changes enacted in this bill to allow the boards of Kakadu and Buddaree to continue their management role while the plans are finalised. Several submitters to the inquiry into the bill were concerned that extending the operation of an expired management plan could mean that decisions do not reflect the best environment or climate science or Indigenous knowledge. It is important that management decisions are informed by the best available information, and I acknowledge the legitimate concerns of those submitters, but note that the bill confirms that the board and the director must try to ensure that there is a current plan at all times. The success of Indigenous protected areas across Australia shows how traditional owners and Indigenous rangers understand and respond to the needs of country. However, developing rigorous and culturally appropriate management strategies takes time, and implementing them takes money. This will only be achieved if the government dedicates sufficient long-term funding to enable management plans to be developed, to enable them to be implemented and to enable them to be reviewed and for training and support for rangers. Beyond this bill, much more must be done to enable First Nations custodianship of land and sea country. The shameful destruction of Juukan Gorge by Rio Tinto in 2020 made clear that Australia's laws are failing to protect Aboriginal cultural heritage and they're not supporting the self-determination of traditional owners. That destruction was all the more shocking because it was entirely legal and it wasn't an isolated event. First Nations cultural heritage is being destroyed, damaged, degraded and displaced every day across this country. Across the country, many sacred First Nations sites are currently under threat, including sacred rock art at Murujuga and in Darwin, sacred forests in the Pilliga, caves along the Great Australian Bight, and burial grounds and songlines in the Tiwi Islands. Rio Tinto was widely condemned after it was legally allowed to blow up the 46,000-year-old caves at Juukan Gorge under WA's outdated Aboriginal Heritage Act. And the Putukunti, Kumara and Pinakura peoples were left devastated, while Rio Tinto tried to save face by overhauling its executive team and admitting that it breached traditional owners' trust. The inquiry that followed on from that incident set out a pathway for a way forward. That inquiry report called on the government to legislate new national cultural heritage laws, with proper protection and a process of co-design with First Nations people. It called for minimum legislative standards and approaches to negotiation that are based on principles of self-determination and, importantly, on free, prior and informed consent. Australia is unceded Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander land, and traditional owners must be able to decide what happens on country without interference and with access to the best available information. Australia has yet to ratify the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, but that must not stop us from adopting free, prior and informed consent. First Nations people must be able to withhold consent to the destruction of their cultural heritage and to determine how their land is managed. But it's not happening. This morning I joined a delegation of First Nations and Pacifica delegates sharing their experiences of how the climate crisis is impacting their country and their heartbreak at decisions being made to approve fossil fuel projects against their wishes. Most of the recommendations of the Duke and Gorge report have not been implemented. There's been no progress on new cultural heritage laws to protect tangible and intangible heritage. The government has retreated from its earlier support of a Makarrata Commission and resumed that money. The National Environmental Standards promised for First Nations consultation and engagement, well, they're not going to be released before the EPBC reforms are introduced. It's just not good enough. And I'm moving a second reading amendment to this bill to acknowledge that. This bill is a welcome step to address a technical issue and to allow uninterrupted First Nations management of Commonwealth reserves. But if this government is actually committed to managing land, sea and cultural heritage in partnership with First Nations people, it must implement all the recommendations of the Duke and Gorge inquiry report. It must urgently progress cultural heritage laws. It must include robust First Nations engagement and decision-making processes into the EPBC Act, consistent with the principles of free, prior and informed consent. It must support First Nations-led co-design for all management plans, and it must provide adequate long-term funding for ranger programs and Indigenous protected areas. As the Minister for Indigenous Australians said yesterday, the formal return of Uluru Kura came after more than a century of dispossession and 4 decades of campaigning by the Anungu. Across Australia, First Nations communities continue to fight for country. Let's not make them wait any longer. And I move the second reading amendment that's been circulated in my name.
Senator Cox.
Acting Deputy President, for more than 65,000 years, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people have cared for land, country, sea and sky, and through our knowledge systems that have sustained the world's oldest continuing cultures and remarkably biodiversity on this continent. I'm a proud Noongar Yamaji woman, and I know when we talk about protecting country, we're not talking about land in an abstract way. We're talking about family, we're talking about spirit, we're talking about connection and whose country we are on. For tens of thousands of years, First Nations people have cared for this country, shaping and renewing this continent, protecting its waters, its animals, its plants and its stories. And that care was never incidental. It was deliberate, it was guided by law and culture, and a responsibility that was passed on from generation to generation. And this bill honours the principle that country is cared for by the people who it's always belonged to, and that keeps traditional owners leading the way, guiding our national parks that are managed, protected and also shared. Just last week, we celebrated 40 years since the Commonwealth returned the Uluru Kura people area to the Anungu people, a moment when justice, partnership and a shared love of country came together at the heart of our nation. An act of handback was more than a ceremony. It was a statement of principle, and that the people who cared for country since millennia should continue to do that with respect and authority that comes from ownership and stewardship. It was also a moment of extraordinary generosity. The Anungu people chose not to close off Uluru to others, but to share it and to invite all Australians and the world to learn about their culture, their law and their enduring relationship with that sacred place.
Senator Cox. It now being 1:30, I shall proceed to 2-minute statements. Senator Cox, you'll be in continuation, and I call Senator McGrath.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. A year ago, Queenslanders voted for change. A year ago, Queenslanders voted for David Crisafulli and the Liberal National Government. They voted for a government who are going to fix the crime crisis, the housing crisis, the health crisis and the cost of living crisis. And after a year, Queenslanders can see that change is happening in Queensland. But they also know that while the government has done lots, there is lots more to do. Because the government came to power with a vision to get the state back on track, a plan to make sure that Queenslanders felt safe, that they could go to hospitals and not be ramped up in ambulances, that they could have a quality of life, and that they could just enjoy all that there is to enjoy about Queensland. And what this government has done in that first year is deliver on its commitments. It's strengthened community safety with stricter youth crime laws and more police on the beat. Adult crime, adult time. It's restored frontline health services and improved transparency in the healthcare system by having real-time data available to Queenslanders to see exactly what is going on. It's moved to help housing affordability by abolishing stamp duty for first-home buyers. It's unlocking new land for homes, and it's scrapped the CFMEU tax that was costing Queenslanders billions of dollars. This is a government that gets things done, not by shouting, not by virtue signalling, but by governing with purpose and discipline. Because this government is focused on delivering. It is focused on making sure Queensland returns to its place as the best state in Australia.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. As you know, this week senators and MPs will have the chance to read speeches from young people across the country as part of the Raise Your Voice campaign. And I have the absolute pleasure to read Rulin's speech, a 14-year-old Queenslander. And I may be biased, but I reckon it's one of the best speeches out there. This is what Rulin had to say. Good morning, everyone. The future is not something we passively inherit, it is something we actively build. When we ask what steps should the government take for a better tomorrow for young Australians, we are really asking what vision of Australia do we want to create together. First, education. Opportunity must never depend on a student's background or location. The government should guarantee fair funding for every school and equip teachers to nurture creativity as well as knowledge. A nation that invests in its young minds invests in its future. Second, mental health. Barriers of cost, waiting times and stigma stop too many from seeking help. The government must expand access to affordable, timely and confidential mental health care. Supporting wellbeing strengthens resilience, and resilient young people strengthen their communities. Third, cost of living. Security should not be out of reach for the next generation. Government action is needed to deliver affordable housing and fair wages, giving young Australians the confidence to plan for tomorrow. And finally, fairness. A truly inclusive nation leaves no one behind. Equal opportunity for all must be the foundation of our shared future. If we act with courage today, young Australians will not only inherit the future, we will shape it alongside you. Well, thank you, Rulin, for your wonderful speech. It sounds very similar to some of the speeches I've given in this place, but it's your generation that our government is working for. Good luck in the future and keep fighting for the best state in Australia, Queensland.
Senator Waters.
Thanks, Deputy President. Well, I too am proud to be taking part in Raise Our Voice Australia to amplify young people's voices here in Parliament. And I'm giving this speech on behalf of Olivia, a 16-year-old from my home state of Queensland. Olivia says, I hope to pursue a career in politics, yet I'm often told, you'll need tougher skin, or you've got to toughen up. But I believe that sensitivity and empathy are not weaknesses, rather strengths. I believe that to understand another's pain, to listen without judgment, and to walk in someone else's shoes is the foundation of good leadership. And it's something that we desperately need to see from both current and emerging political leaders. Compassion breeds action. It drives us to tackle homelessness not with blame, but with housing. To address mental health, not with stigma, but with support. To respond to inequality not with indifference, but with justice. The measure of a society is not how it treats the powerful, but how it treats its vulnerable. And the measure of a parliament is not how loudly words are spoken, but how deeply ears listen. Yet too often, politics is driven by self-interest and theatrics, and what's missing is the courage to treat opponents with respect. Let us build a politics that is less about political slander and more about serving the community. Less about point scoring and photo ops, and more about standing with the vulnerable and creating a space for diversity and difference. Because compassionate leadership is the key to restoring hope in politics and making a real difference in the world. That's what 16-year-old Olivia believes, and it really speaks to me as well. The recent UN Australia Youth Representative report shows that only 31% of young Australians feel represented in politics. We need more young women in this place, especially ones with Olivia's compassion, and I look forward to seeing her in the Senate one day.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Recent Senate budget estimates confirmed that what Western Australians already knew, and that is that the Albanese and Cook Labor governments are mismanaging our state's infrastructure projects. Whether it's the huge cost blowouts of Metronet or the constant delays in getting the flyover bridge built at Nicholson Road in Canning Vale, Western Australians are stuck in traffic because Labor can't manage even the simplest of infrastructure projects. Take the Garden Island Highway. This is the route that was gazetted in the Perth Metropolitan Region scheme since 1975. And despite the first AUKUS rotation commencing in 2027, all Labor's managed to do so far is a $2 million traffic feasibility study that still hasn't even seen the light of day. Then there's the Kwinana Freeway fiasco, announced with great fanfare before the state election, but most of the funding isn't due until the end of the decade. Amusingly, the Federal Minister for Infrastructure recently announced that the expression of interest, EOI, is for the project, and optimistically reiterated that construction is expected to begin in early 2027, subject, of course, to regulatory approvals. 2027 looks like it'll be a blockbuster year for road construction, but then it's hoped that the Nicholson Road Garden Street flyover bridge will finally have been commenced after years and years of delay. This project was first announced by the coalition government in 2022, and since then a few gas relocations, a few photo ops for Labor MPs, but there's been no progress. Canning Vale locals still battle this dangerous intersection every single day. Labor talks a big game when it comes to infrastructure, but in reality they just keep re-announcing the same projects by racking up delay after delay after delay. Western Australians want to see these projects delivered on budget and on time.
And I call Senator Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm also rising today to share a speech as part of the Raise Our Voice campaign, and am delighted to do so on behalf of Sophie. Sophie is 10 years old and lives in the best state of Australia, of course being South Australia, and I am so pleased to share her words with you today. To help build a better future for tomorrow, we need to build affordable homes. When we move out of home, we will find it hard to save up enough money to buy a home. Houses have gotten so expensive, meaning lots of people can't afford anything. We need to have something to help us buy land and build a house, such as a government rebate to discount the land and house build. Thank you for listening to Our Voice. I want to say thank you, Sophie, for sharing your speech with us on an issue that is of such great importance to so many people in our state of South Australia. And I want to assure you that we are working very hard as a government to build more homes, to help more young Australians to buy a home and to ease pressures on renters. So thank you, Sophie, for sharing your ideas. I have no doubt this won't be the last time that your words and ideas influence the work of Federal Parliament.
And I call Senator Bragg.
Well, it's been an amazing thing to see the members of the Labor government be shocked or feign shock that the criminal mafia elements of their own organisation, the union movement, CFMEU, have been doing bad things. And we've discovered again this week through extensive media reporting that these criminal mafia elements are inflating building costs by up to 30%. Now, in some cases in Queensland, you're seeing a 30% premium being applied to new apartment builds in that state where the CFMEU is on site. with all their fake RDOs, fake allowances, dodgy practices, mafia linkages, bikies on site, threatening people, trying to kill people. I mean, it's fantastic stuff. Welcome to Australia 2025 in the Labor Party, where you pretend that you're not friends with criminal mafia elements, but actually you are, and these are the same people who fund your campaigns and give you millions and millions of dollars, and they run a super fund on the side. So this is the most extraordinary thing, that after having punished the country with a housing policy that builds bugger all houses or virtually no houses, after wasting billions of dollars on that, and then opening up this 5% deposit scheme to anyone without any means testing, and then we have the 30% apartment tax brought to you by the CFMEU. And that is an unbelievable occurrence, that it seems to cycle around and around. Every few months we see more and more newspaper articles, but nothing ever happens. I thought these guys were supposed to be in administration. The Prime Minister assured the Australian people the CFMEU would be out of business. He was going to chase them out of town. But no, they're back on site in New South Wales. They're terrorising people in Newcastle. They're terrorising people in Western Sydney, and they're costing people access to the great Australian dream.
Senator Grogan.
So, thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to talk about some of the amazing schools we have in our regional areas across South Australia. I am lucky enough to get the opportunity to go out mostly to announce and open programs based on the Capital Grants program, and a shout out to the Capital Block Authority for doing such a great job on it. But most recently I went to two schools, one in Kadina and the Harvest Christian College, and one in Port Pirie, the Mid-North Christian College. And what struck me about both of these schools is the amazing and innovative programs that they have in those schools that aren't just open to their schools, but are open to all of the students in the local area. One has specific programs in agriculture, and the other has specific programs in aviation. Both really, really critical industry areas for our regions. Now, in Kadina, the Block Grant Authority has just run the process, and we've updated their library and provided additional learning spaces for those students, which makes it an excellent place once they've finished dealing with all their agricultural training, which will help them into the future, given there's so many farms and agricultural businesses in that region. The other one, the Mid-North Christian College, has flight training and engineering training, and they also do drone construction, drone operation, and they have an amazing flight simulator. Some of those students are going to go on and work in some of the most important areas, including one student who's heading off to the Flying Doctor service. Shout out to those schools and the amazing work that they do for our regions.
I call Senator McKim.
Well, we've seen a lot of the Australian flag recently. We've seen politicians wrapping themselves in it in this very chamber while spouting hatred and division. We've seen actual fascists and Nazis waving it at far-right rallies right around the country. We've seen right-wing media outlets pumping out manufactured outrage and culture war speaking points with the Australian flag in the background. Well, you know what they say, patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel, and these people are scoundrels, each and every one of them. They pretend to love this country while at the same time they are trashing it and destroying it. They're cutting down our forests, they're poisoning our rivers, they're driving species to extinction, they're propping up coal and gas corporations while the climate crisis turns the future of our country into ash. And while they do it, they're calling themselves patriots, and they dare to claim this country's flag as their shield. Well, of course, we need a new flag for this country, but for now, the one we've got should represent each and every one of us. And these people are succeeding because the major parties in this place have abandoned people. They've refused to fix housing. They've refused to tax obscene wealth. They've refused to tackle corporate price gouging. They've let wages flatline and costs explode. They've created a stagnant pond, and in that pond, the toxic bacteria of fascism is thriving. These people tell Australians to blame their neighbours, but this country doesn't belong to them. It belongs to everyone who loves this place and wants to see it flourish. For the people who fight for multiculturalism, for nature, for forests and for species. That is true patriotism.
Senator Payman.
Thank you. We regard ourselves as a compassionate country. In no field is this more evident than in disability support. I want to thank the thousands of Aussies out there who work every day to improve the lives of our most vulnerable. When it comes to our disability support workers, they really do demonstrate the best aspects of Australia. Unfortunately, the government has not demonstrated the sort of selflessness that these workers have. I'd like to read a few passages from a report by Professionals Australia on attitudes towards the NDIS. Speech pathologists described clients with complex swallowing disorders left with 3 hours of therapy per quarter. We're watching people deteriorate because we can't give them the hours they need. For these workers, what they do isn't just a job, it's a labour of love. We're not here to make a quick buck, one clinician said. We're here because we love the people we work with. Running an allied health business under the NDIS is no longer viable for many. Owners have described mortgaging homes, selling property, or taking out personal loans just to keep their doors open. Some have not paid themselves a wage in over a year. A big part of why these workers are struggling is the lack of certainty surrounding the scheme. Every time there's a government announcement, we panic, said a therapist. Will this be the change that kills our business? For participants, this uncertainty can be difficult to understand and distressing. These professionals and their clients must be able to rely on the NDIS. Underpinning that reliability must be a foundation of policy certainty. Without that, the NDIS will not be able to do what it was established to do, meeting the needs of disabled Australians in a way that truly supports them to live with choice and dignity.
And I call Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and the simple fact is early detection saves lives. More than 21,000 people are diagnosed every year in Australia with breast cancer. That's 58 people every day. And 1 in 7 women will be diagnosed in their lifetime. Those numbers are more than statistics. They're mothers, their sisters, their daughters, their friends. That's why breast cancer screening is an absolute must on every woman's to-do list. And that's why we must talk openly and regularly about the importance of screening. Book your appointment, have the conversation, and encourage your friends and loved ones to do the same. These are simple tests, but they could quite frankly save your life. Because we know that early detection and treatment will provide the best chance of successfully combating this insidious cancer. It has been my honour in this role to meet many, many courageous women who have been fighting breast cancer. I've also met many incredible people who advocate on behalf of people with breast cancer, whether they be advocates, whether they be nurses, carers or others in the medical profession. They constantly advocate to make sure that we have better rates of early detection and better treatment regimes. And to that end, I want to reaffirm my commitment to protecting Australians, particularly those at risk of genetic breast cancer, from discrimination in life insurance. The government failed to address this in the last Parliament, despite promising to do so. But the Coalition will keep fighting to ensure as no Australian woman is discouraged from seeking genetic testing that could save their lives. I call on the government not to break this promise again in this term of Parliament. Please deliver your promise to Australian women.
And I call Senator Whidden.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. On the 19th of October, we saw proud, patriotic Australians take to the streets again to stand against Labor's out-of-control mass immigration. I would like to applaud the behaviour of all those involved in the main marches, who were, without exception, peaceful. The only violence came from the issue-driven left, as described by Wayne Cheeseman of the Victorian Police. Victorian police were pelted with rocks, rotten fruit and bottles full of glass shards. I would like to thank the Commander Cheeseman for giving Australia the truth on who instigated the violence at the rally. And I would like to thank the brave police who put themselves in harm's way to keep the peace. Last month, the US listed Antifa as a terrorist organisation, recognising that attacking police and peaceful protesters is in fact terror activity. Is it time Australia did the same? Because terror has no place in Australia. ASIO has Australia at a probable likelihood of terror attack. Probable is defined as a greater than 50% chance of an onshore attack or attack planning in the next 12 months. And there's no wonder when Labor is actively importing centuries-old conflicts from overseas. Australians have had enough. We are a nation of peace. That is why so many people from all around the world want to come here and build a new life. To come to Australia is to leave your conflicts behind. But Labor is intent on bringing in tens of thousands of immigrants that refuse to leave war and violence behind them. Just look at the streets of Melbourne. When I asked the government about the ISIS brides in September, I was told that no assistance was being provided to them. Of course, a month later we find out they're back in the country. Women who choose to join the most heinous terrorist organisation in the world. Labor is risking the safety of Australians by providing assistance and bringing terror to our shores.
I call Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. Today I'm going to use my time to read Flynn's speech. Flynn is a young person who reached out to me, whose speech reached me through the Raise Our Voice Australia campaign. In Flynn's words, imagine being 17, juggling school, 2 part-time jobs and still falling short on rent. That's the reality for thousands of Australian teens today. Our minimum wage, while better than some countries, is no longer enough to meet the rising cost of living. Rent, groceries, transport, it all adds up. Young people are burning out before they've even had a chance to build their future. We need to abolish the junior pay rate by making wages equal for people under 21. This isn't just about dollars, it's about dignity. Abolishing junior pay rates would ensure that no teenager working part-time is forced into financial survival mode. It would reflect real costs, not outdated assumptions. With fair pay, teens could focus on education, contributing meaningfully to the workforce, avoiding the trap of chronic stress and poverty, and being able to enjoy young adulthood in the way that previous generations before them did. Australia prides itself on giving everyone a fair go, but right now we are failing our youngest workers. Let's change that. Let's invest in their potential, not exploit their desperation. Abolishing junior pay rates is not radical. It is responsible. It's how we build a stronger, smarter, more welcoming Australia. Because no one should need 3 jobs just to have a roof over.
Senator Babet.
Thank you. Now, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and desolate. Darkness covered the deep, and the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. God saw that the light was good and separated the light from the darkness. That is where it all began, with light piercing the darkness. Now, today we find ourselves once again surrounded by darkness, a spiritual darkness that has crept into every corner of our civilization. Our society, once strong, confident and God-fearing, is crumbling. Instead of virtue, we've got vanity. Instead of truth, we've got my truth. Instead of God, we've got government, a false idol, demanding obedience but offering no redemption. We ask, how did it come to this, as though the answer isn't staring us right in the face? It happened because we turned our backs on the foundation that built the West, the Christian faith. We have rejected the truth that there is one God, one moral law, and one path to salvation. For centuries, Christianity gave us purpose and moral strength. Now we worship false idols. Without Christianity, the West is rich in luxury, but starving in spirit. The time for being timid is over. Wear your cross, go to Mass, speak truth without fear. Rebuilding the West doesn't start in Parliament or in universities or in the media, it starts in the heart. God separated the light from the darkness once before, and he can do it again if we have the courage to stand on his side. Thank you.
Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I join the Labor Party to deliver for health, for aged care and for our community services and for Western Australia. After a decade of neglect from those opposite, Australia has lost the care from aged care. Older Australians did the hard yards to build this country. They deserve to have better access to a system that puts quality, care and safety first. They deserve to have a greater say about the care and services they receive. They deserve the support to stay at home for longer if that's what they want to do. And the dedicated workers who provide care for our mums and our dads, our aunts, our uncles, our nanas and our pops, they deserve to be paid more for the important work that they do. And that is what the Albanese Labor government believes in. Investing in our care services, investing in our older Australians, and that is exactly what we are delivering. The fourth increase to aged care workers' award wages and historic investments into aged care, no matter what your postcode is. I was with the Aged Care Minister, Sam Ray, at the Pam Corker House in Waroona in WA's Peel region to announce almost $30 million investment across 12 projects in WA. And this is part of a $300 million investment through Aged Care Capital Assistance Program. And this is on top of the $651 million already invested into aged care by the Albanese Labor government. There are 80,000 new home care places we are rolling out by the 1st of November across this country, because older West Australians from Kojonup to Fitzroy Crossing to Narrogin to Warburton, they deserve a government that listens, supports and delivers, and that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government does. It delivers.
I call Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Australians cherish their democratic institutions and the opportunity to go to a regular election. This weekend, ASEAN leaders met in Malaysia. And we have to admit, and we have to now recognise as a country, that the unresolved conflict in Burma is now a regional security threat and risk. In late December, there will be sham elections in Burma, and the Australian government must stand by and commit itself to the preservation of democratic processes and the respect for human rights in Myanmar by not endorsing and by actively working to make sure that those elections, those sham elections to be held in Burma in late December, are not legitimised by Australia and are not legitimised by ASEAN nations. The Myanmar conflict, as some call it, or Burma conflict, must be kept top of mind for this Australian government and for this Parliament. And nothing should happen in the name of Australians to legitimise these sham elections in Burma in late December.
Is any senator seeking the call? Senator Darmanin for 22 seconds.
It's Thursday. I had the pleasure of joining social and community services sector workers in Victoria that was part of a rally across all of the country to protect the very important campaign that they won in 2012 around equal pay. And I was very proud to stand with them and support the ongoing campaign.
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. We'll move to question time, and I call Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Senator Ayres. Under coalition pressure, the Albanese government has finally released Volume 1 of the incoming government brief from the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. One redacted section notes, and I quote, "The DMO points to a further significant increase in retail electricity prices next financial year," end quote. Minister, will you be honest with Australians about how much power prices will continue to skyrocket and further impact Australian households and businesses?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Ayres.
Well, thank you very much, and it's almost until the end, Senator Smith, almost to the end. I was about to say it's good to see, finally a sort of moderate question about the energy challenges that Australia faces. Couldn't resist the final little skyrocket. What Australia needs in electricity policy and energy policy is a sense of national purpose coming from this parliament, and confidence and certainty and stability. And that is what this government has provided over the course of the last 3 years. That's what this government has provided over the course of the last 3 years. We have acted both in substantial and structural terms as we seek to modernise Australia's electricity system, and we have sought to act to deal with some of these short-term questions, which is why we had price caps, why we had support for households. Now,
sorry, Senator Smith, I was momentarily distracted. Are you up on a point of order? Thank you.
Thank you, President. My question was very succinct. Will the minister be honest with Australians about how much power prices will continue to skyrocket and further impact households and businesses?
Thank you, Senator Smith. I do believe the minister is being relevant to the question, although it's a bit hard to hear because there was quite a bit of noise. But I will listen for the next 35 seconds, and if he's not relevant, I will draw him to the question. Minister.
I did say my question was very succinct. That's like me saying I am very thin. It's not really. I mean, honestly. Now there is serious work and a national challenge in making sure that we build a modern electricity system. Now, Senator Smith, I don't know who it was in your team who sought the incoming government brief. They've been provided it. It's been appropriately redacted, and that's the way the system works.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Smith, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Another redacted section of the brief advises that emissions reductions need to accelerate rapidly to meet the 2030 target, with a strong push needed to finalise your net zero plan. Minister, is this confirmation that Labor's renewables-only policy is failing?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Ayres.
Well, that is indeed a misrepresentation. To describe the policy proposition being adopted by this government, in contrast to the sort of rabble beforehand, as renewables only. It is, of course, the cheapest form of power, renewables, plus batteries, plus hydro, plus gas. And if you can't conceive of what the policy proposition is, it's very difficult indeed to adequately respond to such a misconceived question. What is absolutely true is that we need additional capacity, generation and transmission into the system. There is a challenge there to build it. this government is meeting that challenge, and it'd be good if some of the sort of odder characters in your show got out of the way of transmission and generation
time
projects.
For answering has expired. Senator Smith, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, 97% of pages in the brief have been redacted at least partially, with nearly half of the pages totally redacted. The Department of Home Affairs incoming government brief, which objectively covers more sensitive information, was released with 76% of pages unredacted. What in this brief is so alarming to the Albanese government that you feel the need to hide
has
it?
Expired. Minister Ayres.
Well, 97% is a stark figure indeed, Senator Smith. That is the number that is attached to the proportion of Australia's trading partners who have their own net zero targets. Like we are getting on with the job of modernising the electricity system. That is what we are doing. That is what we are doing.
Senator Smith.
My question was very succinct. What in this brief is so alarming to the Albanese government that they feel the need to hide it?
Thank you, Senator Smith. And you also talked about percentages and a number of pages which were redacted, and the minister is being relevant to the question. Minister Ayres.
I'm delighted to support making sure we get absolutely relevant. 97% is right. 97% is right. And what this government has embarked upon, it stands in stark contrast to what happened before. Disinvestment, degeneration of our capacity in industrial terms and electricity terms, 4 gigawatts out of the electricity system, only 1 gigawatt over the 9 miserable years of the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison experiment. We've seen what happens.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. The time for answering has expired. Before I come to you, Senator Whittaker, I am delighted to inform the Parliament we have 2 delegations here. The first delegation is the parliamentary delegation for the France-Australia Friendship Group of the French National Assembly. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. And our second delegation is from the European Parliament, led by the Chair, Mr Sean Kelly. And once again, on behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Are you seeking the call, Minister Wong? Senator Whittaker.
My question is to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Wong. The Albanese Labor government's first term saw the government work to undo the reputational damage of a decade of neglect in our region. What is the government doing to deepen the relationships with countries in our region?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Whittaker, and if I may preface my remarks by welcoming our international guests from the European Parliament and from the National Assembly. Bienvenue. And to the members of the ADF who are present here, thank you for your service. Australia is very proud and honoured to have such women and men in the ADF serving our country, so thank you. Well, Senator, as you know, Australia's prosperity and security lie in our region, and which is why I visited every Pacific Islands Forum member and all countries of ASEAN other than Myanmar in my first year as Foreign Minister. And after a decade of neglect under those opposite, we were determined to show up, to listen and to build trust. And this is why the Prime Minister's visit to Malaysia for ASEAN meetings this week is so important. It is an opportunity to further strengthen Australia's relationships, to advocate for a peaceful, stable region, for the creation of jobs and economic growth here at home. Yesterday, as the government announced 2 new milestone investments as part of our Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040, taking advantage of being part of the fastest growing region in the world, bringing together Australian businesses and investors to expand our presence and seize the opportunities of the historic growth underway in the Indo-Pacific. We announced the government will invest $175 million into IFM Investors Asia Pacific Debt Fund and $50 million into a new Southeast Asian public-private partnership investment fund established by the Australian Infrastructure Specialist Plenary. This adds to the work we have already done to deliver almost $1 billion of new Australian investment under our Southeast Asian economic strategy. Two-way trade has increased by $6 billion between 2023 and 2024. Together, the economies of ASEAN are Australia's second largest trading partner. This delivers jobs
Minister.
for Australians.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Whittaker, first supplementary.
On October 6, the Prime Minister signed the Papua New Guinea Mutual Defence Treaty. And last week, the government hosted the 31st Annual Australia-Papua New Guinea Ministerial Forum here in Canberra. How is the Albanese Labor government working to navigate uncertain international conditions and make Australia more secure by partnering with countries in our region to promote prosperity and stability?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. And as I said in my first answer, our stability, our security and our prosperity lies in our region. And this is an historic time in the story of Australia and Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea and Australia are old friends, close neighbours, and now we are allies. And last month we saw Prime Minister Albanese stand with Prime Minister Marape to celebrate 50 years of PNG's independence. And on October 6th, our two leaders signed the landmark Puk-Puk Treaty, a treaty that elevates our relationship to an alliance, PNG's first and Australia's first in more than 70 years. And as you mentioned, Senator, I had the privilege last week of co-chairing the first ever Australia-PNG Ministerial Forum as allies. 20 ministers from two nations came together to demonstrate our unprecedented level of strategic trust. A stronger, safer PNG is good for PNG, good for Australia, and it is good for our region.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Whittaker, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. And clearly the Albanese Labor government is working hard with allies and partners in our region to advance our national interest, both economically and strategically. How will the government continue to deliver in Australia's national interest in the Pacific?
Thank you, Senator Whittaker. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, Australia will continue to be a partner the region can count on to build a stronger Pacific family. Those opposite lectured the Pacific, those opposite mocked their priorities, and importantly, they failed to show up when it mattered. And their disastrous performance meant we lost a decade as a nation that we are never getting back. And we do face, I've been up front, we face a permanent state of contest in the Pacific. And while Australia miserably talks Australia down, while the coalition miserably talk Australia down, our government has had transformational breakthroughs like the Puk-Puk Treaty, the Pacific Policing Initiative, the Whalapila Union with Tuvalu and the Nauru-Australia Treaty. This is what Australia has been delivering under the Albanese government. This is what Labor governments are delivering. Whilst you, opposite, the coalition, they're more concerned about outflanking each other. You see, they haven't realised you can't be credible in the Pacific if you continue to deny the signs of climate change.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. My question...
Order. Senator Canavan, I'm sorry, please resume your seat. Order on my right. Senator Canavan has the right to ask his question in silence. Senator Canavan, please start again.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm glad I inspire such a reaction. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. There are reports this morning that the Tomago aluminium smelter, which supports around 1,000 jobs in your home state of New South Wales, is looking at potential closure. Tomago CEO Jerome Dozzle laid the blame on energy costs, saying that, and I quote, "Unfortunately, all market proposals received so far show future energy prices are not commercially viable." The government says that renewable energy is cheaper, and it says that it's building lots of renewables for the future. If that is the case, why can't Tomago get an energy price in the future that is affordable?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, I can confirm that this morning management at the Tomago facility began a process of consulting with around 1,400 workers at that facility about the potential of that facility closing in 2028. And that is, having had some experience in these kind of events, I can tell you that that is a very difficult day indeed, and there are going to be challenging days and weeks and months. Well, what I wouldn't do, Senator Ruston, is disrespect workers who are having a tough day in Tomago, with the sort of hyper-partisanship, that your show's engaged in. If you,
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Order. I sat Senator Canavan down and gave him the privilege of starting his question again because there was too much noise on the right, and I demanded that his question be heard in silence. And the same applies to those of you on the left. The minister is responding to the question, and I ask for silence. Minister Ayres.
And of course, as you would imagine, this government has been engaged in discussions with the government of New South Wales and the owners of that facility and the trade unions engaged in that facility over the future of that facility for some time. And we will continue that work over the coming month and months as we work with that facility. It's also the case that more broadly across the aluminium sector in Queensland and in Tasmania, facilities owned by Rio Tinto as a part owner of the Tomago facility are working through their future power purchasing agreements. In Queensland, the Gladstone facility has been successfully engaged in investment and underwriting solar and wind projects in Queensland, and I'm grateful for the assistance of the Government of Queensland in supporting that work. There is a competition.
Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Minister, last week the CEO of James Strong, who are a metals manufacturing business in Taree, also in your home state, said that the annual power price for our factory has almost doubled in 4 years. We are decommissioning our baseload power of coal and gas. We are going to renewables and the cost is spiking. That's what he said. He's a business owner. He's on the front lines. Minister, if renewable energy is cheaper, why is it causing the cost of energy to spike for New South Wales manufacturing businesses?
Your time for asking has expired. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator Canavan, you moved off the situation in Tomago pretty quickly. You moved off it pretty quickly because the facts at that facility don't support your argument. They don't support your argument. And you would have thought that you'd give it a few minutes, for workers to adjust to this thing, like returning like a sort of koala to his favourite tree.
Senator Canavan, you don't need to call out. I do notice you're standing, and I will come to you, Senator Canavan.
Thank you. Just on relevance, a point on relevance. The question, both questions, have been about if renewable energy is cheaper, why is the cost of energy going up? The minister is not going anywhere near dealing with that question. That's the crucial question.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator McKenzie, come to order. I'll draw the minister back to your first supplementary. Minister Ayres.
Thank you. And on that question, that part of the question that you refer to, well, Rio and the owners have been very clear in their public statements that there is neither coal-fired nor renewable electricity that they are seeking in the market at the moment. That has been their statement. There is a competition for green energy in the future from these companies. That is what is.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, if you can't guarantee lower energy prices for Australian factories, how are we going to help deliver the critical minerals and rare earths to secure industrial supply chains in the free world?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Ayres.
Well, the evidence is very clear. It's very clear. There are two trajectories There are two trajectories. If you don't want to listen...
Order.
Come on. If you don't want to listen,
Order.
Senator Canavan, if you don't want to listen, spark up, Sparky. Come on.
Order across the chamber.
Come on.
Minister
Honestly.
is order across the chamber. Order. Order across the chamber. Minister Ayres, please continue.
It's impossible to engage seriously with this kind of behaviour and this kind of hyper-partisanship and this kind of imported ideology. It's impossible to engage with it. The truth is, there are two trajectories. There is an orderly process of modernising our electricity system, and that requires work and it requires policy consistency and policy certainty. There's a disorderly approach authored by your colleague Angus Taylor, Mr Taylor, that banked on industry being forced offshore. Your nuclear plan banked on forcing industry offshore.
Expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister for Early Childhood Education. Minister, last night's chilling Four Corners episode revealed that pedophiles are using the dark web to share detailed manuals on how to infiltrate children's centres, abuse children and avoid detection. It identified almost 150 educators who have been convicted, charged or accused of sexual abuse or other inappropriate conduct in centres between 2021 and 24. And it found that the abuse overwhelmingly occurs in for-profit centres where cost-cutting, high staff turnover and weak supervision combine to create a, quote, perfect storm. Given the severity of these revelations and the fact that children's safety is directly at stake, why did you not, as the relevant minister, appear on Four Corners to answer questions about these crises in our childcare system?
I thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Minister Walsh.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Well, the reports last night and over the last couple of days have been absolutely horrific and absolutely confronting, and they really have been every parent's worst nightmare. And what is important, of course, is that we put in place a strong and comprehensive package of measures to help keep children safe in early childhood education, and that is exactly what we have done. And in answer to your specific question, Senator, I have appeared on the ABC 5 times on this topic, talking about this strong and comprehensive package of reforms that we are delivering. One of the aspects of the reports last night and over the last couple of days, I think, was the scale of the issues that we are facing, which are significant and which are horrific. And of course, our job in the early childhood education and care portfolio is to make sure that we can support those educators and those providers who are doing the right thing and shut the door on those educators and providers who are out there and who are seeking to do harm. And so we stood shoulder to shoulder with our state and territory counterparts back in August and delivered a strong and comprehensive package of reform, including the first ever nationwide register of early childhood educators, including mandatory training for early childhood educators.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hodgins-May, first supplementary.
Minister, Minister, you keep saying your focus is on quality, but the ABC has repeatedly exposed for-profit providers where profit comes before safety, where cost-cutting and high staff turnover are putting children at risk. Non-profit centres regularly exceed quality standards because they invest in educators, not shareholders. When will you start listening to educators, parents and the evidence and stop putting the profits of private equity ahead of our children's safety?
Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. You talk in your question there about the for-profit providers, we have been clear that our message to providers who put profit ahead of child safety is that they need to lift their game or leave the sector. And that's why, as a parliament, we passed strong legislation to make sure that we can withdraw Commonwealth childcare subsidy from those providers who do put profit ahead of safety. But, Senator, I would also draw your attention to some of the reporting of Ms Ferguson this week, who pointed out that not all, and I quote, for-profit centres are bad and all not-for-profit centres are good. Not all small providers are necessarily better than those owned by larger corporations. Our priority is to keep children safe wherever they are in early learning.
Thank you, Minister Walsh. Senator Hodgins-May, second supplementary.
Minister, the New South Wales and ACT branch of the Independent Union of Australia says the ECEC workforce is in crisis and overwhelmed by low pay, burnout and staff shortage. We know the Fair Work Commission's expert panel has already issued a provisional decision recommending pay rises up to 28.4%. Given the current educator retention payment ends in November 2026, will you commit to funding the Fair Work decisions, including full wage parity to retain experienced staff, stem the exodus educators and safeguard children's care?
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Your time has expired. Minister Walsh.
Thank you, President. Well, we know that early childhood educators are absolutely the best asset that we have in keeping children safe and delivering quality early childhood education. And that is why we are the government who has delivered a historic 15% pay rise to this incredibly hard-working workforce. These are the people, 99.9% of them, who are going in every day to do the best job they can to keep Australian children safe, to care for them, to educate for them. Under those opposite, they were undervalued for 10 long years. They were underpaid for 10 long years. We are the government who has provided a 15% pay rise, and it is paying dividends not just for the educators themselves, who can now afford to stay in jobs that they love, but also for the children in their care by providing a stable, long-term, quality workforce. And it is our government, Senator, who has delivered that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing, Senator McAllister. In its first term, the Albanese Labor government delivered 87 Medicare urgent care clinics to make it easier for Australians to get urgent treatment they need completely free of charge. Minister, how is the government delivering Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia, and how are they helping Australians to access the health care that they need?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President, and I thank Senator Dowling for his question. So in May, the Australian people voted for a government that would strengthen Medicare, and the Albanese government is doing that through our program to roll out Medicare urgent care clinics right across Australia. When we came to government, we promised 50 urgent care clinics that would deliver bulk-billed care for urgent but non-life-threatening conditions. And how many urgent care clinics has the government delivered so far? Well, colleagues, the answer is 90. It's 90 clinics. And I can inform this chamber that Australians have made more than 2 million visits to Labor's free Medicare urgent care clinics. And the average number of visits to Medicare urgent care clinics has also risen to almost 26,000 per week nationally. And we expect this number to grow. We expect it to grow as more clinics open. Urgent care clinics are a game changer for families. 1/3 of patients are under the age of 15. And people don't pay $1 to access these urgent care clinics. All they need is their Medicare card, not their credit card. And these clinics are changing the way that people access healthcare. So the Albanese government is expanding the availability of free urgent healthcare by opening another 47 Medicare urgent care clinics, Senator Dowling. That is 14 new clinics in New South Wales, 9 in Victoria, 10 in Queensland, 6 in Western Australia, 3 in South Australia, 1 in the Northern Territory, 1 in the ACT and 3 more in Tasmania, Senator Dowling. And once we open the full range of urgent care clinics, 4 out of 5 Australians will live within a 20-minute drive of an urgent care clinic. That is us delivering healthcare for Australians.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister, for that uplifting update on our urgent care clinics. Can the Minister outline how our local health services are benefiting from the government's model of urgent care, and how are Medicare urgent care clinics being integrated with existing health and hospital services, especially hospital emergency departments?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, we now know that nearly half of all patients who attended a Medicare urgent care clinic would have used a hospital emergency department if no clinic were available. And Senator Dowling, 2 weeks ago, Tasmania's 5 Medicare urgent care clinics treated 1,586 patients. Now, this is more than the Royal Hobart Hospital Emergency Department and nearly double Launceston General Hospital. So urgent care clinics don't just provide relief for public hospitals, they take pressure off general practice right across the country too, because their extended opening hours provide services when regular GP practices are closed. Nearly 30% of visits to Medicare urgent care clinics have taken place on weekends, and 25% of patients have attended after 5 p.m. on weekdays. And these clinics are filling a gap in our healthcare system, and they are giving our hospitals and GPs the support they need.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Dowling, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, could you advise how our Medicare urgent care clinics complement other actions that the Albanese Labor government is taking to strengthen Medicare and also improve Australia's primary healthcare system? And why has the government chosen this approach?
Thank you, Senator Dowling. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Dowling. Well, the Albanese Labor government is delivering the largest ever investment in the history of Medicare, $8.5 billion, to expand bulk billing and create an additional new incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every patient. And it begins to roll out from Saturday, November 1. And it means that 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030, and fully bulk billed practices will grow to around 4,800 nationally, triple the current number. And the government has already heard from hundreds of practices who've told us that this week they're charging a gap fee, and next week they'll be moving to a fully bulk billed service. And this investment is the cornerstone of our plan to rebuild bulk billing after a decade of coalition neglect, which saw billions ripped out of Medicare. Because we believe—
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, President. My question is to Minister Wong. Minister, Israel continues to starve Gaza by blocking food, water and humanitarian aid. Fewer than 100 aid trucks enter daily since the so-called ceasefire, far short of the 600 required by the supposed peace plan. The International Court of Justice has ordered Israel to allow unimpeded access, yet this has been ignored. In order to try and break Israel's illegal blockade, brave Australian humanitarians were part of the global Samud flotilla to deliver life-saving food, medical supplies and baby formula to Gaza. They were illegally abducted by Israel in international waters and imprisoned. Abu Bakr Rafiq, Juliet Lamont, Hamish Patterson, Bianca Webb-Pullman and Surya McEwen have publicly spoken about the physical and psychological abuse they were subjected to. Minister, what have you done to hold Israel to account for its treatment of Australians?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you very much, President. Firstly, in relation to the Gaza flotilla, I would actually say to the Senator that people from the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade work very hard to support Australians who are detained in Israel. We had diplomats travel to Ketziot multiple times, conducted in-person visits and welfare checks, and our officials did as we requested, which is to advocate to the Israeli authorities on behalf of Australians and provide updates to detainees' families. Officials also worked with Israeli authorities to ensure the release and deportation of Australians. and they continue to provide consular assistance. In relation to the flotilla, we do understand that people want to help deliver aid to those suffering in Gaza. We also want to see critical aid delivered. However, the government has warned against attempts to breach the naval blockade because of the risks to the safety of Australians. In relation to the humanitarian crisis, as you would know, Australia has committed more than $130 million in humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza and Lebanon since 7th October 2023. I am aware there have been allegations of mistreatment. We have made clear to Israel our expectation that detainees will receive humane treatment in line with international norms. We have raised the welfare and treatment of Australians who are detained with Israel, both in Tel Aviv and in Canberra. Obviously, and as you would know, I think you've asked me this question, Senator, also in estimates, where I suspect I gave you the same answer, we are always constrained in relation to specific individuals because of our privacy obligations.
Thank you, Minister Wong. Senator Faruqi, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. 2024 was the deadliest year on record for aid workers, with Gaza remaining the most dangerous place in the world and Israeli attacks killing hundreds of aid workers. Australian aid worker Zomi Frankham's killers continue to walk free, and not a single person or entity has been sanctioned for her killing. You've signed on to the Declaration of the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel, Minister, but words without accountability protect no one. Minister, do you support comprehensive sanctions against states that attack and kill humanitarian workers?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator, we didn't just sign on to the declaration, we drove it. We drove it. Australia drove a multilateral declaration because we wanted to make sure that we could respond to the fact that 2024 was the deadliest year for humanitarian workers the world has seen, and because we were also committed to the memory of Zomi Frankham, who was killed in an IDF strike. And I made clear to her family and to the Australian people that we would not only ensure that we had Mr Binskin, a former CDF, engage with the IDF and provide a report to us, which I announce, but I also said we want to make sure we do what we can to ensure that this doesn't happen to another aid worker. And we drove a multilateral declaration, and you may dismiss it, Senator, but 104 countries signed on the first day. On the first day. That is diplomacy.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Faruqi, second supplementary.
Minister, your answers make it clear that your declaration for the protection of humanitarian personnel amounts to nothing more than empty words from a government pretending to uphold human rights while doing nothing to hold the abusers to account. Minister, when will you stop pretending to care about human rights and actually hold Israel accountable instead of issuing press releases as people starve and die?
Thank you, Senator Faruqi. Just hang on a minute. Senator Watt, are you on a point of order?
You may be addressing this, President, but I was going to just point out there was an imputation there and it should be withdrawn.
There was an imputation there, Senator Faruqi, and I'm going to ask you to reframe the question. So withdraw and reframe.
Minister, when will your government pretend to stop caring about human rights and actually hold Israel accountable instead of issuing press releases while people starve and die?
Senator Faruqi, I did ask you to withdraw. You withdrew, and then you continued with the framing of the question, which offends the Senate. So I'm asking you to reframe the question without causing offence. Thank you, Senator Faruqi.
I will withdraw, but it seems like everything that comes out of my mouth seems to offend this Senate.
Senator Faruqi,
but
Senator Faruqi, order. Order across the chamber. Order across the chamber. Order. No, Senator Whish-Wilson, I will come to you. Senator Faruqi, when I ask senators to withdraw, I expect them to simply withdraw, not to add any other comment, and you are no different to any other senator in this place. Now, I will now go to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Just a clarification of a point of order. You used the frame "offend the Senate." Are you saying that what Senator Faruqi said was unparliamentary? And can you explain?
Whish-Wilson, you are on a debating point with me.
No, I'm asking for a very important clarification.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. I think I was fairly clear that the order. You're not arguing with me. You are not arguing with me. If what I'm trying to do, and I will remind all senators in this place of the motion we passed yesterday, which talked about respect for one another. Now, if there's an imputation, and there was, and Senator Faruqi withdrew, and I gave her the privilege of repeating the question, I don't expect it to continue along a similar vein. You are not in a debate with me. If you wish to make a comment later in the day, avail yourself of free time. Right now, you are not in a debate. No, Senator Whish-Wilson, I'm not entertaining any more points of order. Please resume your seat. Please resume your seat, and I remind you, if you need to reread the motion that this Senate passed yesterday about respect. Senator Faruqi, I ask you to just simply ask the question of the government.
President, this is a complete farce. I'm not reframing my question.
Fine. Thank you, Senator Faruqi. That is your point of view. You are free to hold that, and I will ask the minister to answer the question.
Well, Senator, here we are with the the Greens political party essentially reflecting Scott Morrison's policy that they don't like multilateralism. Yes. Well, we are proud multilateralists because we understand that working with other countries, excuse me, I'm on my feet, please. Working with other countries is one of the ways in which we can support international humanitarian law, protect human rights and protect the system that protects us. But while we were doing multilateralism, what are the Greens doing? They are using this crisis to seek donations. Using this crisis to seek donations. I was surprised to read that on October 7th, on the second anniversary of the attacks, they sent out an email calling for donations, not for charity, but for the Greens political party.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Order. Senator Shoebridge. Order. Senator Shoebridge, come to order. Order. Senator Patterson. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Point of order, President. Senator Wong just talk about imputations. She just made a very direct imputation about the Greens. What is different to that versus the imputation that Senator Faruqi made about the Australian Greens? Could you pull her up on that, please, and ask her to withdraw?
Resume your seat. Senator, order. Order. I will take advice from that. I don't think it was an imputation. I am advised that it was a statement of a political party taking an action. I will listen. Order! Order! I remind you all, Senator Shoebridge, you are being very disrespectful. Senator Shoebridge, withdraw that comment.
I withdraw it.
Thank you. I'm now going to move on. Order! Order! 3 times I've reminded the Senate of the motion that was passed in here yesterday about the need for respect, and all I'm hearing now is a lot of disrespect. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Resources, Minister Ayres. First off, congratulations on inking this huge $8.5 billion critical minerals deal with the United States. The Minerals Council claims that these deals could add 170...
I'm sorry, Senator Pocock. Please resume your seat. Order. Order across the chamber. Senator Pocock, please continue.
Thank you, President. The Minerals Council claims that these deals could add $170 billion in GDP. What mechanism is the government putting in place to ensure that Australians get a fair cut of this potential new boom industry exploiting Australian resources that we own, and how will you make sure that we don't squander the opportunity like we've done with exporting of gas?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Thank you, Senator Pocock, for that question and that set of ideas about how Australia ought to make sure that Australia's natural assets are used to the benefit of Australia, our national interest, but also making sure that we are not just exporting ore overseas, that we are processing rare earths and critical minerals here for the benefit of our partners who invest in these projects is absolutely what has framed not just this partnership with the United States and our critical minerals approach more broadly, but also our broader Future Made in Australia approach. It is absolutely about making sure that Australia uses the unique advantages that we have. Almost all of these minerals that are required as the world shifts, its industrial processes, its communications technology, its computational capability, defence technologies, into technologies that require critical minerals and rare earths, Australia is in a unique position. All of the minerals that you'd want to have underneath the ground, enormous amounts of space, enormous wind and solar reserves that mean that for almost all of the economies who are seeking clean and green production methods, that we can deliver them here in Australia. That is what this partnership's about. Delighted to see that it came with a series of practical investments in real projects.
Senator David Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, it's unclear from your answer how much Australians will actually get for exploiting our resources. Last time Labor was in power, you signed export gas agreements, multi-billion, multi-decadal agreements, which has really seen us not benefit that much at all for offshore LNG. Petroleum resource rent tax is set to decline. Japan is making over $1 billion on selling our gas. 1 in 7 Australians now living in poverty. What is the plan for critical minerals to actually ensure that Australians benefit from Australian resources?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, the first thing that we want to do, Senator Pocock, is make sure, as you say, this is not just about extraction of resources. This is about processing and production onshore here in Australia. And that means real things in real outer suburban and regional communities that need good jobs and need investment. And you know, on the tax front, and we see these questions more broadly than just the tax questions, of course. So in national interest terms, national security and economic resilience terms, and employment and industry capability terms. But the resources sector does make a very significant contribution in tax terms, $48.5 billion in company tax in 23-24.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Minister, we've heard the same argument with gas. Jobs, jobs, jobs. And yet what I hear from people is that they can't actually find workers to fill jobs. When it comes to offshore LNG, Treasury tells us that we haven't had a single cent of petroleum resource rent tax. We've now got critical minerals. We look at Norway with trillions of dollars in a sovereign wealth fund, and it sounds like the Albanese government doesn't actually have a plan to effectively tax critical minerals, despite you saying this is a huge part of our economic prosperity.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, as I said, $48.5 billion in company tax in 23-24. The 4 companies that paid the most company tax in Australia 23-24 were resources companies. 7 of the 10 top corporate taxpayers were from the resources sector. Labor's focus when it comes to tax has included changing the petroleum resources rent tax so that companies pay tax sooner. But our approach on gas is gas is going to be absolutely central for
Senator
Australian
McKim.
industry. That's why in terms of a gas market, that I think everybody who's engaged in the gas market at the moment, whether it's industry, whether it's onshore manufacturing, wants to see change in the gas market settings, and that's the process that this government has embarked upon.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Whitten.
Thank you, President. My question is for the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Minister Ayres. What percentage of annual global CO2 emissions is Australia responsible for? I'll give you a hint, it's 1%.
Thank you, Senator Whitten. I think the whole point of question time is you ask the questions and the Minister answers them, but I'll call Minister Ayres. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator, you know, I haven't quite reached the point in this place where I'm asking and answering my own questions. I'm not sure that that's a really helpful way of characterising what is important in Australia's national interest here. It is true that our onshore Scope 1 and 2 emissions, I think it's a larger number than the one that you quote, somewhere between 1 and 2%. Australia is a very high per capita emitter. So per person, even though that is a small amount in global terms, in individual terms, we do have a responsibility here. But it's also true that it is in Australia's national interest for the world to move on these questions. So that is why we are engaged in the international framework agreements to use our contribution to make sure that we're an effective participant as the world moves. So that is one rationale. Secondly, Australia, more than any other country on earth, other than perhaps our friends in our near region in the Pacific, has more to lose and more to gain from failure on climate and energy policy than any other nation on earth. Our farmers, our coastal communities, our outer suburbs where lifts in temperature create terrible conditions for working people to live in. Like, it is absolutely in our interest. Bushfires that...
Member Black Summer.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. Senator Whitten, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. That was a long answer I gave you the answer, but what percentage of man-made emissions are attributable to the 3 biggest CO2 emitters, China, USA and India? And have their total emissions increased or decreased over the past 5 years?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator, you did say it was a long answer. It was the regulation 2 minutes. Well, that's what we do here. You did then go on to talk about the top 2 emitters, and you named 3. But we'll work within the sort of framework you're trying to give me. That's why it's in Australia's interest to drive international cooperation and legally binding frameworks. That's why it is that we, as a middle-sized economy, rely upon international cooperation to drive that kind of change. Now we are seeing progress. We are seeing progress. And as I said, it's in our interest to see that progress. As our competitors and our partner economies, as their industries change, Australia cannot afford to be left
Thank you, Minister. The
in
time
industrial
for answering has
terms.
expired. Senator Whitten, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. A recent study has shown China produces Australia's yearly emissions every 12 days, while they increase their CO2 emissions each year. Even if this climate apocalypse you preach is really coming, Australia couldn't stop it, and the three biggest polluters don't care. Why then would we cripple our economy and decimate our industry on the cusp of what Labor describes as a climate disaster?
Thank you, Senator Whitten. Minister Ayres.
Well, there is an emerging convergence here, I notice, between One Nation and the Greens political party in dismissing the importance of international frameworks. Yeah. That is true. It's sort of interesting. But I think most Australians want to see credible action on climate change. They want to see international progress because they accept the science. Now, I know you and your colleagues don't accept the science. I know that most of these characters over here don't accept the science. But science is a real thing. Science is a real thing. I know you say it's not. I just say to you, it is an incontrovertible fact that increased carbon emissions in the atmosphere are causing temperatures to rise. And that is a real question that hard-headed people must engage with in an adult kind of way. And that means our industries are up for the challenge.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Senator McCarthy. The Albanese Labor government is focused on closing the gap so that all Australians have the same opportunities in life. No one is held back and no one is left behind. At supplementary budget estimates earlier this month, for the first time, closing the gap outcomes were featured in programs across all committees throughout the week. How did this change affect the way closing the gap was discussed at estimates?
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Minister McCarthy.
Answer.
I thank the senator for the question, President. When the Senate voted to agree to the schedule change for the recent estimates hearing, it was more than a minor programming change. It was structural change to the way First Nations issues are scrutinised by the Senate. Previously, closing the gap in First Nations issues were confined to a separate day, treated separately at the end of the week. That meant departmental secretaries and ministers across government didn't need to answer questions on closing the gap. But at these recent estimates hearings, that all changed. All 17 closing the gap outcomes were clearly outlined in the program for the very first time across the 6 Senate committees. The time dedicated to First Nations issues more than tripled. And, President, at estimates, we saw just how successful that change to the program was for scrutiny of closing the gap. I'm delighted to report that when combined, we saw 11 hours of actual questions asked and answers delivered, scrutinising First Nations issues and closing the gap at estimates. That's 5.5 hours of questions and answers in committees on top of the time dedicated for NIAA and Indigenous portfolio bodies. Senators were able to ask questions of the right portfolios, reflecting that closing the gap is a whole-of-government commitment. This was an enormous achievement for accountability on closing the gap, and I congratulate my colleagues and I congratulate the Senate.
Thank you, Senator McCarthy. Order! 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 Senator Stewart, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. What did these changes mean in practice at estimates? How did that increase in the amount of time devoted to closing the gap play out in the way that questions were asked across committees throughout the week?
Minister McCarthy.
Well, President, I thank the senator for this really important question because, in short, it worked. It absolutely worked. Through the week, departmental secretaries faced those questions and, for example, it meant Senator Cox asking the Attorney-General's Department about justice reinvestment. Senator Ananda Raja asking the Department of Health questions about First Nations suicide prevention. Senator Mulholland asking Department of Education about First Nations and the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement. And also, President, Senator Waters asking about perimenopause and First Nations women. Senator Thorpe about youth justice. And Senator Little, yes, I'm coming to you, asking about income management. Thank you, Senator Little. But more than that, because First Nations issues weren't relegated to Friday, it meant questions were even asked when closing the gap wasn't on the program, like Senator Delija asking about Central Australia infrastructure, Senator Hodgkins-May asking about Indigenous
time for
empowerment.
answering has expired. Order. Order. Senator Stewart, second supplementary.
Thank you very much. I'm sure our Labor colleagues would have appreciated that extra time. How will these changes to the estimate schedule contribute to the Albanese Labor government's work to drive efforts across government to close the gap?
Minister McCarthy.
President, these changes are what delivering on priority reform 3 of the National Agreement on Closing the Gap means. And this is the Senate making structural changes to how government considers First Nations issues. That's what this is about. In terms of the Senate's responsibility, we are walking the walk. Meanwhile, those opposite may be talking, they may be balking, but they're not walking. So let's not forget. Thanks, Senator Ruston.
They're gawking and they're gawking.
Let's not forget when the Senate voted for these changes, we had Senator Cash and Senator Dunniam, who's been quite silent over there, carrying on about how the sky would fall in if we moved to this. Well, let me tell you, Senators, it worked very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice. So we were trying to do a...
Senator Canavan.
I'm rising to take note on all questions asked by coalition senators.
Order. So, coalition senators. Sorry.
Are there any motions to take note? Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Deputy President. Sorry. I rise to take note of all questions asked by coalition senators. Today we do see in this country the very concerning news that yet another manufacturing facility may be set to close. This is becoming too frequent, a sad outcome in our nation, a nation that was proudly making things up to just a few years ago, a nation that proudly had some of the best manufacturing workers in the world, some of the greatest innovations that have been done in the world, done by Australians. It was done, those things were done because we had an advantage. We had a natural advantage as a nation, having access to some of the world's best resources, but also to some of the world's best energy resources. And we do have high wages in this country. We have high costs, and that's a good thing, but the fact that we had cheap energy allowed us to pay those high wages. The former chairman of the Productivity Commission a few months ago made this point eloquently, that the cheap energy Australians had access to allowed us to pay dear wages. We are unfortunately losing that natural advantage in front of our eyes, lost perhaps. I don't want to give up hope. The current government, I think, have seemingly waved the white flag here and decided that we must just be consigned to now having some of the highest power prices in the world. I'm not giving up just yet. I'm not giving up just yet, because we do have all of this energy that can be unlocked for the use of Australians. We export it to the world. We export coal, we export gas, we export uranium to the world, but apparently we can't use it ourselves. And today we've learnt that a fantastic facility in New South Wales, the Tomago aluminium smelter may have to shut, and it may have to shut because energy prices are too high. Aluminium is a very energy-intensive manufacturing process. We have, again, lucky to have some of the best bauxite reserves in the world. In fact, most aluminium smelters in the world are made to use alumina, which comes from the bauxite of Cape York around Weipa. And on the back of that, around 50 years ago, Australia built its own aluminium industry at Tomago in Newcastle, using, again, combining with the beautiful, probably the world's best thermal coal as well, around the Hunter Valley, using that resource to refine the alumina to make aluminium. We had it in Gladstone, we had it at Kwinana, we had it in Tasmania, at Bell Bay. We were an aluminium powerhouse as a nation. And that could be all lost on the altar of chasing a claim from the United Nations and global institutions to show somehow that we can cut our emissions faster than anyone else. And we are doing it faster than anyone else. We are cutting our emissions as a nation, our carbon emissions, double the rate of advanced economies. Not just China and India, obviously they're going gangbusters on carbon emissions, but put them to one side. We are cutting our emissions in this country at double the rate of the OECD, double the rate of the developed world. And that is now having a consequence. It's having a consequence. What today's news shows is that the green energy chickens are coming home to roost. We've made all these promises. There's all this flowery language. We heard it from the minister in the chamber, Mr Deputy President. We heard the minister say that we've got to do this because we've got to have a transition. Imagine this bloke, Deputy Prime Minister, imagine the Minister for Industry getting up in front of the 1,000 union workers who are about to lose their jobs and telling them, I'm sorry about the heartache you're about to go through and your families are about to suffer through, but we have to transition. We have to transition. This is the once proud Labor Party. You used to hate this corporate gobbledygook, right? That big corporates and big businesses rely on when they've got to sack thousands of people. That's what they say. They get up and say, we've got to rationalise, we've got to modernise, we've got to globalise, and you all lose your jobs. That's what big business people say. And now that's what the Labor Party repeat in this place. You could just substitute them out them. You could substitute those guys over there out for any management executive, any management consulting firm in this country, any big accounting firm. They talk to them all the time and they start speaking like them. What do you think? What message have you guys got for the 1,000 people? 1,000 people who are going to lose their jobs, right? Don't you want to save them? Don't you want to come up with a plan to save those jobs? Green energy is not going to cut it. It's not working, guys. It's failing everywhere it's being tried. There is not one country in the world that has massively increased its solar and wind energy and ended up with cheaper power prices. It hasn't happened. The evidence is in. So before more people lose their jobs, how about you reflect on what is going on and change things to help them, not you?
Senator Canavan, your time has expired. Senator Sterle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And look, I just want to make my contribution. It is far-ranging, but I wanted to go to Senator Smith's question when he was talking about household prices and electricity prices. I just want to remind everyone in this building and everyone outside this building that that side over there opposed every single position we put up to ease power prices in this nation. Every single one of them, the last 3 years. Captain No, No, No and all the little duty prawns over that side couldn't wait to back in behind No, 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 wouldn't support energy bill relief for Australian households and businesses. They opposed every single one of them. We provided 3 rounds of energy bill relief to homes and small businesses to take the stings out of bills. What did they do? They opposed. But I just want to spend a little bit of time, please, if you may indulge me, Mr Deputy President. I've had the privilege of just returning back to Australia's shores, and it was very, very interesting sitting at the United Nations, proudly being part of the Australian contingent, proudly watching our Prime Minister lead the charge over there on a number of issues, but one was to try and reduce our emissions at a greater pace to get to 2035. And I must say, for me, I've never, ever spent a lot of time on making speeches in this place around, climate change and that. It's well known. I haven't. Not that I don't believe in it, but I've had other things that I've been working on. But to sit there when you meet with, and I had the privilege of meeting with the Kiribati delegation and the president of Kiribati, And I had the privilege of meeting with the Prime Minister of Fiji and the Prime Minister of Tonga and actually hear from them what is the threat of climate change. Now, I've never stepped foot north, sorry, not north, what's that way, east. I've not gone any further east than maybe, I don't know, what's the last street before you get to the park at Sydney where Parliament House is. Never been over in the Pacific, I admit that. But to sit there and listen to those people, these tiny little nations out there in the Pacific that said no one thinks about us, no one cares about us, but you have to understand, this is what they were saying to me, the threat of climate change to them. Now, the Kiribatis did it perfectly when they sat down, and they are many, many islands. They're only a nation of about 130,000 people, but that's 130,000 lives. It doesn't matter how many zeros, but just as important that they care about their kids and their grandkids and the kids that are coming. To tell me that climate change has now wiped out all fresh water in every single island in that atoll. Think about that. They said, you have to understand, Senator, that when we were kids, we played on the park and it was watered by our wells. We all grew our vegetables and our fruit trees, and we watered them with hoses from our taps to water our plants, to consume the vegetables. They said, we have nothing like that anymore because of rising seawater, rising tides. And I thought to myself, you know, in this bubble here in Canberra, where I sit there and we whinge about this because Qantas has just got a crap, you know, they've just driven that airline into the ground, and oh my goodness me, my flight was late, oh, it wasn't just bad. And oh my God, Senate estimates went to 11 o'clock. Are we serious? Come on, people. I'm not the spear chucker for climate change. In 20 years here, no one can accuse me of taking that mantle and running with it every chance that I got. But I've actually sat down with people who it affects. And I think it's about time we, as a real grown-up nation and as a lucky nation, actually think there are other parts of this planet that don't enjoy the luxuries that we enjoy, that don't enjoy the third world problems that we enjoy because our plane's late or the air conditioner didn't work in the car. And the truth of the matter is, whether we like it or not, and I saw it firsthand, there are millions and millions and millions of people in this world that, whether we want to accept it or not, or whether we have the recalcitrants on the other side, I mean the real loopy right, you know, like just abandoned everything, not the sensible ones sitting in here now, the real looping lunatics in that row of 6 seats there, even though there's only 4 of them. I mean, seriously, people, get a grip. And as I did have the privilege of hearing former Secretary of State John Kerry talked about the oceans, and he opened something to me that I'd never heard of this. I've sat through the climate wars in here. For every second breath every human takes on this nation, thank the oceans, because 51% of oxygen comes from there and we're destroying much of it.
Your time has expired. Senator O'Sullivan. Thank you very much, Deputy President. You know, because I've told you I like this Senator Still. I think he's a ripper. He's one of the best senators they got over there, frankly, I think. He's a good man. But I'm going to take him to task on his opening comments that he made there, though, because it was just absolutely ridiculous. He's trying to say that somehow it is our fault that energy prices have gone up because we didn't support the legislation that actually passed this parliament. This legislation that he refers to passed this parliament, or the last parliament, I should say. And what's been the effect? What's been the effect? Power prices have gone up. In fact, they've skyrocketed. They've skyrocketed so much so that Tomago, the aluminium plant, is at risk of closure. That's how much they've gone up. And so Senator Ayres, when he was asked that question about that, he rightfully pointed to the point that this is a very difficult day. And I pause there for a moment and consider the people that are faced with that news today, that their jobs are on the line. He is right. This is a very difficult day to wake up, to go to work today and see that their jobs are on the line. But for Senator Ayres, in answering that question, for him to come in here and try to deflect and make it out like we are politicising it and we are not considering the impact that it would have on those men and women in those jobs is the biggest act of don't look here, look somewhere else that you've ever seen. It is absolutely appalling. Now, there were two questions. I had a third one for you, Senator Wong, and unfortunately we didn't get the time to ask today. But there were two questions that we had the opportunity to ask today. The first one was about secrecy, and the second one was about the collapse of the industrial confidence, right, that is occurring in this country. Now, one thing is common between both of those questions and both of the answers and the responses that we got on those points is that Labor's energy policy is failing. It is failing the Australian people, whether it's households where you've got the Climate and Energy's own incoming brief to the minister warned that energy prices under their policies are going to continue to go up, whether it was that or whether, and so that's households, or whether it's indeed the industries that are depending on energy. We asked questions about or a question was asked about critical minerals and the fact that for that to be fully realised, for that vision, that great announcement that was made in Washington, that agreement that was made between the United States and Australia, for that vision to be fully realised, it is going to take enormous amounts of energy. But we know that under this government, under their plans, we're seeing energy prices skyrocket to the point where projects are unbackable. And what we've got to do is we've got to reverse this kind of thinking and get behind the lowest cost of energy, reliable energy. That's why costs are so high under renewables, because it doesn't have the reliability. It doesn't have the reliability. So you don't have the ability to be able to supply into that market, into those resources, into those energy intensive industries. It's absolutely true. Now, on this issue of secrecy, my learned colleague from Western Australia, Senator Smith, has got the front page of the Australian today, and I commend him for the tremendous work that he's been able to do. And what that front page was about was the fact that in getting back a document from the Department of Climate Change and Energy, 97% of all pages supplied back were redacted. What does that mean? It means they were blanked out. Now, there's one thing you don't do. If you're going to redact a document, you're not redacting success. You're redacting failure. The only reason you would redact the document is because you're trying to hide away from the failure of your own policy and your own messages. If it was successful, if what the government was doing was successful, then we would see it in full display. You wouldn't see 97% of the pages redacted. You wouldn't see big whole chunks of the document blacked out so no one can read and no one can understand what's actually behind it and what's beneath the hood. Well, that's what's going on with this government. Secrecy, they're hiding away, they can't stand up to their own success because they don't have any when it comes to energy policy.
Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, it is really quite laughable that those opposite will come in here and ask questions that have this kind of undertone that they support Australian workers. And they're doing that by trying to make a political point. They think they're onto a political winner here, talking about energy prices and how Australian workers are going to be out of jobs. But I'm just going to take a little bit of a walk down memory lane and let's just revisit some of the ways that they supported you, the Australian workers. So, firstly, they didn't back a pay rise for 3 million of Australia's lowest paid workers. Didn't back it, but they're in here talking about backing Australian workers. They also wanted to reverse your rights to disconnect from your work. So they wanted your boss to unreasonably call you at any time of the day and you'd have no ability to stop that from happening. That's how they backed you. They took a policy to the election that would see workers pay for their bosses' lunches. They took that policy to the election. That's how they're backing you, the Australian workers. And for almost a decade while they were in government, They also had a policy that deliberately kept wages low for Australian workers. They opposed tax cuts for millions of Australian workers that would see you keep more of what you earn every week. That's how they backed you. That's how they backed you, opposing tax cuts, so you can keep more of what you earn. They also took a higher taxes policy to the election. That is how they backed you, the Australian worker. But they'll come in here and ask questions that see them pretend to back Australian workers. There is only one party of government that is on the side of Australian workers, and that is the Australian Labor Party. Every single day we are on the side of Australian workers. And in the energy and heavy industry space, there are a few ways that we do that every single day on this side of the chamber. We back Australian workers every day by being consistent, by having purpose, and by having ambition when it comes to what we are trying to achieve for Australia and internationally. We have the best renewable resources in the world and nearly every one of the critical minerals that will power the 21st century. Seizing these opportunities is how we make sure Australia remains an export powerhouse with good blue-collar jobs in our regions. That's what Future Made in Australia will do, the Capacity Investment Scheme will do, the CEFC will do, our gas market review will do, making sure we have cheap power and, in turn, a vibrant, world-class, heavy industrial sector that delivers good jobs for Australians. We're supporting industry as it moves to renewable power, like Powering the Regions Fund, the Green Aluminium Production Credit. We back Australian workers every day on this side of the chamber. And on the matter of energy prices, we've taken strong action on energy prices over here, on this side of the chamber. On that side, you know what they did for you? They opposed $450 off your energy bill. That's what they did. And then they come in here and complain about higher energy prices. We provided 3 rounds of energy bill relief to homes and to small businesses to take the sting out of bills now, while doing overdue reform work to bring bills down for good. So things are going to make a difference now and things that are going to make a difference in the future. That's what government should do. We acted to cap coal and gas prices, shielding Australians from the worst of the global energy crisis. And a shameless plug in my last 20 seconds to say that 80% of households could be paying less on their energy bills. They should go to the government's energy.gov.au website and check their prices, because you can find a cheaper plan for you and your household. That's energy.gov.au. Thank you.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you very much, Deputy President.
I have to do anything.
I listened very closely to Senator Stewart's contribution in terms of this debate, and noted that nowhere in her contribution did she actually address the situation at the Tomago aluminium smelter. So you can get up in this place and you can provide platitudes, you can provide talking points, you can say a whole raft of things, but what I say is look at the outcomes. Look at the outcomes of the government's policies. Look at the outcomes. And my friend, Senator Canavan, this place asked the question in relation to what is happening at the Tomago aluminium smelter, one of our most important industrial assets in this country, employing 1,000 Australian workers. And when you hear those opposites say power prices are coming down, renewables are the 100% answer, you don't have to look at other baseload energy solutions, etc. When you hear all that, why is it? Just answer me this question. Why is it that the Chief Executive Officer of Tomago Aluminium Smelter, Mr Jerome Dozol, said, this is what he said, unfortunately, all market proposals received so far show future energy prices are not commercially viable, end quote. Those are his words. That's the Chief Executive Officer who, during the course of today, had to front the workers and actually tell them that that smelter may well have to close by 2028. If renewables, 100% renewables is the answer, if 100% renewables is the answer, if the Labor government's energy policies are the solution, why did the Chief Executive Officer of one of our largest industrial assets have to front his own workers earlier today and tell them they could well lose their jobs? Why? And I quote it again. Unfortunately, all market proposals received so far show future energy prices are not commercially viable, end quote. If renewable energy is cheaper, if renewable energy is going to provide 100% of the answers, why is the aluminium smelter looking as if it's going to close? Why? No answer. No answer from those opposite. And at the same time, we see the Labor government not wanting to release information with respect to the impact of the Labor government's energy policies for the benefit of the Australian people, for your benefit, I believe in transparency. I believe the Australian people have a right to as much information as they possibly want in relation to the formulation of government policy. And that includes information held by the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water with respect to the impact on electricity prices of the Labor government's policies. And yet, when my colleague Senator Dean Smith sought information from the department, he was given a document, it's called the Incoming Government Brief. 63 out of the 65 pages were redacted, covered in black ink, so you couldn't see what was there. 63 out of 65 pages. In one case, there were 24 pages in a row that were all blacked out. Every single one of them, completely blacked out. So that means we're not allowed to see it. It means the Australian people aren't allowed to see it. And that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable. You have a right to that information. And what did we find from the information we could actually discern amongst all the redactions? This is what we found. The advice which flags energy prices as a top concern for households after food and groceries notes, and I quote, "The draft default market offer points to a further significant increase in retail electricity prices next financial year. It also states that emissions reduction need to accelerate rapidly to meet the government's target of a 43% cut from 2005 levels to 2030. And with this warning falling within the narrow scope of information that the minister released, we're left to ask ourselves the question, what else was redacted? What else is lying there under that sea of black ink that the government refuses to release?"
Senator Scarr, thank you. The question before the chair is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note? Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to take note of responses to my questions. So this is what it's come to. Not only do Senator Wong and the Labor government not respond to the questions asked, but now they want to shut me up from even asking the question. They are more offended by me holding them to account for their complicity in a genocide than the genocide itself. What a farce question time has become. Labour's hypocrisy and double standards are on full display when they have a two-way arms trade with Israel, and then they gaslight and silence those speaking out and holding them to account. Well, they can give it their best shot. I'm not going to stop. Israel's bombs and bullets have not stopped. Israel continues to murder whole families as they seek to return home. Israel continues to block aid from reaching starving children. Since the beginning of the so-called ceasefire, on average, more than 20 Palestinians have been killed each day. Israel's starvation of Gaza continues as aid is blocked and families are prevented from returning to their homes, which already lie in rubble. The hunger crisis is at catastrophic levels. Even now, the Albanese government wants to forget. It wants to put Israel's genocide and apartheid in the past and let bygones be bygones. But the truth is this: there can be no peace without accountability. There can be no peace without justice. And there can be no justice while the perpetrators of war crimes walk free. There can be no rebuilding while an entire people remains under siege. For the past 2 years, the Albanese government has hidden behind words and diplomatic niceties while Israel burned Gaza to the ground. It has watched from the sidelines as Israel targeted and slaughtered civilians, aid workers, journalists, children, and doctors, and it has done nothing to hold Israel to account. The Albanese government has proved time and time again that its statements mean nothing, and that it is comfortable to shirk in the shadows in the face of injustice, violence, and genocide. It has shown us all that it values its so-called diplomacy and pandering to the US and Israel over morality, international law, and human life. In September, Minister Wong attended the UN and signed Australia up to the Declaration for the Protection of Humanitarian Personnel. She said that Australia is proud to lead this global effort. But when Australian humanitarians on board the Global Samud Flotilla, trying to deliver life-saving food, medicine, and baby formula to Gaza, were illegally kidnapped, detained, and abused by Israel, there was no accountability for Israel. And now, mere weeks after signing the Humanitarian Workers' Pledge, the government refuses to take any concrete, meaningful action as aid and health workers in Gaza continue to be shot at, bombed, and starved by their friend Israel. The most basic of demands, the unimpeded, uninterrupted flow of humanitarian aid so that people do not have to starve to death, has been refused by Israel. So we must reject the dangerous farce of the Trump-Netanyahu-Blair peace plan, which only entrenches apartheid, legitimizes illegal settlements, and denies Palestinians self-determination. A ceasefire without justice is not peace. It is a pause before the next massacre. It is too late for the Albanese government to say it stood against genocide. It is too late for the Albanese government to claim it stood against manufactured starvation. It is too late for the government to even say that it put the safety of its own citizens above pandering to the US and Israel. But it is not too late for the Albanese government to hold Israel to account. It is not too late for the government to back international law. It is not too late to end the two-way arms trade. It is not too late for the Albanese government to accept its own complicity and to work to rebuild a just and free Palestine, where their future is determined by Palestinians and Palestinians alone. What will it take? How many aid workers must be killed? How many journalists shot dead? How many babies starved? When will the Albanese government sanction Israel? When will the government hold Israel to account?
The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? There are none. I'm going to move to the condolence motion. It is with deep regret that I inform the Senate of the death on the 13th of August of 2025 of Stanley James Collard, OAM, a senator for the state of Queensland from 1975 to 1987. I call Senator Watt.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to the death of Stanley Collard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Watt.
I move that the Senate records its sadness at the death on the 13th of August 2025 of Stanley James Collard, OAM, former Senator for Queensland, places on record its gratitude for his service to the Parliament and the nation, and tenders its sympathy to his family in their bereavement. I wish to express my condolences on behalf of the government to Mr Collard's family, as well as his friends and former colleagues, many of whom I'm sure are watching along at home today. I didn't have the fortune of meeting Mr Collard during my time in politics, But reading over his life, I couldn't help but notice some similarities with some of my own early life. He was born in southeast Queensland. He's the son of a dairy farmer with strong family ties to Serena in North Queensland, and he had strong connections with the union movement through the AFULE in central Queensland. In many respects, sounds to me like Mr Collard would have been an ideal candidate for pre-selection for the Labor Party. He even went to Nambour High, like Prime Ministers Rudd and former Treasurer Wayne Swan. But as Mr Collard's parents were dairy farmers, they were Country Party through and through, and clearly influenced his political direction. After school, Mr Collard moved to Brisbane and joined the Queensland Railways as a trainee engineman, where he met his wife Gloria Pearl Auld. Mr Collard rejoined the Railways in 1961, and the family, then with 2 young children, moved to Cloncurry, where their 3rd child would be born. By now, he was taking an active interest in politics, having joined the local branch of the Country Party in 1959. When, prior to the 1966 federal election, Bob Katter Sr. won the party's pre-selection for the seat of Kennedy, Mr Collard was appointed his campaign director and continued in that role for the following 3 elections. There was a railway strike during the 1966 election campaign, and while running Bob Katter Sr.'s campaign on the one hand, on the other, he organised the Cloncurry end of the strike from the Country Party's campaign office, a story that Mr Katter dined out on for many years. Mr Collard and his family moved to Serena in 1971, where he became one of the first locomotive drivers of the giant 6-header coal trains running between the Goonyella, Peak Downs and Saraji mines to port facilities at Hay Point. In 1975, Mr Collard sought pre-selection for the Senate, securing the 6th place on the joint National Country and Liberal Party Senate ticket for Queensland. After successfully securing a spot in the Senate, he took over an office in Rockhampton, as he saw one of his roles as staying close to central and northern Queensland. In the Senate, Mr Collard spoke of the effects of isolation on rural areas and sought improved transport and communications. Mr Collard, by all reports, was very reliable, and that no doubt contributed to his selection as National Party Whip and Deputy Leader in the Senate before becoming the party's Senate Leader. In the post-Fraser years, he was appointed to the Coalition Shadow Ministry with responsibility for Veterans Affairs and Arts, Heritage and the Environment. As Environment spokesman, he believed that there was, quote, no necessary dichotomy between conservation and development, and remained wary of what he referred to frequently as the lunatic fringe of the conservation movement. He advocated the use of sugar-based ethanol in cars, but was also sympathetic to the development of nuclear energy and believed that oil drilling on the Great Barrier Reef should not be ruled out. As I said, looks like I don't agree with everything Mr Collard believed in. He was a player in the Joe for PM campaign, caught between his obligations to the coalition in Canberra and his party machine back in Queensland. Ultimately, he was forced out of the Shadow Ministry under a renegotiated coalition deal and was ultimately unsuccessful in securing pre-selection for the 1987 election. After politics, Mr Collard became State President of the National Party and was a member of the Life Education National Board for 10 years from 1996. The following year, he became State President of Lifeline Queensland, a post he held for 3 years, and he also served as Deputy Chairman of the Library Board of Queensland. So I think we can see that Mr Collard, throughout his working life, was always interested in contributing to his community in a variety of ways. We thank Mr Collard for his contribution to public life, and our thoughts today are with Mr Collard's family and friends, and we pay respects to a life well lived.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. I too rise today to pay tribute to the life and service of former Senator Stanley James Collard, a proud Queenslander, a dedicated parliamentarian and a man whose story is quintessentially Australian. Stan Collard's journey to this place was not a typical one. He was born in Maleny in 1936, the eldest of 3 sons of dairy farmers, William and Edna Collard. Like so many of his generation, his early life was grounded in the values of hard work, community and faith. He attended the local primary school and later Nambour State High before helping his father on the family farm. From those beginnings, Stan went on to carve out a remarkable life of public service. Before entering politics, Stan Collard worked as a train driver with Queensland Railways, hauling 6-header coal trains 2 kilometres long from central Queensland to the coast. He was immensely proud of that work, describing it as one of the most efficient operations in Australia. It was there, in the vast expanses of rural Queensland, that he developed a deep understanding of the challenges facing rural communities. These were lessons he would later bring with him to this parliament. Stan's entry into politics came through the National Country Party, later the National Party of Australia. His passion for representing the bush and his belief in standing up for regional Queensland were strongly held and lifelong. He first joined the local Country Party branch in 1959, and his organisational skills and leadership were quickly recognised. He served as Secretary of the party's Kennedy Division and worked as the campaign director for the Honourable Bob Catter Sr. for several elections. When the opportunity arose to stand for the Senate in 1975, he seized it and Queenslanders placed their trust in him. Stan was elected to the Senate at that historic double dissolution election and went on to serve in this place with distinction for more than 11 years. During that time, he became known as a conscientious and diligent senator. He was a man who prepared meticulously, thought and spoke thoroughly, and never lost sight of the people he represented. He served on a wide range of committees, from education and the arts to foreign affairs and defence, and played an active role in the estimates process, where his attention to detail and practical experience were highly regarded. He also served his party with great loyalty as Whip, Deputy Leader, and ultimately Leader of the National Party in the Senate. Those were challenging years for the Nationals and for the Conservative side of politics, and Senator Collard's leadership was steady, principled and always grounded in respect for this institution. He also made several significant contributions on the national stage, as a Shadow Minister holding the portfolios of Veterans Affairs and later Arts, Heritage and the Environment. His approach to those responsibilities reflected his characteristic pragmatism. On environmental matters, he was famously known to have said, "No necessary dichotomy between conservation and development," a view that remains as relevant today as it was then. Throughout his parliamentary career, Stan Collard was an unashamed advocate for the people of rural and regional Australia. He argued powerfully for better communications and services for those living far from the capital cities. He spoke about the sense of isolation that often plagued country communities, and he warned against policies that ignored the realities of life in the bush. He was also deeply committed to fairness in political representation. Stan believed that country Australians deserved to have a voice equal to those in the city. He once said, "If a constituent does not have the same access to his elected member as others have to theirs, that constituent's vote is devalued." After leaving the Senate in 1987, Stan continued his lifelong service to his community and to Queensland. He played leadership roles in Life Education, Lifeline Queensland and the Library Board of Queensland, as well as serving as the president of CSR Hinkler's Bicentennial Air Race Committee. He gave his time generously, applying the same sense of purpose and integrity that he had shown in this public office. In recognition of his decades of service, both political and community, Stan Collard was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in 2014. It was an honour richly deserved. Stan's story is, in many ways, a story of modern Australia, a young man from dairy farms on the Sunshine Coast who rose, through his hard work and conviction, to serve his state and his nation in this chamber. He never forgot where he came from, he never forgot who he represented. Those who knew him speak of his quiet strength, his humility and his good humour, and of his deep devotion to his wife Gloria and their children and their families. To them and to all those who knew him and loved him, we extend our deepest sympathy and gratitude. Stan Collard's contribution to this place and to Queensland will endure, as will the respect of all those who served alongside him. He was and will remain an example of what it means to serve with dedication, decency and purpose. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Mackenzie.
Madam President, will I rise today as Leader of the National Party in the Senate to pay tribute to the late Stanley James Collard, OAM, former Senator for Queensland, stalwart of the National Party of Australia and an unwavering advocate for rural and regional Australians. Born on the 25th of March 1936 in the hinterland town of Maleny, I knew it was Maleny, Geez, beautiful town. I've been to Mullaney. Stan Collard was the eldest of 3 sons to William and Edina Collard, dairy farmers whose deep country party loyalties shaped his political compass. The values of hard work, humility and service to community that he learned on the family farm would remain the bedrock of his life's work. Before entering Parliament, Stan built a career with the Queensland Railways, beginning as a trainee engine man and rising to become a locomotive driver. He hauled a massive 6-header coal trains 2 kilometres long from the Bowen Basin to the coast, a feat that mirrored his later political journey, steady, powerful and built on grit. A man of faith, he served as a lay preacher with the Methodist and later Uniting Church, always guided by a sense of moral purpose and a duty to others. His political career began at the grassroots as secretary of local railway unions and campaign director for Bob Catter Sr. in the federal seat of Kennedy. And I'm sure Bob would have been delighted when, as Senator for Queensland, Stanley advocated for a very catchy tourism campaign entitled Never Smile at a Crocodile, in order to combat the spate of deaths from crocodile attacks. When the opportunity came to represent Queensland in the Senate, he brought with him not privilege or pedigree, but lived experience, the perspective of a railwayman, a farmer's son, and a Queenslander deeply connected to his local community. Elected in 1975 under the banner of the National Country Party and later the National Party of Australia, Senator Collard served the people of Queensland until 1987. During his parliamentary career, he held numerous positions: temporary chairman of committees, party whip, deputy leader and ultimately leader of the National Party in the Senate. In opposition, he served as Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs and later Shadow Minister for the Arts, Heritage and Environment. In his maiden speech, Senator Collard spoke passionately of the tyranny of distance, the communications and service gaps that plagued rural Australia and still do today. He championed equitable representation, arguing that the principle of one vote, one value ignored the barriers faced by remote communities in accessing their elected representatives. His was a voice that reminded this parliament that prosperity built in the regions must be matched by investment in the regions, and it could be said that Stanley Collard was ahead of his time. He advocated the use of sugar-based ethanol in cars and was sympathetic to the development of nuclear energy. And these are 2 policies that the modern National Party champions today. He was methodical, fact-driven and deeply conscientious. Colleagues remember that his speeches were meticulously researched, grounded in data but elevated by conviction. He believed above all that government had a moral duty to ensure rural Australians were never treated as second-class citizens. Senator Collard's leadership came during turbulent times in the Conservative movement. Amid internal debates over the future of the coalition, he remained principled and loyal, convinced that unity of purpose was essential to national progress. Even after his political career ended, he continued his lifelong service through Lifeline, Life Education and the Uniting Church, embodying the community spirit that he'd always championed. In 2014, his contributions were fittingly recognised when he was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for his service to politics and to the community. And as we reflect on his passing on the 13th of August 2025, we remember a man of quiet strength, deep integrity and steadfast commitment to his fellow Australians. He gave voice to those in the bush, stood firm in the face of political upheaval, and he never forgot the values that shaped him. To his family, we extend our deepest condolences and heartfelt gratitude, and I acknowledge his daughter Sue and husband Steve, who are here today with us in the chamber. Stan Collard's life reminds us that service is not about the titles that one holds, but the people that one serves. His legacy endures in the bridges he built between the city and the country, between Parliament and the paddock, and between words and deeds. May he rest in peace, knowing his life enriched this Parliament, our party and this nation. Vale, Stan Collard.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, President. And I rise on behalf of the National Party senators and the National Party of Australia to extend our condolences upon the death of former Senator Stanley James Collard, OAM, to his family, to his children, Ian, Sue, and husband Steve, and Annette, and to their families, and to all of those who loved, admired and respected him. Whilst he may not have reflected on this, it is Senator Collard who is absolutely responsible for me standing here today. And so I owe a great debt of gratitude. Senator Collard was elected to the Senate from the National Party, National Country Party in Queensland in 1975. Senator Collard, as I first knew him and later Stan, represented everything great about the 1970s in my mind, with a distinctive safari suit, often a long sock, fabulous 1970s hair and sideburns, and I thought he was quite the epitome of style. He obviously had many other contemporary and relatable qualities because he was re-elected in 1977 and 1983, by which time he represented the National Party of Australia in the Senate under that freshly minted role. Now, Stan and his wife Gloria became firm friends of my parents when they lived in Cloncurry during the 1960s and 70s after he was posted there by Queensland Rail. His Christian values, his convictions of equity and fairness, and his deep regard for family and community, qualities that were born of hard work, resilience and humility as the son of dairy farmers, translated well to the northwest of Queensland, where he and Gloria were much loved and valued. I desperately want to pay warm tribute to Senator Collard, to Stan, but after attending his beautiful memorial service with Senator Canavan and Senator McGrath recently, the stories of his childhood time on the dairy farms, amongst others, were fabulous, and we don't always get to hear those personal stories in the Senate. But Stan and Gloria's children have reminisced about their own early memories of living in Cloncurry, two having moved there as just tiny children with their parents and one born there. Gloria taught at the school while Stan was a shift-working train driver, so by the somewhat good fortune of different parental working hours, Stan was also a regular hands-on father who opened playtime to exploring the endless horizons and vast red soils of the West. And in his order of service, there was a wonderful photo of a steam train in those red hills of northwest Queensland. It is, I think, an interesting and exceptional story to know that he was probably one of the last of the train drivers to drive steam trains in northwest Queensland, but also one of the first to drive those incredible modern electric trains, the beneficiary of the Bjelke-Petersen government's plans to electrify the coal lines of central Queensland. So North Queensland presented Stan with an unusual intersection of beliefs and philosophies, and after marrying Gloria in Brisbane in 1958, they first moved to Herberton on the Atherton Tablelands to manage a Methodist church hostel, where Stan was a lay preacher. He carried his faith throughout his life, but it was the family move west to Cloncurry that developed his interest in politics, first as an employee of Queensland Rail, where he became secretary and then the chair of the Australian Federated Union of Locomotive Enginemen and the combined railway unions. One of his proudest union achievements was to air-condition the quarters of railway men, so that they could sleep comfortably during the heat of the day as shift workers. Stan placed enormous value upon hard work, just reward and fair conditions in his union activity, and equally in his membership of the Country Party, whose values reflected those that he grew up with on the family dairy farm. Stan and so he was firmly committed to the local country party in Cloncurry, and I remember it was the trains coming out of Cloncurry that delivered the bread and the mail to tiny little towns of Morban and Bungaleen and all of those along the rail. Sadly, services that have now been lost in remote parts of Queensland. But it was in Cloncurry and in his political acuity, sharpness and sensitivity that inspired my parents to also become involved in local country party politics, and that is my connection. Stan went on to represent the country and National Party in the Senate for almost 12 years, which roughly coincided with my father's terms as both National Party state and federal president. And in both families, it was widely acknowledged team efforts between husband and wife, as evidenced by Stan and Gloria's establishment of the Conservative Breakfast Club, along with Kerry Heron and Craig Porter in 1991, to encourage interaction and exchange between business, industry and politics during the dark years of Labor government in Queensland. I was also privileged to support the Conservative Breakfast Club when I was State Secretary of the National Party, and I'm so pleased that it continues to flourish under new stewardship. Stan's generosity of community spirit laid the foundation for fair and honest political representation, which continued long after his retirement from this place. He was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia in 2014 for diverse contributions to Queensland that stretched well beyond his unionism and politics, but were reflective of his regional roots and Christian purpose. We are indebted to him for his service as Deputy Chairman of the Library Board of Queensland, President of Lifeline State Council, Treasurer of Lifeline State Council, President of Life Education Queensland, President of the Mullaney Historical Society, lay preacher in the Methodist and Uniting Church for over 50 years, President of the CSR Henkler Bicentennial Air Race, and foundation member of John Flynn Place in Cloncurry. Senator Collard's maiden speech and subsequent speeches preceded many of my own remarks by a good 40 years, making me certain that he would be disappointed that we still call out many of the same issues today. He spoke of the North, of isolation, of the need for reliable transport and communications. He was fiercely proud of Queensland and its contribution to our nation, and he strongly believed in the role of the Senate in keeping electoral balance. In espousing the measures and merits of living in Queensland in his maiden speech, he also highlighted its economic strength, quoting from figures for the year 1972 to 1973, which showed that Queensland's surplus of $994 million was 47.5% of the national surplus. He went on to compare the heavily weighted urban representation in the House of Representatives and the vital role of the Senate in keeping a balance between areas of production and the areas of population. He is directly quoted as saying, "Some of our major highway systems are still little better than dirt tracks. The Townsville-Mount Isa, Winton-Boulia, Winton-Cloncurry, Georgetown to Normanton to Corumba to Burketown roads require completion at the earliest possible date. Just because people are living in isolated areas, it does not mean that they are entitled to fewer facilities than those in the metropolitan areas. And we must remember that the people in these areas provide a large amount of the bulk of the revenue for our Commonwealth." How very well said. Now, whilst those roads were sealed under the Bjelke-Petersen government, it is almost playbook text from a conversation I had with the Winton Shire Council in my Parliament office just yesterday, because after nearly 30 years of no new sealing under successive Labor governments, Stan Collard has been accurately described as conscientious, diligent, reliable, humble, clever, witty and greatly respected, regardless of differing political allegiance. His family recall visits to the old Parliament House, where aside from the white linen and silver in the dining rooms, their surprise was how many true friendships their father had from both sides of politics. They have also shared how well they all knew that he loved them deeply and supported them in whatever they did, and that he would be so stoked to be honoured in this way today. Thank you for your most honourable service and contribution to our nation. Vale Stan Collard, OAM, we indebted to you and your family, and your warmth and mark upon Queensland will be long remembered. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. I too would like to share my condolences to the family of former Senator Stan Collard and recognise his wonderful service to our nation. I do so with some pride as the senator that was next based in Rockhampton after Senator Collard, and it's a great honour and privilege to continue the great service he did to Central Queensland. Stan is always, when you read about Stan's biography and his life story, it's inherently interesting because he's something of a Renaissance man. He was a railway worker, driving trains, but he had the most suave fashion sense around. He was a man committed to conservative principles and supporting the Nationals Party, but he was also a secretary of trade unions and indeed involved in organising strikes. He was a man of great Christian faith, but also somebody who was welcoming of all. And his lesson, his life, is just something for all of us, I think, to learn from, because the most interesting people are always people who surprise you. And Stan often surprises when you read his life history. As I mentioned, he and others have mentioned, he was secretary of a couple of unions out at Cloncurry, and at Stan's memorial that a few of us were at, it was hilarious to hear that how Stan had been the campaign manager for Bob Catter Senior, I think at 3 elections, and in that time he also found time to moonlight as a secretary of a union, organise a strike from the Nationals Party campaign office, and perhaps that was the first time that has ever been done, to organise a strike out of a Nationals Party office. Might not be the last, just might not be the last. I don't know, things are changing fast. But Stan also, as I said, he once becoming elected, he was part of Central Queensland. He based himself Rockhampton. Really, Stan's career saw Central Queensland grow up. Cloncurry was also always a centre of wealth, but the railways were extended. Stan was one of the first drivers, the first team of drivers to drive the 2-kilometre long coal trains, which was part of a process of transforming Central Queensland through the 1960s and 70s to the great wealth centres that it is today. And there's a great story from Stan's biography where he's elected, and a few of us would have this experience where you're elected, but you don't go straight into the Senate. You've got a period of time to wait till we all turn over. And he took his wife Gloria to England, and upon arrival he had to fill out the arrival form to the customs officer, and the customs officer asked him his occupation. He said, "Well, you might not believe this, but a month ago I was a locomotive driver, and when I get back to Australia I'll be a senator." And what a great Australian story that somebody driving trains could be elected to this nation's parliament and represented it so well. As I said, Stan then set up his office in Rocky, and when I decided to do this, I must apologise and seek forgiveness for the fact that I didn't know Stan had been based in Rockhampton when I decided to move my Senate office there. I was living in Toowoomba at the time, and I don't want to embarrass anybody, and they do great work, but I asked the Parliamentary Library while I was a senator-elect, has there ever been a senator based in Rockhampton? They came back and said, no, there's never been a senator based in Rockhampton. So I drafted a press release saying, I'll be the first senator based in Rockhampton. And I was very, very lucky because it happened just a couple of days before pressing send on this momentous historic announcement. I was in Senator Ron Boswell's office. He was still the senator then, and I was in his office at still One Eagle Place there. And I said to him, I've got this momentous news. I'll be the first senator in Rockhampton. Ron sort of looked at me and said, I'm sure I can remember being in Stan Collard's office looking at the Fitzroy River. And so immediately I jumped on Google And yep, sure enough, Ron was right, as he almost always was, and I was able to change that press release to say it was the first for 25 years, so avoided a massive embarrassment. But as I say, it's been great to continue Stan's legacy. He was a senator at a time of great turmoil in Conservative politics. I don't know what we want to describe the current time, but there might be some lessons for how he approached things. I was reading, and I just wanted to read some extracts into the Hansard for us all. I was just reading Stan's final newsletter that he sent out. He had a large mailing list as a senator, and this was, I believe, his final newsletter. I'm indebted to the Page Research Centre for having this available. And he said at the start of this newsletter, he said, let me say at the outset that I regard the aim of making the National Party the dominant Conservative party in Australia to be both legitimate and desirable. All of my political life I have worked to this aim for the simple reason that without being the dominant force, it will be impossible for us to bring about the type of society I believe Australians want and deserve. Now, many people know that he didn't, and as others have remarked, he failed to be pre-selected because of ultimately the failure of the Joe for PM campaign and his perceived lack of support for it. But he went on to say that he criticised that campaign, and in hindsight, a lot of the points he made were right. He said that the reason I could not support the methods of the Joe for PM, Joe for Canberra or Joe for Nationals in control of the Senate pushes was simply that the tactics used violated many of the Conservative principles I believe in, and I understood so did the National Party. He went on to say quite humorously that contrary to media reports, media-inspired opinion, this is at the time, the Liberal Party was not about to be swung back to the Peacock McVeigh Steel Hall wets. The Howard Dryers always had the numbers and were in control, even if the wets tended to hog the media limelight. I'm not sure if that's still the case, but maybe it was then. And then he finished by saying, I should also like to ask how often have delegates at conference heard Sir Robert Sparks, correctly remind them that they are there to listen to the arguments and then make up their minds. They are to exercise their judgment and not vote under direction from branches, zones or divisions. Similarly, parliaments are deliberative assemblies, where representatives elected by the voters are expected to exercise their judgment. I think they're all very wise sentiments from former Senator Stan Collard. As I say, it's been a great privilege to bask somewhat in his reflected glow and continue the great work he did in central Queensland to develop our area. It was great to be with his family at the recent memorial service, particularly here for his strong Christian faith and involvement in the Methodist Church in Rockhampton, and he continued that throughout his life. So my sentiments again go to his family, to Sue and Steve who are in the gallery today, Vale, Senator Stan Collard.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, President. And while I've spoken previously about the service of former Senator Collard, I want to make a few more comments. Today, the Conservative Breakfast Club had a breakfast in Brisbane, and Greg Sheridan was the guest speaker. And the Conservative Breakfast Club, as Senator McDonald pointed out, was where Liberals and Nationals came together in a dark time in Queensland where Labor were on the ascendancy, and the Liberals and Nationals were going through one of their periodic bouts that had been going on for some decades, but at that point where they liked to fight each other rather than fight the Labor Party. And so Stan, with a number of other concerned Conservatives, brought people together, brought together Liberals and Nationals and said we've got far more in common than what divides us, and we should focus on those issues. So the Conservative Breakfast Club, in a way, became the forerunner to the Liberal National Party, where the Conservative forces, the Liberal Party and the National Party, are stronger together in Queensland than when they were apart. And I speak as a Liberal National Party senator, but someone who sits down here as a Liberal, but someone who acknowledges the importance of the National Party tradition and the Country Party tradition in Queensland. Because it is important that men and women come to this place with calloused hands and dust on their shoes, and they sit in this chamber. And Stan Collard was one of those people. It is important that men like Stan Collard, who lived and worked very long days, and they saw that setting sun knowing it was a long day, but also knowing that dawn would bring a better day. And he did that in his career before going into politics, and he lived that motto when he was in politics, because he was a senator in this place, in the Senate chamber, for when the National Party was going through a period of turbulence and the Liberal Party was going through a period of turbulence. But he lived by the motto of that people should read before they think, and they should think before they speak. And if more people in this place thought, and if more people in this place read before they opened their mouths, then this chamber would be a far more informed chamber than what currently happens with some of the debates. So I want to thank Stan for his service. I want to thank his family for lending us Stan, because when someone goes to frontline politics, that they take their husband or their wife and their children with them. And it can be tough, especially when children are growing up with their mum or their dad is a politician. So I acknowledge the family would have had some tough times with the fights that Stan took and stood up for, because he was standing up for his beliefs and his values. So thank you for lending us Stan. Queensland is a better place because of his service. Australia is a better place for his service. And the Liberal National Party exists because he laid the groundwork for a united Conservative force in Queensland. Vale, Stan Collard.
Thank you, Senator Scarlett. We just observe a moment's silence. Thank you, Senators. That signifies assent to the motion. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Looks like the clerk is ready.
Yes, President. Postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of the following notices. Business of the Senate notice number 2 for today, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, and general business notices 187, 191 and 193, all postponed to the 29th of October 2025, and committees have lodged extension notifications which are shown at item 13 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I shall now proceed to the discovery of formal business, and I will start with business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and others. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I seek leave to amend business of the Senate, notice of motion number 3, before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Henderson.
Thank you, Madam President. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber, and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this matter being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Henderson.
I move the motion as amended.
So the question is that business of Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and others, which has been amended, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion. No, I won't. I'll now move down to, yes, Senator Pocock.
President, I think I missed the little gap in proceedings. Can I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence?
Yes, certainly, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move that leave of absence be granted to Senator Lambie for 27 October to 6 November for personal reasons.
Thank you. So the question is the motion to move by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business 180, standing in your name. Actually, I won't do that one just yet, Senator Pocock. My apologies. I'll go to 183, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 183 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 183, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 184, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 184 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 184, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 181 and 182, which you're moving together. Senator Payman?
Yes, thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motions numbers 181 and 182 be taken as formal motions.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motions.
So the question is that general business notice of motions number 181 and 182, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, there's only one voice, Senator Payman. Okay. So that motion is carried. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 185, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 185 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 185, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 186, standing in the name of Senators Dean Smith and Sharma. Is that you, Senator Askew?
Yes, on behalf of Senator Dean Smith and Senator Sharma, I ask that general business notice of motion number 186 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 186, standing in the name of Senators Dean Smith and Senator Sharma, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to 187 was postponed. 191 was postponed. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 194, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Askew?
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 194 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 194, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 195. I'll call Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 195 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 195, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 196 to 198 being moved together. I'll call Senator in the name of Senator Bragg, and I call Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notices of motions numbers 196 to 198 be taken as formal motions.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motions.
So the question is that general business notice of motions number 196 to 198, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 199, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 199 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 199, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 188 to 190, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. I ask that general business notices of motion numbers 188 to 190 be taken as formal motions.
Is there any objection to these motions being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Thorpe.
I move the motions.
So the question is that general business notices of motion number 188 to 190, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. So I'll now go back to business of the Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Askew, is that you?
Yes. On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 4, proposing a reference to the Education and Employment Reference Committee, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Chisholm.
The government will be opposing this motion. We do not need to waste any more time on inquiries that deliver zero outcomes. The coalition's already proven that as a failed method of time there in government. The industry has made it very clear that they want action, and so does our government. That's why we appointed the administrator to conduct the systematic work that is required to get the job done. There are strong reporting requirements and transparency mechanisms already in place for the administration. Our focus is on taking decisive, tangible action to address the identified cultural and structural issues, including establishing the tripartite National Construction Industry Forum. We are committed to making the construction industry productive, safe, lawful and sustainable for the future.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that business of Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Wasn't it? Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Henderson and others, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew. Order. As teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I have a business of the Senate number 1 standing in the name of Senator Lambie. I'm not sure if anyone is moving that. Senator Pocock.
And on behalf of Senator Lambie, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Lambie and moved by Senator Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, business of Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Lambie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. So there being 37 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to business of the Senate number 5, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
The Senate notice of motion number 5 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Shoebridge.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of Senate number 5, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to general business. Notice of motion number 180, standing in the name of Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 180, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the Climate Change Act 2022 and for related purposes.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, Peter. I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and now be read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Climate Change Act 2022 and for related purposes.
Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. I move that this bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Pocock. I'll now go to general business. Notice of motion number 192, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 192 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 192, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 193, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Oh, that was postponed. I think that takes us to the end of motions. Yes, and we're up to the MPI. Is Senator Grogan in here? Yes. Just let me have a look. And I believe Senator Grogan is in the chair. Senator Grogan? I believe Senator Grogan is in the chair. I know. There you go.
Where are we up to?
Your MPI. I think that's in the right order.
Okay, we're going here. Yep. Superb, thank you. If senators that are leaving could make their way out of the chamber. Senator Payman has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, and it's shown on item 13 on today's order of business. Is the consideration of the proposal supported? Yes, it is. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I'll once again ask senators to leave the chamber if they're not remaining for this debate. I believe we're starting with Senator Hume. No, we'll start with Senator Payman.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak about a crisis that is unfolding not in the streets or workplaces but on our screens. A crisis that disproportionately targets women, silences voices and corrodes the very fabric of public participation. I'm talking about the rise of AI-generated sexual deepfakes and the urgent need to strengthen the powers of our e-Safety Commissioner to combat these digital weapons of abuse. These are not victimless pranks or harmless jokes. This is technology being twisted into a tool of violence, deliberate acts of degradation, often aimed at women who dare to speak, to lead or challenge the status quo. In my home state of WA, the West Australian recently reported a tsunami of cyber abuse. Women like Caitlin Roper and Lynn Kennedy from Collective Shout were targeted with deepfake pornography, rape threats, death threats, and doxing after their successful campaign removed more than 20,000 pornographic games. For making the internet safer for our kids, they were met with violence disguised as free speech. Caitlin Roper said she was terrified for her life. That is not the cost of advocacy we should accept in a democracy. And I speak from experience. I've faced waves of cyber abuse, deepfakes, hate comments, even death threats, with bad actors using my image and voice to push their own agendas. In this age of misinformation, the misuse of my likeness is becoming more common, and it needs to be stopped, not just for me, but for every woman who steps forward to serve. Amendments to the Criminal Code in 2024 made it a crime to create or share deepfake sexual material without consent, and that was an important step. But legislation alone cannot erase the images. Once this content is online, victims are forced to fight an algorithm that never sleeps, an algorithm that never stops evolving. Police processes are slow, prosecutions take months, and while the legal wheels turn, those images circulate, reshared, repurposed, and replayed again and again. That is where the e-Safety Commissioner plays a vital role. They can order platforms to remove this material, and in 90% of cases, the content comes down. But only 6% of reports even qualify for these notices. The law requires the abuse to be so severe that an ordinary, reasonable person would find it seriously harmful. Tell me, what ordinary person decides what's seriously harmful to a woman seeing her face grafted onto pornographic material, or being told she deserves to be assaulted digitally, if not physically? The threshold is too high. It leaves women, countless women, from advocates to young people, stranded between criminal process that's too slow and a regulatory process that's too narrow. Just a fortnight ago, in Senate estimates, I asked a few questions. Why can't eSafety act when entire activist groups are mass targeted online? Why are victims limited to reporting just 10 URLs and 3 photos at a time when the abuse comes in hundreds? Why doesn't eSafety have a no wrong door policy to redirect complaints? And why can't the Commissioner ban accounts or act on abuse that falls short of the serious harm test? These questions reflect the lived realities these women face. Voices and reputations are being weaponised and they feel absolutely powerless to stop it. So today I'm calling for the government to lower the threshold in the adult cyber abuse scheme as recommended in the statutory review of the Online Safety Act, from seriously harmful to conduct that is menacing, harassing or seriously offensive and intended to cause harm. That simple change could let eSafety act earlier, act faster and protect more people. And while we're at it, let's give the Commissioners stronger account banning powers, mandate deepfake detection tools, and finally implement a real digital duty of care. Regardless of your political affiliation, every woman in this chamber, every daughter, sister, mother, staffer, journalist, advocate, is vulnerable to this technology. We owe it to them to ensure the laws are designed to protect Australians and actually keep up with the pace of harm. To the women who have endured this, I see you, I hear you, and I promise to keep raising your voices. Thank you.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I commend Senator Payman for bringing forward this matter of public importance, and I think it is very much something that fits that title. I mean, the need for Australians, all Australians, young and old, of any background, of either gender, should definitely be able to feel safe in our community, not just on the streets or in their home or their workplace, but online as well. And so to that end, I think it is very much a matter worthy of consideration, and I'm pleased she's brought forward this MPR, which, as Senator Payman has just outlined, relates to the need for the definition of cyber abuse material targeted at an Australian adult under the Online Safety Act 2021 to be amended to lower the threshold for behaviour to be considered adult cyber abuse in line with recommendation 18 of the statutory review of that Act. And that recommendation, of course, didn't come out of the ether. It is one that is informed. It's one that's off the back of research. It's one that was developed off the back of many people offering their lived experience relating to this very matter. And of course, I would suggest that here in 2025, it is ridiculous for us not to express the concern that we all should around the digital world evolving in the way that it is. I mean, it is changing at a pace we cannot keep up with. There is a proliferation of platforms, media available online, all of this giving rise to more and more opportunities for insidious and harmful conduct to be perpetrated unto others in a way that I think, as Senator Payman has quite well described. There are so many realities around life online that we didn't have to countenance just a few years ago, 5 or 10 years ago. And indeed, 5 years from now, the world again will be a very different place with the emerging prevalence of AI, which of course does take things to a new level altogether. People's capacity to do some of the things that Senator Payman has spoken about and to cause harm to individuals becomes even more a concern and something that is so much more easily perpetrated. So again, with the pace and speed of the rollout of new technologies enabling these individuals who think it's okay somehow to behave in this way is a reason for us as a parliament to consider what we do here. The point made around the fact that once something exists in the digital realm, it is very hard, if not impossible, to delete is absolutely right. Expunging detail, whether it be an image or written form information from the internet, is, as was stated, near on impossible. And if it is a deepfake pornographic material or even material in a written form alluding to an element of a person's personal background or some sort of salacious rumour, damage is done instantaneously. As soon as that material is broadcast, it is harm done. How do you unwind that? And then even after the harm is done, how do you remove that? And so to that end, those powers available to authorities and enforcement agencies is important. Something that is difficult to countenance but is very much a factor when it comes to dealing with this digital world and the world in which this harm is perpetrated is the anonymity that gives power to these individuals that do these things. Would they do them in the street to someone in broad daylight? Probably not, which does suggest perhaps there is a shred of human decency there. But when they are behind the keyboard, locked away in a room, in their mother's basement, goodness knows where, then they do these things without regard for the individual that they may be perpetrating this harm unto. And so we do need to consider, as Senator Payman has said, whether the threshold is lowered in the way that has been outlined in the matter of public importance. We also need to consider how resources are deployed within government, enforcement agencies, agencies that are able to target and deal with some of the issues that have been talked about here. We need platforms to step up. I know there is legitimate and, of course, illegitimate fora on the internet, but those legitimate ones that are governed by the laws of this country, we need to ensure the laws are adequate and enforcement is appropriate and platforms do their bit. And we need to equip families as well to educate and to protect our young. This sort of behaviour doesn't happen overnight when someone's an adult. This kind of thing proliferates sadly in people's earlier years. And so I say there is a role for families here, but I commend again Senator Payman for bringing this MPI forward, and I believe it is worthy of much consideration.
Thank you. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The significance of the problem that's been identified, the horrific and repugnant material that exists online and is often fed to people in our society, including young people, is a serious issue that we need to grapple with. And the Albanese government is taking substantive and decisive action to minimise online harms and try to keep Australians from all walks of life safe in a digital world. That task involves balancing that goal of safety, the overarching priority to make sure people are safe, with careful consideration of the regulations and standards implemented to ensure they're effective and do not have unintended consequences, and that they operate in a coherent and holistic way so they achieve the goals at which they are aimed. The government has taken a number of steps to deliver on those broad goals of online safety. These actions include legislating a social media minimum age requirement, a world-leading reform that endeavours to protect those under 16 years of age from the documented harms caused by the unregulated use of social media platforms. That includes supporting the development of new and mandatory industry codes to protect young people online, including Phase 2 codes. And it includes enacting a digital duty of care which will place the onus on digital platforms to proactively keep Australians safe and better prevent online harms. And that digital duty of care is of particular importance in a context where the technology keeps developing and many of these things are difficult to contain once they are out of the jar. The technology in many of these instances has no moral compass itself, and so its capacity for good or bad depends on those who create it and then how it is deployed by those who use it. And we have seen across the online world, not only in Australia but around the world, how this has been weaponised and used as a method of abuse, which is abhorrent. The first step is making sure that tech works for us, and it's by creating a digital duty of care that places the onus on the platforms and the creators of these tools, as well as the users, that will assist in keeping Australians safe. The motion today refers to a recommendation within the statutory review of the Online Safety Act 2021. That's a review that was brought forward in time by the Albanese government because it recognised the urgency of some of these issues. It's a 216-page review, comprehensive in nature, and contains 67 recommendations which, as have been indicated by multiple ministers, are being carefully considered and reviewed by the government in order to come up with solutions. The recommendations, in addition to Recommendation 18, included recommendations around increased penalties for wrongdoers, stronger powers for the E-Safety Commissioner, and methods to ensure faster takedown of offensive material. The reforms that will follow this review will be measured and appropriate and reflect an attempt to deal with the complexity of these issues and the nuance required in responding to them. Recently, senators in this place have held and attended hearings and inquiries that relate to online safety and have asked questions of technology companies, providers, individuals and organisations trying to grapple with some of the complexities around this issue. And it's clear that not everyone agreed on the precise methods, but the goals are ones we all share. And there's a reason why the government brought the review forward. There's a reason why we've gone through all these steps. There's a reason why the Minister for Communications is so intently engaged in the goal of online safety, because we do know how important it is. We know that the social media and the online environment has opened up a world of opportunity for people across the world, but it has also created environments and platforms that become conduits of harm. Data from the eSafety Commissioner show that 46% of 10 to 12-year-olds have been subjected to cyberbullying, and among 13 to 15-year-olds that figure rises to 57%. We know the real-world consequences of those numbers. We also know that algorithms used by social media platforms and other tech companies are directing vulnerable Australians towards harmful content. We have heard testimony in those committee hearings that I referred to about the harms children are being exposed to when online, be it sexually explicit material, violent abuse material, the material referred to by other speakers today, and material that one way or another takes children who are already in a dark place, already at risk, and puts them in even greater danger. And that's what we need to address. We're trying, by the methods of those regulations I referred to earlier and those codes, we're trying by quadrupling the eSafety Commissioner's base funding to ensure that they can enforce the law and help Australians who are at risk. And we are trying by creating a digital duty of care. These are all substantive things the government is doing to address the issue.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. I want to thank Senator Payman for bringing this to the chamber. And if only we had a government that was actually looking at the evidence, and in this case, recommendations that are some 12 months old, been sitting there since October of last year with the government, and following the evidence to address online risks. And instead, we are rushing ahead without evidence with an ill-conceived privacy catastrophe that's called a social media age ban. And let's be clear about what the problem here is. Right now, someone's ex-partner is flooding the internet with intimate images without their consent. Or a woman is being harassed across different platforms for reporting assault. And they're reporting their problems to the platforms where the postings are happening. And too often they're being told by those platforms, well, the material's not in breach of their policy. And of course, there's no digital ombudsman that they can go to have someone on their side to put pressure on the platforms. And the Greens have been very clear, we absolutely need a digital ombudsman. And then when they go to eSafety to report cyber abuse under the current law, and it wouldn't matter what eSafety's budget is, they have to prove that the material was posted with the intent to cause harm. Your abuser can destroy your reputation, your mental health, your career, but unless you can prove what was in their head when they press send, you're literally on your own. Now, recommendation 18 from the review gives us the fix. It says, and I'll read it in full, the adult cyber abuse scheme should be amended by lowering the threshold. The new threshold would require that an ordinary reasonable person would conclude that it's likely the material was intended to have an effect on a particular Australian adult, and that an ordinary reasonable person would regard the material as being, in all the circumstances, menacing, harassing or seriously offensive. So that would give us the fix. Would a reasonable person think that this was intended to harm? Would a reasonable person find it menacing, harassing or seriously offensive? Now, that recommendation was given to government 12 months ago. We could have already passed that. And it goes to show why, when it comes to online platforms, when it comes to regulating in the space, we can't rely upon timetables for legislative reforms that were set in the 1900s, because these changes are happening rapidly and the harm is happening at scale on these online platforms. Last year there were some 16,000 complaints in Australia about adult cyber abuse. These overwhelmingly came from women who were then turned away because the threshold that's been set is too high. And how many gave up in that process? How many weren't believed? And they weren't believed not because what they were putting forward wasn't credible. They felt disbelieved because the law put structural barriers in to getting them fixed and from actually holding the abusers to account. You know, and we not only need to speed up the pace at which we do responses, legislative responses to the online world, we should be looking at speeding up the responses to harm in our current systems. Right now, victims wait 48 hours after complaining to a platform before eSafety can issue a removal notice. That's 2 whole days in which something that might have only initially been seen by a few people literally spreads like wildfire across parts of the platform, gets screenshotted, seen by families, seen by workmates. 48 hours too often means the damage is effectively permanent, even if there is a takedown order. The review recommends cutting this to 24 hours, but even that's too long, in my opinion. This needs to be immediate. We need to be acting as though people's lives, their health, their mental health is at stake, because it is. Because it is. For too long, the law has not taken women seriously when they raise issues about harassment and abuse. And it's one of the reasons I was concerned when changes in this place to target deep fakes put all of those changes in the hands of law enforcement and police, who have an established track record of not taking women's complaints seriously, of not progressing them. So we pass a law and then we give it all to the police, who we know historically have failed. So let's make this change. And we also need real enforcement and real penalties for continued posting. There needs to be a power to make it stop. And I call again on the Labor government to listen to the evidence, put in place a digital duty of care, and start making the internet safer by design.
Senator Smith.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm also rising to contribute to the debate on the MPI as moved by Senator Payman. On a very serious issue we are discussing, and for the most part I want to acknowledge the way in which senators are conducting this debate, because it is a very serious issue that Senator Payman seeks to draw our attention to and discuss. And I also want to reassure the chamber and those who may be listening that the Albanese Labor government is taking decisive action in an effort to minimise online harms and in an effort to hold big tech accountable. We are doing that through our world-leading Online Safety Act. And to ensure the Online Safety Act remains fit for purpose, we brought forward an independent review of it. That report was finalised in October 2024 and tabled on the 4th of February 2025. And the government is now doing the work to carefully examine the 67 recommendations that review contained, including recommendation 18 of the review to lower the threshold for behaviour to be considered adult cyber abuse. With the safety and well-being of Australians, and especially future generations on the line, it's imperative that that work is done carefully, and it's imperative that we get that work right. But, Acting Deputy President, I welcome the opportunity for this chamber to discuss these issues further, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss further the importance of our government's reforms and the decisive action we are taking to minimise online harms and, as I said, to hold big tech accountable. This is something many of us in this chamber live with every day, and there is no issue that is discussed more by parents in my community, whether that's on the school gate, at pickup or at my kids' sporting clubs. There's no issue raised with me more than the risks and harms that occur online, especially on social media, and just how difficult it is for parents at times to navigate how they can keep their children safe online. And too often we hear horrific stories of online abuse, of bullying, of grooming, of children, families, women driven to despair because of the online experience that they have, the abuse they experience and the trolling that they experience. And the truth is that technology has no natural moral compass. Its impact depends on who created it and who is using it, and we know that people online are abusing it. And despite its incredible potential, in the wrong hands, we see this. We see how technology is used to weaponise, we see how technology is used to abuse, we see how technology is used to prey on the vulnerable. And that's why we as a government must continue in our mission of protecting Australians, and especially our focus being on young Australians from the harm that is presented in this online world. We've passed our historic world-leading legislation to delay access to social media until the age of 16. Social media platforms will be accountable to demonstrate they have introduced the correct systems and processes to ensure those under the age of 16 cannot create and hold a social media account, including if VPNs are used. And we know this is logistically possible for these platforms because it is their core business model to know who we are. It's their business model to target us with advertising. At a practical level, the eSafety Commissioner will be working with social media platforms to ensure they are taking reasonable steps to remove existing accounts held by children under the age of 16, prevent under 16s from opening new accounts, and create processes to correct errors. Importantly, we've quadrupled the eSafety Commission's base funding to ensure that they can enforce the law, to help Australians who face serious abuse online, and to educate Australians about online risks. And of course, we know the first step in making sure tech is working for users and not against them or being used for harm is by creating a digital duty of care, and we'll be starting consultation on that as a government soon. And the digital duty of care will place the onus on these digital platforms to proactively keep Australians safe and to better prevent online harms. And we've also committed to delivering Recommendation 27 of the Online Safety Act review to restrict access to notify and undetectable stalking tools, an important reform which will go some way to helping ensure that it's a safer place to be online. Now, all of this works alongside other laws already in place prohibiting stalking and the distribution of non-consensual, deepfake, sexually explicit materials. So this is an important debate. These are important issues which affect many of us in this chamber, too many women outside and too many children in our community who are at risk and at risk of serious harm. Our government takes it seriously and our agenda of policy work reflects that.
Thank you, Senator Smith. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Hume, which is also shown at item 13 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Thank you, Senators. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Hume.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Way back in 2022, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, looked Australians in the eye and he said that life will be cheaper under a Labor government. You will be better off under a Labor government. He promised cheaper mortgages, except there was a problem. Interest rates went up under Labor. They went up over 12 times. He promised cheaper energy bills, $275 cheaper to be precise, but unfortunately, electricity bills went up. He promised cheaper childcare, but the gap kept widening and the out-of-pocket expenses kept growing. He promised cheaper health care, but it now costs $50 out of pocket to go to your average GP appointment. So instead of delivering a cheaper life under Labor, Labor has in fact delivered Australians the largest fall in living standards in the developed world. Australians are poorer under a Labor government. The Reserve Bank of Australia had to keep interest rates higher for longer, and they did so because Labor's spending was higher for longer. Labor's addiction to spending has kept interest rates higher because inflation is higher than it needs to be. You don't need to believe me. You could listen to the Reserve Bank Governor. You can listen to economists. You can even listen to Treasury. Today, Australians are paying up to $1,300 more on their energy bills than Labor promised. While they promised a $275 reduction, it's $1,300 more. If Australians have known back in 2022 what Anthony Albanese meant when he said that life would be cheaper under a Labor government, higher mortgages, higher power bills, more expensive healthcare, more expensive childcare, do you think that they would have signed up to a Labor government? And today, to make matters worse, we've found out that the government has been briefed by the department back in May, warning of rising energy bills, something that they kept from an unsuspecting public. The briefing claims, and I quote, that the draft default market offer points to a further significant increase in retail electricity prices in the next financial year. A further significant increase in retail electricity prices. That doesn't sound like $275 off your bills, does it? In fact, that's the last thing Australian families need to hear right now, because let's face it, for those that have suffered for the last 3 years under Labor's cost of living crisis, this might well be the news that breaks the camel's back. The coalition in the last term of government, in the last term of Parliament, established, with the help of the Greens, a cost of living committee, travelled right around the country, listened to businesses and communities, listened to individuals and community groups, and particularly charities, to the stories of heartbreak and sorrow of people that are really suffering under the cost of living crisis. Only a few months ago, Anglicare Australia released its 2025 cost of living index. Now, the results of that were bleak, and they echo some of the sentiments that we heard throughout that cost of living committee inquiry. They confirm the reality of a worsening energy debt crisis. So a full-time worker on the minimum wage has just $33 spare each week after rent, food and transport. That is extraordinary. A single parent would have just $1 left, even after government assistance, just $1. Just $1, how heartbreaking that is. A two-income family with 2 children is left with only $5. This won't even buy a cup of coffee, let alone a tank of petrol or a doctor's appointment for a sick child. Anglicare's Executive Director, Casey Chambers, said that they're seeing more and more people trapped in energy debt every single day. And when people are facing energy bills that are up by $1,300, it's really no wonder that this is the case. It's truly astounding that while Australian families and businesses are faced with these significant hardships, Labor can simply keep pushing ahead with an agenda that's not delivering on the promise that they made. The Albanese government is spending 26.2% of GDP. That's the highest level of government expenditure outside a pandemic or a financial crisis in 4 decades. It's real spending growth of 5.5%. That's not what economists are warning against. That's not what the Reserve Bank governor has been saying for years now. That at some stage we have to rein in this incessant insistence on spending by government, tax and spend, because it's actually making the economy worse, and it's pushing the cost of living beyond the control and beyond the despair of all Australians. Australians deserve better than this. Anthony Albanese promised that Australians would be better off under Labor, but instead Australians are paying a dire price.
Senator Mulholland.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Welcome to Bizarro World, where things are getting weirder and weirder by the day in here. Where the opposition can come into this place pretending to care about the cost of living while spending the last election arguing against wage increases, pushing higher taxes and offering no cost of living relief measures for Australians. This motion right here is confirmation that the Liberals are living in an alternative universe. Just yesterday, Senator Bragg was in this place backing in the Greens motion that attacked home ownership for 190,000 Australians, thanks to Labor's 5% deposits. Senator Hume and the Liberals might have a short memory, but Australians do not. We lived through that decade of Liberal inaction under Abbott, Turnbull and Morrison, who pushed the Australian economy and household budgets to the brink. So, of the many, many compelling reasons Australians had to vote Labor at the last election, top of the list was cost of living relief. And I'm happy to outline some of those measures for Senator Hume now. We committed to increasing the minimum wage. That's an extra 3.5% from July 1, or a total of $9,120 over the life of this government. We promised tax cuts. While the LNP wanted people to pay more, we are offering a tax cut of $2,500 in 26-27 and a further average tax cut of $2,500 in 27-28. Our bulk billing initiatives will start to flow from next week, giving more Australians access to a bulk billing doctor. Already, 150 GP clinics in Queensland alone have indicated that they will convert to bulk billing clinics from November 1, thanks to Labor. We're also opening additional urgent care clinics so that people can see a bulk billing doctor. That's new bulk billing clinics for Buderim, Caloundra, Deception Bay, Burpengary, just to name a few. We've taken $150 off electricity bills. We've wiped 20% off HECS debts for students, saving an average of $5,000 to $6,000 per student. We're offering cheaper medicines so you won't pay more than $25 per prescription. So yes, it's true, we are focused on bringing down the cost of living, but it is also true that life would have been infinitely more difficult right now if Australia was suffering beneath a Dutton Liberal national regime. As Senator Hume knows, because she was Dutton's Shadow Minister for Finance and the architect of the Liberals' disastrous economic policies. So it's curious to me that rather than reflecting on your role in the self-destruction of the Liberal Party, you instead come into this place attempting to rewrite history on the cost of living and the role you and the Liberal Party have played in it. When Labor came into office, living standards in Australia were falling twice as fast as the OECD average. That's a freefall. But thanks to the work of Treasurer Jim Chalmers, Labor has course-corrected the Australian economy away from the Liberals' mismanagement. We delivered the first budget surplus in 15 years. And according to the mid-year and economic and fiscal outlook, our deficit is almost half the $47.1 billion inherited from the Liberals. S&P Global Ratings reaffirmed Australia's AAA sovereign rating under Chalmers, and real wages have grown for 7 consecutive quarters under Labor, up 0.3% in the year June 2024. In fact, thanks to Labor, cost of living relief measures, Australian households are projected to have an extra $2,800 in disposable income on average this financial year alone. Just yesterday, I got a message from Chris, a single mother of 3. She's been underpaid working for a Labor hire firm in central Queensland mines, and thanks to Labor's same job, same pay, she will be receiving an extra $18 an hour effective immediately. And I'll quote her message. She said, "This is the first time I've ever had a pay rise thanks to Labor." That $18 difference will mean $1,200 this pay cycle for her.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. ACOS's latest report shows that it's no longer 1 in 8 Australians living in poverty. It's now 1 in 7. 1 in 7 people in one of the wealthiest countries on earth are struggling to meet their most basic needs. That is unacceptable, and it's the direct responsibility of this government. It's expensive to be poor. Rents are unaffordable. Of more than 51,000 rental listings across Australia, just 0.7% were affordable for someone on the minimum wage. Only 3 rentals in the entire country were affordable for someone on JobSeeker. And not a single one, not one, was affordable for a person on youth allowance. So people skip nutritious meals to pay the rent. They turn off the heating. They get sick more often, and they face impossible choices between seeing a GP, eating 3 meals a day, or keeping a roof over their head. It's expensive for people to be poor, but what we don't talk about enough is how expensive it is for the government to keep people poor. Because what we are living through is not simply a cost of living crisis, it's a cost of inequality crisis. And it's one that this government could fix tomorrow if it chose to. Right now, we spend around $4 billion a year forcing people on income support to comply with so-called mutual obligations, obligations that are anything but mutual. These systems are punitive, bureaucratic and demeaning, and in many instances unlawful. And yet we know that even modest increases in income support deliver huge fiscal and social returns, saving the government money in health, housing and emergency services, improving people's well-being and strengthening local economies. It is literally more expensive for the government to maintain poverty than it is to end it. So the question has to be asked, if it's cheaper to lift people out of poverty, then why isn't this Labor government doing it? Because it's certainly not fiscally irresponsible, so what is it? Is it because punishing people who rely on welfare is actually the point? Labor went to 2 elections promising not to leave anyone behind, and yet we've gone from 1 in 8 to 1 in 7 people living in poverty. So yes, we can all agree that poverty is bad, but the excuses for inaction no longer stand. It's not too expensive to raise the rate, it's too expensive not to. Poverty is not inevitable, poverty is a political choice, and this government has the power right now to choose differently, to choose fairness, dignity and equality, to choose to end poverty in this country once and for all.
Senator Sharma.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. One of my first jobs as a graduate when I joined the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the year 2000 was to take a notable South Korean economist around Australia who was visiting to learn about the secrets of Australia's economic success, to talk to some of our economic officials, to talk to some of the architects of our large-scale economic reforms of the 80s and 90s, to meet with ministers. And I tell this story because back then, Australia was an economic model that was looking to be studied and replicated around the world. We had gone from being a laggard at the back of the pack in the 60s and 70s and 80s amongst advanced nations to one of the fastest growing economies in the 90s and 2000s. People wanted to know how had Australia managed to lift the speed rate of our economic growth without triggering inflation. What were the economic reforms we'd undertaken? And although that was a quarter of a century ago now, a lot has changed since then. We have gone from being a model to be emulated to a cautionary tale. No one comes to Australia to learn about our economic model anymore. If you look at the figures, I don't know which figures Senator Mulholland was quoting from, but it was from another universe, I think. In the OECD, living standards have gone up by 5% since 2022. That is the OECD average. Living standards in Australia have gone down by 7% since 2022. The economy per person, real GDP per capita, has gone backwards in Australia in 9 out of the last 12 quarters. Now, these figures are irrefutable. They're not subject to some sort of debate. Labor might herald its cost of living relief measures, but the truth is they are band-aids on an open wound. And if you think about what this means for us longer term, it's deeply alarming, because the Australian political and economic model, our political economy, has been built on the assumption of rising living standards generation to generation. Now, if you look at Australia in the post-war era, living standards doubled basically every 35 years, every generation. That was underpinned by average long-term growth in real GDP per capita of 2%. So what that meant was that each generation had more opportunities, access to better health care, access to better homes, more education, more training, more vacation, more leisure time. They were able to invest more in their own children. And that's the generational compact at work, the idea that you will leave the world and your successors a better hand than you were dealt. That generational compact is at risk of unravelling in Australia today, because if you look at our long-term growth rates, even if you take the RBA's optimistic forecast that productivity growth will average 0.7% per year over the next 2 decades, that is very optimistic because at the moment productivity is declining. At that pace of productivity increase, it's going to take 3.5 generations, basically 100 years, for living standards to double. So that means your children aren't going to be noticeably or materially better off. Your grandchildren aren't. It will be perhaps your great-grandchildren. And that's going to have huge consequences for Australia, because in an economy that is no longer growing, that is stagnant like the Australian economy has been, what politics becomes about is a contest for limited resources. It's a contest to redistribute the burdens and benefits of the tax and transfer system. And that's increasingly the sort of politics we see from the Labor government, attacking classes of alleged haves and giving them to classes of alleged have-nots. So whether it's people with self-managed superannuation funds, whether it's the elderly, whether it's people who own assets, these are the sorts of people Labor is targeting, not with a view to making the economy grow faster, but with a view to rewarding people who are screaming about being left behind in a stagnant economy. Now, that is the recipe for political populism. It's the recipe for zero-sum politics. And it heralds a future that we've never before seen in Australia. So rather than focusing on redistribution, rather than focusing on patching up the holes in the ship of Australia, I would urge the Labor government to heed some of the advice they were given at the Economic Summit, to constrain government spending, to look to boost productivity, to undertake tax reform and to get our economy moving again, because the future of our children depends on it.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And what a load of absolute hypocrisy by those opposite. To hear them talk about cost of living and wages. Now, if I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt, perhaps they've been a little preoccupied in recent weeks and months, arguing amongst themselves about energy policy, about net zero, figuring out who's in shadow cabinet, who's not in shadow cabinet. So giving them the benefit of the doubt, perhaps they've forgotten about the great work that our government has done on cost of living, on getting wages moving again, on bringing inflation down. But I also want to remind those opposite of the mess that they left us in, of their record on cost of living, on living standards. When we came to government, living standards were in freefall. Real incomes per person had dropped almost 4%, twice as fast as the OECD average. We know that people are doing it tough. We know. That's why we have made tackling costs of living our #1 priority. Since coming to government in 2022, fixing the mess that we were left by those opposite when they were in government, and since the election in May. We have turned those opposite, the record of those opposite, around. So I'm going to give them some updated numbers. Real incomes per person have grown 2.4% this year through to June, the strongest growth in almost 4 years. When we came to government, inflation had a 6 in front of it. Now it's almost half that. And after a decade of wage stagnation, we got wages moving again. Real wages have grown 1.3% through the year to June, the strongest growth in 5 years. And I'll just remind those opposite, it fell by more than 3% when they were on this side of the chamber. We have seen 7 consecutive quarters of wage growth under this government. And it's not happened by accident. It's happened because our government has backed wage rises for workers. We have backed wage rises for some of the most important workers in our nation. Workers in hospitality, in retail, in community support. And we've delivered record wage increases for aged care workers, for early childhood educators. Much of that, again, I remind those opposite, they have opposed. Now, I know that Senator Hume is quite fond of good coffee, and I'm glad the Senator mentioned coffee in her contribution just earlier. Thanks to Labor's cost of living relief, she'll be able to enjoy a little bit more coffee. Our tax cuts are putting more money in people's pockets. Tax cuts that I remind those opposite that you opposed in the lead up to the last election. Taxpayers, hard-working Australians would have been worse off in terms of the money in their pocket at the end of the working week under those opposite if they won the election. But we have rolled out these tax cuts for every taxpayer in the country.
And we have 2 further rounds of tax cuts to come in 2026 and 2027. We are also delivering on our promise to tackle cost of living. We are delivering another $150 off power bills. Households across the country will see that credit on their bills very, very shortly. We have provided more support to parents, extending paid parental leave to 6 months. We have expanded access to the single parent payment, helping more than 200,000 families. We've made free TAFE permanent. We've cut HECS debts, student debts. We're paying prac for students studying to be teachers, social workers, nurses and midwives. And we're supporting the next generation of tradies with $10,000 payments to help them finish their course. And of course, my friend Senator Mulholland talked about our investment in Medicare. Urgent care clinics so that you can see a doctor for free when you need it. From Saturday, increasing rates of bulk billing with our new bulk billing expenses. It is only this government that is committed to tackling cost of living, and we will not be lectured by those opposite who simply do not have the record to have any credibility on this issue.
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. One Nation is the only party that genuinely cares about getting Australia back on track. This matter of public importance is on the table today because of the failures of Labor to look after the best interests of the Australian people. They are too busy trying to look the part in Davos or getting ready for COP30 with their UN buddies to worry about everyday Australians struggling to put food on the table, to put petrol in the car, to pay the rent. One Nation isn't afraid to get up the nose of these international cartels that preach climate apocalypse while flying about in their private jets. We want to fix the problems faced by everyday Australians. We don't want net zero, which has driven up our power prices, with industry closing left, right and centre. Just today it has been reported that we might lose Tomago Aluminium, Australia's biggest smelter, with 40% of their operating costs being electricity. They are New South Wales' single largest electricity customer. That closure alone risks thousands of good jobs and leaves families dangling over the edge of financial ruin. This follows on from the Kwinana aluminium refinery in my home state of Western Australia, closing its doors last month. More Australians hung out to dry. Minister Bowen has now been forced to admit that energy prices will only increase further from here, after he was forced to release his top secret and heavily redacted energy report. They know that net zero will send Australians to the wall. They don't care. If that doesn't finish off vulnerable Australians, they have the next prong of their attack. Massive demand-side pressure on housing to drive up the cost of rents and homes via mass immigration and ill-conceived deposit schemes. Australians need relief. Australians need One Nation. One Nation is the only party that is committed to scrapping net zero, ending mass immigration and bringing the Australian dream back from the brink.
Yeah. Senator Smith.
There's only one question that Australians have to ask themselves. Australians with children and grandchildren only have to ask themselves one question. Are living standards for their children and their grandchildren likely to increase or decrease over coming years? There's only one honest answer to that question. And the honest answer, demonstrated by all of the evidence, all of the data, is that living standards in Australia are falling, and they're falling at rates we've never seen before. In Western Australia, that experience is particularly acute. The Reserve Bank of Australia has confirmed in data that it's made available to me, data that is publicly available, that mortgage stress now continues to dog West Australians under Labor. West Australians suffering mortgage stress have not seen any reprieve over the last few years. In fact, the number of Western Australians suffering mortgage stress and being 90 days in arrears on their mortgage payments has remained the same since 2023, and prior to that these were at high levels. To many West Australian borrowers, they are still falling behind on their mortgage repayments, and they're falling behind on their mortgage repayments because they're having to meet cost of living increases in other areas. Just today, Australian parliamentarians were presented with this report which talks about the Household Budget Barometer for 2025. And what does this report actually say? This report says that groceries continue to bite the hardest, with 1 in 5 Aussies, or 21%, listing them as their most burdensome expense. Price hikes are hitting every aisle, the report says. The report goes on to say home loans are also causing a headache, with repayments listed as the biggest pain point for about 18% of Australians, despite some relief having been delivered in the form of mortgage cuts. And it goes on to say that just 7% or 93%, just 7% or 93% of Aussies say the cost of living has improved in the past year. Just 7% of Australians think that cost of living pressures have improved in the past year. That means 93% do not believe that cost of living pressures have improved. It goes on to say that only 22% are optimistic about the future of the economy. That means 78% are not optimistic about the future of the economy. The report goes on to say we've heard from grandparents stepping in to help their adult children financially to ease the burden of higher mortgage rates, childcare fees and grocery bills. We've also heard from adult children supporting their ageing parents. No one is safe from falling living standards. No one can escape the cost of living pressures that are now facing Australian families. The report goes on to talk about debt regret, and it says credit card debt among survey respondents increased by 9% year on year, while buy now, pay later use jumped 8%. This could be attributed, the report says, to Australians being subject to larger bills and expenses that have been depleted their savings. Anecdotally, we heard some families resorted to debt to cover unexpected costs, like home repairs and medical expenses. Other people accumulated debts to maintain leisure and lifestyle purchases. The report goes on to say only 27% of respondents said they had no debts outside of a home loan, compared to 33% last year. And what did the report say about Generation X? The report says Generation X were most likely to carry debt card debt, 31%, while millennials were the most likely to use buy now, pay later schemes at 40%. There can be no denying, no one in our country, no grandparent, no parent, can say with any confidence that living standards for their children and their grandchildren will improve over the future. They can't say that. They cannot put their hand on their heart and say that, because the evidence makes it very, very clear that things are getting considerably worse for Australian families and Australian businesses.
Senator Smith, your time's expired. Thank you. The time for the discussion has now expired. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 of today's order of business. Are there any speakers on documents? Senator Askew.
I wish to take note of items 4 and 5 in documents on page 5 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Oh, no, sorry, you're seeking to leave to continue your remarks. My apologies. Sorry. Any other speakers? If not, I shall now proceed to tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Government whip. Senator Sheldon.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present Human Rights Scrutiny Report 5 of 2025.
Thank you.
And also,
You just have the call.
I also
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the third report of 2025 of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works.
On Public Works, let me find that one. Okay. Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I present the government response to the report of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit on its inquiry into the Defence 2022-23 Major Projects Report, and seek leave to have the document incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Minister. You've got one, Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Henderson, I present a statement by the Chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards, Ms Stanley, on the appointment of Commissioners of the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, and I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Okay, I'll put the question that we seek leave to take note. Those opinions say aye, against no. Done. Thank you. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I'd like to present the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, and I move that the Senate now take note of the report.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. The ayes have it.
I just wanted to add some remarks, if I may. The bill before the Senate amends the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act of 1979, the Surveillance Devices Act of 2004 and the Crimes Act of 1914 to support the proper administration of government, law enforcement, national security and criminal justice. The bill consists of 5 schedules. Schedule 1 would permit network activity warrant information to be used, communicated and recorded to meet disclosure obligations, or to be admitted in evidence where necessary to ensure the defendant is afforded a fair trial, or to respond to any such information admitted by the defence. Schedule 2 would transfer the statutory function of the Communications Access Coordinator from the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department to the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs. Schedule 3 would permit limited access to stored communications to allow agencies to undertake development and testing activities. Schedule 4 would address a technical issue with the operation of international production orders that prevents orders from being given to US-based prescribed communications providers. And Schedule 5 would clarify the threshold for authorising controlled operations and the circumstances in which a participant is protected from criminal responsibility and indemnified against civil liability. These amendments are highly technical, but at their core, they are about creating a nation where every Australian can feel safe. I must emphasise that this bill is not intended to create new laws or powers, but to clarify existing obligations and to ensure the workability of particular provisions within the telecommunications law that enable the crucial work of our national security agencies. Importantly, these amendments provide a platform for our agencies to adapt to the rapid evolution of technology-enabled criminal activity and keep Australians safe now and into the future. The committee received 5 submissions to its review, most of which express support for the bill in whole or in part. And the committee recommends that the bill pass with amendment, and I commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other reports? None? Yeah, oh, sorry, Senator Ciccone.
Thank you again, Deputy President. Deputy President, I'd like to present the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on the Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025, and I move that the Senate take note of the report.
And the question is the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against no. The ayes have it. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, Deputy President. Deputy President, I rise today to present the report on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for review of the Criminal Code Amendment, State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025. The bill amends the Criminal Code Act to create a new legislative framework enabling the listing of an entity as a state sponsor of terrorism. Under this framework, an entity may be listed if the minister responsible for the Australian Federal Police is satisfied it is a foreign state entity and it or one of its members has engaged in, prepared, planned, assisted or fostered the doing of a terrorist act that was targeted in Australia or advocated the doing of a terrorist act that was targeted at Australia. Before any regulations are made listing an entity as a state sponsor of terrorism, the AFP minister must 1. Obtain the Foreign Affairs Minister's agreement to the entity being specified for the purposes of that definition, and 2. Arrange for the Leader of the Opposition to be briefed in relation to the proposed regulation. The bill introduces new offences to criminalise terrorist activity by listed state entities or their proxies and conduct by persons who support such activities. In order to address potential consequences of criminalising state entities, the bill includes defences and exemptions to protect lawful engagement with listed entities for legitimate purposes, including humanitarian assistance. The committee received 15 submissions to its review, with most submissions expressing support for the bill in whole or in part. The committee held a public hearing on the 16th of October this year, and we are grateful to those who provided evidence to the inquiry in a very short time frame. I'd also like to note the great work by the Secretary for turning around the report so quickly. It is no secret that this bill follows ASIO's August announcement that the Iranian regime's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps had directed at least 2 attacks here in Australia in 2024. These amendments will strengthen Australia's counter-terrorism framework, allowing our national security agencies to take strong action against those who will do us harm. With this bill, the Albanese government is keeping Australians safe, which is the priority of any government, by making it more difficult for malicious foreign actors to operate in our nation. The committee has recommended amendments to facilitate parliamentary oversight of AFP counter-terrorism functions under the new Part 5.3a of the Criminal Code. The bill, with amendments, will give the committee the ability to monitor and review AFP counter-terrorism functions related to state sponsors of terrorism to the same extent that it monitors such functions in relation to non-state terrorist organisations. And on that note, the committee would otherwise support the bill and recommend that it be passed. And I commend the report to the Senate, Deputy President.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Senator Askew.
I'd like rise to take note of several reports and government responses. So I'd like to take note of items 9 and 10 on page 5 and items 13, 14, 15 and 19 on page 6 and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. If there are no further contributions, we shall now move to item 16. Are there any ministerial statements? No. Thank you. We'll now move to committee memberships. Excuse me. The President has received a letter nominating senators to be members of committees. Minister.
Thank you. I seek leave to move a motion to appoint senators to committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be appointed to committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed on the dynamic red.
Thank you. No further? Okay, thank you. On that, we'll just put the question to the Senate. So those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no? The ayes have it. Messages. Okay, thank you very much. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Treasury Laws Amendment, Payments System Modernisation Bill 2025 and the Telecommunications Legislation Amendment, 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Bill 2025. Thank you. Thanks, Rachel. A message has been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate of changes to the membership of joint committees. Thank you. If there are no further messages, I shall now call the clerk and Rachel. Clerk, sorry.
Government Business Orders of the Day number 3, Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
Thank you. And in continuation, I shall call Senator Cox.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And in my continuation, I want to continue talking about the 40-year celebration that we've just held in relation to the handback at Uluru Karajuda. The generosity that continues today when Australians visit Uluru or Kakadu or Baderi, they are not just visiting a national park, they're stepping onto living country, guided by people whose ancestors have walked there since time immemorial. Given that landmark celebration 40 years ago, that country, the importance of that, gives the Anangu people the rightful restoration of the rightful relationship of that sacred land that was restored. That moment and the generosity of sharing Uluru with all Australians reminds us that caring for country is both an ancient responsibility but also a shared national privilege. That responsibility and care is not just something of the past, it continues today. And this bill ensures that it continues into the future. This bill may in fact be small in size, but it means a great deal to our people and to the future of our national parks. It makes sure that the boards of management for the Kakadu National Park, Uluru Kardajura National Park and the Baderi National Park can keep making decisions about their country even when a management plan expires. Because right now, when a management plan runs out, the decision-making powers of those boards actually stops. That means that traditional owners who make up the majority of every board lose their authority to guide the protection of their own land. And that is in fact not right. That is what partnership looks like. That is not what respect for self-determination looks like. But this bill aims to fix that. It allows those Indigenous-led boards to keep leading, to keep deciding, to keep caring for country without interruption until a new management plan is in place. And these boards are in fact more than just committees. These are the living expression of partnership between traditional owners and the Australian government, and each is chaired by a traditional owner. It expresses and represents the deep cultural knowledge and the modern management skills that make our national parks thrive. When you go to Kakadu, you see that partnership in action. You see the burning patterns of the dry season, the fire used carefully and deliberately to protect wildlife and to reduce the late season blazes. That knowledge isn't new, it's in fact ancient. It's fire as medicine, not as a threat. And in Badari, on the south coast of New South Wales, you see community members restoring coastal health and managing invasive species. You see cultural camps teaching young people about seasonal changes, native foods and languages. At Uluru Kardajura, you see Anangu rangers welcoming visitors, interpreting rock art and keeping our sacred sites safe. You see a deep respect for the living culture that makes that landscape all so powerful. But you actually have to go and see that. You can't stand in this place and just read reports about it, because it's the expression of that that is so powerful. And the work that these boards do in fire management, conservation and in tourism, in the protection of those sacred sites is vital. It keeps country healthy and culture strong. What this bill says very clearly and very proudly is that Indigenous leadership in managing our national parks is not just symbolic, it is essential. And it is recognition that no one knows this land better than the people who have walked it for millennia. It is an affirmation that self-determination works, that when traditional owners have real authority, we get better outcomes for country and for the community. This bill reflects that the Albanese Labor government's approach, built on respect, built on partnership, and on delivering real, practical reforms that last. We have made it clear that we want environmental laws that work better for everyone, for the environment, for business, and for our communities. Those big reforms are underway, but this bill stands alone. It is being progressed now because the management plans for Badari and Kakadu are due to expire soon, and we could not wait. We won't risk silencing Indigenous voices in the management of those sacred places, not even for a day. It is the difference between this government and the last one. We act early, we act responsibly, and we act in partnership with the people whose knowledge and leadership make this work possible. Since 2022, the Albanese Labor government have taken real action to protect the environment and to support Indigenous stewardship of country. We've doubled funding in our national parks, including Kakadu and Uluru. We've invested $1.3 billion to expand the Indigenous Ranger program and doubling the number of rangers who manage feral animals, weeds and in fact manage fire on country. We've committed more than $600 million to protect threatened species and restore critical habitats. We've established Environmental Information Australia so that environmental data is transparent and is also accessible. And we've set up the world's first nature repair market, making it easier for businesses and community to invest in regenerating country. We are delivering the biggest reform to our environmental laws in a generation, and to make them stronger, fairer and much more effective. We are designing those reforms in consultation with traditional owners, environmental scientists and industry. Because real change must be built in partnership, not imposed from above. All of this is part of a bigger story, one where Labor is rebuilding trust, protecting nature and putting traditional owners at the centre of decision making. When we talk about country, we are talking about responsibility, about what we owe to the generations before us and the ones that's still to come. For our people, country is not something you own, it is something you belong to. It cares for you and in return, you care for it. That's what joint management is about. It's not about a legal arrangement, it's about a relationship. It's about a partnership between traditional owners, the Director of National Parks, and also the Commonwealth. It is a partnership that takes time, it takes patience, and above all, it takes respect. It means listening to the community, making spaces for cultural practice, and understanding that country has its own rhythms and its own law. This bill honours that relationship. It keeps it strong and continuous. It ensures that Indigenous voices don't fall silent because of an administrative gap. It might sound like a small technical fix, but for the boards and the communities affected, it means stability, it means confidence, and it means respect. It means that traditional owners won't wake up one morning to find that their authority has vanished because the date on a document has passed by. It means that our national parks, the beating heart of our environmental and our cultural heritage, will continue to be managed with care, with knowledge and with continuity. It also sends a very clear message that this government trusts and respects Indigenous leadership and that we are building an environmental system grounded in partnership, not paternalism. Because partnership means walking together. It means sharing responsibility and also sharing decision making. It means recognising that our future prosperity, our health, our climate, our biodiversity depends on the strengths of the oldest continuing culture on earth. This is a good bill. It is a practical bill. It is a respectful bill. It keeps traditional owners in charge of managing their country. It provides continuity and stability for our jointly managed national parks, and it, above all, reflects the Albanese government's commitment to real environmental reform. Reform that protects nature, empowers people, and strengthens culture. We often say that caring for country means caring for each other, and this bill makes sure that that continues. When our national parks are cared for properly, everyone benefits. The visitors, local communities, and the next generation of Australians who deserve to inherit the healthy environment and a living, thriving culture. Because when we empower traditional owners, we empower Australia. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator Little.
Thank you. Well, I rise today to speak on the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Amendment Board of Management Functions Bill 2025. We're actually here today because the Labor Party hasn't done its job. This bill actually addresses that. The Coalition, however, supports this bill. We do so because it delivers a necessary and practical fix to ensure continuity in the management of jointly managed Commonwealth reserves, Kakadu National Park in the Northern Territory, Uluru-Kata-Tjuta National Park, Northern Territory, and Budiri National Park in New South Wales. These places are not just world-renowned landscapes. They are land leased to the Commonwealth and co-managed in partnership with traditional owners, bringing together Western science and traditional knowledge of local ecosystems. This bill corrects a technical flaw in the existing EPBC Act. Under current law, when a parks management plan expires, typically every 10 years, the Board of Management loses its ability to make operational decisions. It can advise, it can plan, it can draft, but it actually can't decide. The management plans for Boordaree and Kakadu are both due to expire within weeks for Boordaree and early next year for Kakadu. Uluru Karajuda is not due to expire until 2030, and this bill sensibly allows those boards to continue making decisions consistent with the most recent management plan until the new one comes into force. It ensures continuity of governance, avoids bureaucratic paralysis, and ensures Indigenous participation in environmental management continues regardless of the expiry date on the plan. The Coalition supports that intent, but failure to plan to deliver on a key deliverable is the case in this new bill. While we support the bill, we do so with significant concerns about how the Albanese government has managed this process. Let's be clear. This bill is necessary only because the government failed to renew the management plans on time. Labor had 3.5 years to oversee that work. The agencies with responsibility to assist in the delivery of plans had 10 years. The expiry date for each plan is actually set in the plan itself. Yet we are here scrambling for a legislative fix just weeks before the deadline of one of those plans. This is not proactive governance. It's another example of a government that struggles on detail and delivery. This bill is a small technical measure, but the government has still managed to turn even this into a symbol of delay. The Environment and Communications Legislation Committee, which examined this bill, noted that it was being introduced urgently to preserve the decision-making powers of the boards for Boordaree and Kakadu before expiry. The committee also acknowledged that broader EPBC reforms remain incomplete. And that is the larger story. 3.5 years into the Albanese government, we are still waiting for the promised overhaul of that Act. The so-called nature-positive plan has become a bureaucratic nightmare, a plan with no timetable, no clear definitions, and no balance between conservation and the economy. Labor's first attempt at environmental law reform was frankly a debacle. The proposed Environmental Protection Authority was to be a new bureaucracy with unclear powers, larger penalties, and no guarantee of faster decisions. The Coalition believes you can protect the environment and support development at the same time. You can have both conservation and commerce. Labor's approach risks losing both. I too was reminded of the potential of co-management on the weekend at the 40th anniversary of Uluru Karajuda handback. It was a moment of reflection 40 years since the Crown formally recognised Anangu ownership and established joint management as a guiding principle. The anniversary celebrated the fusion of Western science and traditional knowledge, two systems of understanding the land that, when brought together, strengthen each other. Co-management must go beyond cultural symbolism. It must maximise economic opportunities, and they can coexist. Before the pandemic, annual tourist spending around Uluru exceeded $400 million. Yet too little of that wealth has flowed to local Aboriginal people to build and strengthen their communities. The Coalition believes these management frameworks should not only protect the environment, but also help Indigenous Australians harness tourism, employment and enterprise. The current operator of Ayers Rock Resort, Voyagers, employed 272 Indigenous Australians in 2022-23, down from 338 when the Coalition was last in government. And in 2019, it was actually 400. It's a decline that must be reversed. The Coalition supports a vision of Australia where Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people escape the cycle of welfare dependency and enter real jobs, not that Albanese government real jobs program. Under this legislation, land councils can act on behalf of traditional owners in drafting management plans. Effective consultation is crucial, of course, to avoiding future conflict. The Coalition urges the Albanese Government to strengthen the governance safeguards and for greater scrutiny of the consultation process. It's a process under and open to public and interested stakeholders and is not limited to Indigenous bodies or land councils. The Act, though, does describe how deep or inclusive that consultation must be. Sorry, it does not actually describe that. Leaving those decisions to the discretion of the Director of National Parks and the Minister. That is why all traditional owners who have an interest in these parks need to watch this space and ensure those consultations, like this legislation, are not rushed through in the same way. These are important consultations. This legislation before us fails to impose any clear time frame for when expired management plans must be renewed. Section 3663 of the Act merely requires boards and the Director of National Parks to act as soon as practicable. It's open-ended and unenforceable, and that's simply not good enough. Without a defined deadline, the government risks allowing these plans and the oversight they provide to drift indefinitely. Labor spent its first 18 months consumed by a $450 million referendum rather than practical action, and distraction left so much of what was important on the shelf. Yes, issues important to Indigenous Australians got reprioritised as the Prime Minister took the nation on the divisive journey that was the referendum was to Parliament. The Coalition's approach is grounded in three principles. First, practical empowerment, ensuring Indigenous Australians can benefit directly from economic activity on their land. That means better training, better business partnerships, and a focus on outcomes, not administration. Second, sound governance. Funding must only go to organisations that demonstrate accountability and transparency and compliance with the requirements of any regulator. The Coalition, when last in government, commissioned reforms to streamline environmental approvals and strengthen Indigenous participation. Labor blocked them then, now is belatedly trying to reinvent them. They also invent this fixation that the Coalition is not interested in Indigenous advancement or in environment. The first IPA, the first Indigenous protected areas in Australia, was in my home state of South Australia in 1998. An Indigenous protected area is managed to ensure the survival and the support of threatened species, flora and fauna. IPAs were put in place under John Howard, under his Coalition government. I've also worked, before coming into this place, on projects that have actually been about the preservation of threatened species. I've done the firework that needs to be done, and I know how important that is. The Senate committee that looked at this legislation did notice some concerns about decision-making under expired management plans, particularly whether such decisions would reflect up-to-date science and cultural knowledge. That's why this can't go on indefinitely. The Coalition expects the Minister for the Environment to report regularly on progress of new management plans for Kakadu and Boodaroo. We expect transparency in how those plans are developed, including the degree of consultation with traditional owners and local communities. Not just with those who are agreeable, they should be at the table too. The bill also includes a safeguard requiring the Director of National Parks to notify the Minister if a board's decision is contrary to the most recent management plan that is appropriate. Ultimately, the real test will be delivery. In closing, it cannot be ignored that this bill exists because the government failed to do its job to ensure that others did theirs. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Minister.
Waiting for you to call me, sorry, Deputy President, hello. I rise to contribute and sum up this debate on behalf of the Minister. And I did just want to put a couple of things on the record that will hopefully assist our consideration of any amendments. First of all, can I say, can I thank all senators for the contribution, for the thoughtful debate about this very important bill. I note that the Prime Minister and the Minister had the opportunity on the weekend to visit Uluru for the 30th anniversary of the handback of the lands of the Angunu people. This follows 40 years of successful joint management and really tells a story about that sacred place that's been cared for incredibly well. It's open, it's accessible, it remains a place of great significance for Australians and a great source of pride as well. Just like the Hawke government in the 80s, the Albanese government is committed to providing traditional owners with greater control over the management of their country, and this bill will contribute to that goal. It will allow boards of management of jointly managed Commonwealth reserves to continue making decisions after a management plan expires, providing those decisions are consistent with the plan. This would maintain the board's decision-making ability until a new management plan comes into effect. This bill supports participation by traditional owners in matters relating to management of their country, continuity of decision-making, and consistency of governance arrangements for Commonwealth Reserve management. Now, I do want to acknowledge and thank the committee, the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee, that recommended that this bill be passed, and acknowledge inquiry participants' broad support for the bill's overall objectives. I do note the additional comments made by Coalition and Greens political party that support the intent of the bill but seek further reforms. The bill is a standalone and time-critical amendment to the EPBC Act, which is being progressed independently of government's broader environment reforms. And in that vein, I do want to address the second reading amendment, and I proposed by the Greens, just to really point out what this bill does, what it doesn't, and what the government's doing to engage on these very critical issues. Firstly, it won't be a surprise to senators down that end of the chamber, but the government doesn't support the amendment. The bill is about ensuring that traditional owners maintain their ability to make decisions in relation to national parks that are jointly managed by government and traditional owners. That is a key form of partnership and traditional owner participation in management of country. The bill is unconnected to broader environment reforms being progressed separately, and the Greens know this. The Albanese Labor government is committed to delivering environmental cultural heritage law reform in this term of government. We know that First Nations communities, business and industry are seeking greater certainty through a clearer, simpler process. That's why we've partnered with the First Nations Heritage Protection Alliance to deliver cultural heritage reforms in this term of government. This partnership underpins the Australian government's approach to responding to recommendations made in two reports handed down by the Joint Standing Committee on Northern Australia following an inquiry into the destruction of the 46,000-year-old caves at Juukan Gorge. The government and the Alliance have been engaging with First Nations stakeholders, conservation and environment organisations and industry to identify priority areas in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Heritage Protection Act that need to be modernised and strengthened. We are committed to making sensible reforms to better protect our environment and deliver certainty to the industry. This government wants to work with parties like the Greens to deliver better environmental outcomes and increase productivity. We think that the Greens political party should listen to the message of the Australian people that they gave them very clearly and work with the government, not against them, so that we can achieve these reforms together for the Australian people. This bill is a standalone and time-critical amendment to the EPBC Act. This bill is about providing traditional owners with greater control over the management of their own country. Our government is committed to delivering environmental and cultural heritage law reforms in this term of government, and we intend to do that in consultation with First Nations stakeholders, the conservation and environmental organisations and industry. I thank members for their contribution and I commend this bill to the Senate.
There being no further contributions, the question before the chair is that Senator Waters' second reading amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question for the chair is that Senator Waters' second reading amendment be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Askew, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 29. The question is resolved in the negative. I now put the question on the second reading. Those in favour say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk. No amendments have been circulated. So unless any senator requires it, we will not have a committee stage. Does any senator seek a committee stage? No. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes.
All right, so no committee stage is required. Minister.
I might have to get some... I wonder if I'm going to move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is that this bill now be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister. Oh no, Clerk, sorry. All getting confused.
Bill for an act to amend the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 and for related purposes. Government Business Orders of the Day number 4. Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025. Second reading debate.
Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, it's good to be back. This certainly is the week for... It's a long time to speak, 17 minutes, but I'll have 17 minutes, 20 seconds. But 27, I'll have 27 too. I'd timed my speech precisely.
I'm sure the clock will be fixed, Senator Dunningham.
Excellent. Well, look, regardless, this is the week for tinkering around the edges. Deputy President, can I tell you, just now we've passed legislation in this place to deal with an administrative issue relating to the management of national parks in this country, while after 3 years of absolutely nothing except closed-door meetings to deal with environmental law reform and stakeholders signing non-disclosure agreements, this is all we've passed. And here now we have legislation in the middle of a cost of living crisis, an energy crisis, which you talked about today, and I'm pleased Minister Ayres is here today. And this is the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024. And can I tell you, at a time when people can't pay their power bills, this is Labor's answer to fix it all. You know, the idea that when they promised back in 2022, or the lead up to the 2022 election, that Australians would pay $275 less on their power bills by this year, I might add, Deputy President, by this year, that was the promise. And there was only one minister that had the guts to to be able to repeat that number in the last term of Parliament. That was Minister Ayres, and I have to give him credit for that. Everyone else had this allergic reaction, this aversion to repeating that number, which was repeated ad nauseum in the lead up to the 2022 election. It was as if the promise was never made. 97 times, of course, it was a number we talked about in question time today. 97 was the number of times the promise was made ahead of that election in 2022. And of course, after that, it was the number of which we shall not speak. A number that did not matter anymore. A number that Australians might have banked on, but hey, it doesn't matter. Power bills have gone up on average since that point in time by $1,300 per year per household. So instead of dealing with the substance of the issue, which everyone talks about, the Labor Party, this government say they have an answer to, they want to tinker around the edges again. They want to deal with the back end of things, the bureaucratic side of things, the issues that actually won't make a difference to households. It is really a case, sadly, of the wrong priorities when it comes to what this government's doing. And indeed, again today, I do wonder whether the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2024 would do anything to assist those major industrials that are struggling with the cost of energy at the moment. Something that's quite topical, and I know the Minister is focused on that. I've spoken to him directly about his efforts to try and assist in my home state some of the heavy emitters there and intensive energy users in the form of smelters in the north of the state. But will this bill do anything to assist them? No, it won't. Yet here we are, one of their first pieces of legislation in this term related to the energy portfolio, and it does diddly squat to assist those businesses that altogether would employ tens of thousands of Australians, particularly in regional communities. And it was asked about today in question time. What are you going to do? And the Minister, the government says that they're working on supply side, they're working on bringing on generation. Well, I want to see the evidence of that because it just isn't there. The end result, of course, is that we have the situation we now face, and that is that, the Australian community struggle under the weight, the immense weight of electricity prices in this country. It isn't just the $275 missing from this equation. It is now $1,300 in the opposite direction. And that's just a household. That is a household that runs hot water and dishwashers and kettles, typical domestic use. So then let's think about those businesses, of course, that burn so much energy at such great cost, and they have nowhere else to get it. And these are often owned by international companies, as we know, as is often talked about in this place. Businesses that make decisions about where they're going to invest, where they'll expand their operations, should they continue to invest in these entities here in Australia to shore up their ongoing and future operation. And of course, in doing so, securing the jobs of hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of hard-working men and women across the country. But when they're making those decisions, of course, the reality is that one of those key inputs to the decision-making process is the cost of doing business here. And one of those key costs is energy, amongst others, that this government has driven up. So they are making decisions, tough ones, sadly, as a result of the business conditions in this country, driven by bad government policy or inaction, whichever you want to pick, where it is more expensive to do business here than it has been for a very, very long time. And so we are seeing businesses offshore their operations. This is disastrous for jobs. It's an appalling outcome and something we should all be concerned about. And of course, along with that, of course, comes worse environmental and indeed emissions outcomes. If you do business somewhere else that doesn't have the regime that is in place here in Australia when it comes to emissions disclosure, you do it somewhere else where they don't care, because that is the nature of what's happening here. And so globally, there is a much more negative outcome than we've had previously. So does the bill deal with any of that? No, sadly it doesn't. It doesn't deal with higher energy prices, it doesn't deal with emissions, it doesn't deal with renewable energy investment rates, which of course have stalled in this country because of the approvals process, and we talked about that in the debate on the last bill. It doesn't talk about energy security either, for that matter. It doesn't deal with the fact that risks are escalating around the likelihood of energy blackouts or indeed even brownouts in the coming months as the system goes under strain because of increased consumption. All this does is deal with the bureaucratic end of things, and that is an arrangement relating to the public service and how we structure the Australian Energy Regulator and the ACCC. This isn't going to deal with any of the problems that we face in this country, and we're yet to see a credible answer. It's been 3 years, and I heard today again the Government Minister, the Assistant Treasurer, Dr Molino, saying, well, don't worry about the Treasury modelling, don't worry about some of the concerns that we are seeing come down the train line at great pace towards the Australian community when it comes to increased costs of energy. These issues are going to be short-term. And the government's answer thus far has been to use taxpayers' money, these are the same people who are paying higher power bills, to rebate on these higher power bills. So they're paying twice for these higher power bills. There is no lower electricity cost. It is just using the money these people pay in tax to then notionally reduce their power bill by giving them a rebate. This is not good policy, but it was the only one that could be pointed to today by the Assistant Treasurer in terms of how to actually deal with increased energy costs. And I don't think that's fair, especially when the promise was made, specifically by the Prime Minister, a number of ministers, multiple times in the lead up to their first election victory, that power prices would go down by $275 a year. Obviously, this legislation was given a very short hearing in front of the Economics Committee on the 12th of August. That hearing was intended to ensure that there was not a need for additional funding to be provided to these bureaucratic entities, the AER or the ACCC. There was some suggestion that there would be some efficiencies gained out of this separation of entities. But again, is this the outcome that Australians want the government to be striving for when they can't afford to pay their power bills? And I think anyone in this chamber, including the government, would say, no, it's not. Now, they may say job not done, more to do, of course, but we will not rest, because it is the Australian people who are missing out, who've been dudded in this arrangement, who are still paying higher power bills, who are not getting energy security when they need it, whose jobs are on the line because the businesses they work for, of course, don't have the certainty they need when it comes to cheaper power. And we only have to go back to the catalyst for some of these significant employers in regional Australia. In my home state of Tasmania, I've referenced these employers already, but the smelters we have in the northern part of Tasmania, of course, came to Tasmania, which, as anyone would know, is geographically as far from the rest of the world as you can possibly be. So participating in an intensive industry such as metal smelting in Tasmania, to then only have to ship your goods to market great distance and therefore at great cost, means there must have been a very attractive proposition to get you to do business there in the first place. And that was cheap energy. In Tasmania, that was in the form of cheap hydro, reliable, clean, renewable energy, of course. But now, because of what has happened in the national electricity market under this government's policy settings, under this government's failed promises to deliver completely the opposite of what they have, power prices have gone up. Tasmanians are paying more for energy, and indeed it means businesses are becoming uncompetitive. It is those energy costs which are much higher, making it harder to do business, jeopardising those jobs. So Australians are getting it every which way. In the mailbox when they go to pay their power bill, at the workplace where their jobs are now less certain, and it is an all-round nightmare for Australians in business and for households themselves. And all this government is able to do is bring in this bill to separate bureaucratic entities and tinker at the back end. It is a crying shame, but it's something we're coming to expect from this government. More needs to be done, and the Coalition will certainly be holding them to account on this.
Senator Darmanin.
Thank you, Deputy President. The purpose of this bill is quite straightforward.
it is clear and specific in its purpose to establish the AER as a standalone Commonwealth entity, separating it from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. And whilst that's a pretty simple and straightforward proposition, and perhaps not as exciting as some of the other bills that we debate in this place, it is absolutely essential for good governance. Unlike Senator Dunningham's remarks just then around it being a back-end bureaucratic exercise, we on this side think that good governance is extremely important for our public institutions. And so to have better outcomes for families, businesses and industries, we absolutely need good governance to meet the challenges for today and tomorrow. When the AER was created in 2005, it was a very different organisation to what it is today. Then it had just 15 staff and a budget of $6.5 million. Today it has almost 400 staff, a $96 million budget and a responsibility for enforcing more than 3 times as many laws, monitoring 4 times as many participants and regulating 58 retailers. The scale of the AER has transformed, yet its governance structure, still linked to the ACCC, has remained unchanged. The board is currently responsible for regulatory decisions, but the ACCC chair retains authority over staff and funding. Responsibility and accountability must sit together, and that is long overdue. Hardly some back-end bureaucratic tidy-up. This reform has been recommended in review after review over more than 10 years. The Vertigan Review, the Finkel Review and the Energy Security Board Review, and it has been unanimously agreed to by state and territory ministers. Some might say this is long overdue. Most recently, the Senate Economics Committee also examined the bill and reported strong, broad and consistent support. We heard evidence from both the AER and the ACCC. The AER want this, the ACCC want this. This bill will bring the governance practices for the AER into 2025, and it will make the AER board the accountable authority and its chair the head of agency. The bill will allow the AER to source shared services flexibly, and it will also guarantee staff who will transfer without any loss of pay or conditions under the existing enterprise agreement. What the bill does not do is also just as important. It will not alter the AER's core functions. The bill will not change how its board is appointed, and the bill will not have a negative effect on energy prices. What this bill will do is simply give the regulator the governance structure that it needs to do its job effectively in 2025. The benefits are quite clear and straightforward. The bill will resolve the disconnect between responsibility for regulatory decision-making and organisational, budgetary and governance authority more broadly. It strengthens the AER's culture and also its independence. And importantly, it makes the regulator more agile as it guides Australia through the clean energy transition. And ultimately, it will deliver better outcomes for consumers, households and businesses alike. Without this reform, the AER would remain tied to the ACCC. Its board would continue to make regulatory decisions without control over staff or budgets, which is absurd. That would mean duplication, inefficiency and weaker results for consumers. The truth is that the AER has outgrown its origins as a small branch of the ACCC. Today, it is a regulator of national significance with responsibilities that reflect the scale of the energy transformation that is underway in this country. This bill is about good governance. It aligns responsibility with accountability, and it gives one of Australia's most important regulators the independence that it needs. And above all, it ensures that Australian households and businesses are served by a regulator that is fit for the challenges ahead. Thank you, Deputy President.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. The Australian Energy Regulator manages the energy network transformation as we shift from last century's centralised polluting machinery into a decentralised smart network of clean technologies and households in charge of their own energy. This transition is going way too slow to avoid colliding with a 3-degree world. And this legislation won't change that terrifying course that we're stuck on. Despite knowing in detail how devastating a 3-degree increase in temperatures would be, and they know because of the Climate Risk Assessment report, there doesn't seem to be any enthusiasm by the government to use its numbers in the House and work with the Greens in the Senate to put in place policies that would rapidly drive down emissions. If Labor hadn't spent every moment since the election approving gas projects for Woodside, granting their fairy tale CCS projects major project status and inviting them to the Economic Reform Roundtable, the government could have actually been setting a decarbonisation agenda so that the AER could really get to work in transforming our energy system. We need the AER to help get homes and businesses to disconnect from gas while managing the shrinking customer base and ensuring that low-income households aren't unfairly punished. We do welcome the bill for that reason. But unfortunately, the AER has plenty of time to work out how to deal with this inevitable gas death spiral because the government isn't lifting a finger to electrify homes and businesses. They see no urgency in slowing down Australia's fossil fuel and in particular gas use. They've got no policy prescriptions for how they'll reach their 2035 climate target, and so instead have to rely on their future gas strategy, which actually only looks at how to develop more and more gas fields. Not once does this strategy look at how to reduce gas demand, because there's no donors in the electrification industry giving money to the Labor Party. The government couldn't even bring itself to support the Climate Change Authority's recommendation to end gas connections for newly built homes. That's the first step on the journey to remove gas from our networks, and they can't even agree to that. If the government doesn't even have the courage to do the lowest cost, least intrusive gas policy, then we are all in deep, deep trouble. We need the AER to do lots of important things and make important changes, but they can't do it without government ambition. We need smooth and fast connections of renewables to the grid so projects aren't just sitting idle. We need to integrate electric vehicles into our energy system so we decarbonise our transport as well as energy sectors. We need farmers and councils and households to be able to sell clean energy to their neighbours, and we need them to enable demand response of industrial users of energy to limit network costs and reduce energy use. But most of all, we need the government to set the direction and the urgency of this work. These are all complex and delicate issues that the AER is responsible for. This bill would give the AER authoritative control over the resources and the people needed to do those things. The Greens will support this bill so that the AER are ready to go if the government ever decides that they're serious about doing this transition in the tiny time frame that we have left to us. The bill will also remove the governance risks that currently arise with a split responsibility shared with the ACCC. And now that the AER will have direct control over its resources, and after this bill passes will be accountable to its own board in how those resources are used. I can't imagine how anyone would think of that as a controversial bill, and yet it was opposed by the coalition in the last parliament just because it involved energy policy. In fact, this bill was recommended by 3 reviews that occurred under a coalition government: the Vertigan Review of 2015, the Finkel Review of 2017 and the Energy Security Board Review of 2020. They couldn't even implement the most basic of changes to the energy system because of the rock-throwing cave dwellers who wield power within the Liberal and National parties. This bill in and of itself won't help reduce emissions, which have not come down for 5 years, but it will empower the regulator and give them the certainty to make these important decisions in the transformation to zero emissions, even if they are constrained by the government's take-it-as-she-goes approach. We need this government to actually do the things necessary to make the transition, and in order to do so, they need to stop taking the donations from the coal and gas companies. They need to stop dishing out approvals to the coal and gas companies like confetti, and they need to actually help households adopt clean energy and make sure we can all have a safe future.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. The Coalition supports the intention behind this bill, the Australian Energy Regulator Separator Bill, which is to implement more efficient and effective governance arrangements for the Australian Energy Regulator, a regulator operating in a sector that is of paramount importance to the Australian people at this moment. This bill amends the Competition and Consumer Act of 2010 to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. The effect of this will be that the AER operational control over its own resources, staff and governance arrangements. As Assistant Shadow Energy and Emissions Minister, I have both been briefed by the AER and the ACCC and also participated in the Senate Economics Committee inquiry into the bill. As was the case in the briefing, evidence given at the public hearing of that inquiry confirmed the separation would generate positive efficiency outcomes that would ultimately benefit consumers as well as delivering greater transparency. During the inquiry, the Coalition sought a nil net cost guarantee in relation to the separation and a commitment that any one-off costs would be absorbed by the AER. The Department confirmed the bill would not lead to any future budgetary or resourcing increases. The ACCC also gave evidence that it will not employ any new staff as a result of the AER separation. Coalition senators did note that a shared services offer for ICT and property services is still being developed, and we observe these should be finalised as soon as possible in the interests of a smooth separation. I again state that the Coalition will use the estimates process throughout the rollout of the separation to ensure the efficiency and budgetary claims that have been made do occur and the best interests of consumers are in fact served. It's important to reflect on the energy reality unfolding in our country behind this bill, and that is that growing energy insecurity also means growing economic insecurity for Australians. Affordable, reliable energy underpins our national economy and supports productivity. Manufacturing, industry, agriculture and small business sit next to emerging technologies like cyber and AI in needing a dependable, accessible national electricity grid. However, under the Albanese government, Australians are experiencing an energy price crisis. Electricity prices have risen by more than 30% on Labor's watch, according to the most recent data. In fact, while Prime Minister Anthony Albanese promised Australians savings of $275 on their annual electricity bills, prices have in fact soared up to $1,300 more than Labor promised. It's no surprise that many are struggling as a result, with Anglicare Australia revealing in its most recent cost of living index that, and I quote, "For the majority of the households we modelled, energy bills are simply unaffordable." Unquote. Minister Chris Bowen and Labor have overseen back-to-back hits to household and business budgets. Under the Australian Energy Regulator's default market offer for 2025-26, which came into force from 1 July this year, residential electricity bills have increased by up to 9.7% and small business electricity bills by up to 8.5%. As the incoming government brief from the Department of Climate Change, Energy and the Environment and Water, which the Coalition recently compelled the government to release, notes, and I quote, "The DMO points to a further significant increase in retail electricity prices next financial year," end quote. To put that into dollar terms, CanStar predicts the average power bill to rise by approximately $228. And under Labor, it's $228 that many Australians can ill afford. Labor cannot be believed when it comes to the cost of their energy and emissions reduction policies. The now Albanese government took three relevant promises to the 2022 election: a $275 cut to bills by 2025, 82% renewables by 2030 and 43% emissions reduction plans. They have either failed or are failing on all three. As I noted earlier, power prices are up to $1,300 more than what was promised for 2025-26. Nor is Labor on track to reach its 82% target, with experts forecasting, and this is in the most optimistic scenario, the Albanese government may reach just 65%. Professor Ross Gardo, Labor's own long-term advisor, has claimed the government will miss its own 82% target, and I quote, "by a big margin," unquote. The Climate Change Authority says a 15 megatonne reduction annually is required to reach Labor's target, but instead emissions are in fact increasing under Labor. Latest emissions data shows that in the year to December 2024, emissions were 446.4 megatonnes, or nearly 6 megatonnes more emissions than under the coalition's last year in government. It's worth putting on record again that the coalition achieved an average reduction of 12 megatonnes every year. The DQ incoming government brief further confirms Labor is not on track for 2030, advising Minister Bowen, and I quote, "Emissions reductions need to accelerate rapidly," end quote, and that, quote, "a strong push," end quote, is needed. We are in a critical debate about our nation's energy future, and Australians have a right to and must be involved and engaged. But to do so, they need clear visibility of the electricity grid transition costs. So while it's deeply concerning generally that the Centre for Public Integrity has revealed the Albanese Labor government to be one of the least transparent in the modern era, this is a particular problem when it comes to Labor's energy policies. At the end of July, the CSIRO handed down its final Gen Cost report, but refused to reveal its modelling on Labor's renewable integration costs. I turn back a final time to Minister Bowen's incoming government brief, noting the Albanese government's efforts to prevent its public release and subsequently releasing a copy so redacted 97% of pages were partly or completely blacked out. The Productivity Commission has released an interim report on its inquiry into investing in cheaper, cleaner energy and the net zero transformation. That report reveals that the net zero transition will cost even more than expected, and greater government intervention, regulation, incentives and carbon pricing are needed to meet the emissions reduction targets. The Productivity Commission's report does not provide any detail on the overall cost to the Australian economy to achieve the government's net zero by 2050 target. It confirms that we have what we've known since Labor came to power in 2022, and that is that Minister Bowen is recklessly chasing renewables at any cost, and in doing so seeking to hide the real cost to Australian businesses and families. Renewable infrastructure construction costs have soared. Australia is projected to be on its worst year for wind turbine construction in a decade, according to Rystad Energy. The cost of turbines has climbed between 50 and 80%, while the cost of installing those turbines has climbed by up to 100%. Minister Bowen has meanwhile bolstered the capacity investment scheme with the money of Australian taxpayers while refusing to disclose the cost of the program. Again, I quote Professor Ross Garnaut before, and I do so again. He recently revealed, and I quote, "There are now virtually no new investment commitments for solar and wind generation that do not have CIS or Capacity Investment Scheme or other government underwriting," end quote. It's a combination of cost increases and falling private investment that Australians are paying dearly for. There was a clear message in the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner's 2024 annual report also, and that was that the Albanese government's approach to energy transition is leaving many communities behind. Those communities are facing higher bills and greater uncertainty, and Labor has no plan to fix it. The report outlined that the Commissioner's office logged 152 new cases in 2024, the third highest year on record, and has now handled over 1,000 cases since its establishment. The Commissioner observed that, and I quote, "There are significant concerns being raised in communities and lessons to be learnt and ongoing community challenges that must be addressed," end quote. The report also noted, and I quote, "a recurring theme of a sense of communities not being informed, respected and at worst being patronised, or that engagement is a tick-the-box exercise rather than a meaningful one," end quote. Some of the specific concerns highlighted in the report include landholders feeling they have lost control of their own property, confusion over inconsistent planning processes across states and territories, and growing unease about how decommissioning of large projects will be handled, including the costs and responsibilities of recycling and disposal. In stark contrast to Minister Bowen's net zero at any cost approach, the report warned, and I quote, "We should focus on our shared objectives of affordability, reliability and sustainability to ensure we can efficiently continue the energy transition," end quote. The Coalition believes Australia needs an energy policy that ensures affordability, reliability and a fair go for local communities, while supporting innovation and investment in the technologies that will secure Australia's energy future. And while, as I've said, we support the intention of this bill, I conclude by putting two things on the record. This bill is a bureaucratic measure that, while it has the potential to cut red tape at the AER and the ACCC, will not lower power prices. And secondly and finally, we, the Coalition, will use the estimates process where needed and if needed to ensure that the claimed efficiencies are in fact realised.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I rise today in strong support of the Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill, and that's specifically what we're here to discuss. We can all reflect on where the energy debate has gone globally and in Australia, and where it will head in a trajectory towards our net zero commitments, and also meeting the classical trilemma of affordable, reliable and clean. And that is the challenge that the government's broad energy settings are focused on, and that is informed by, as Malcolm Turnbull used to say, engineering and economics. And that is a great way to approach this challenge that we have. And in fact, that's exactly what the AEMO system plan seeks to do. The integrated system plan shows that we do have a challenge to replace our ageing coal fleet in Australia. That cannot be denied. So as much as we like to live in the past, on the other side of politics, we need to focus on the future. And while it's fine to diagnose problems, we actually need to say, how do we address that fundamental challenge of replacing that ageing coal fleet that has served us very well historically, but is not the answer to our future energy transition and challenges, opportunities that go with that. So the integrated system plan clearly showed that replacing those coal plants with a mix of renewables plus storage plus investment in transmission, so we can actually put the renewables where the renewable assets are, where the wind blows hardest and where the sun shines brightest, and we can connect that up with the transmission, and that's part of the Rewiring the Nation agenda. That is the lowest cost way, those 3 points. Renewables, storage, transmission investment is the lowest cost way to supply electricity to homes and businesses while reaching net zero. And if there's another plan out there, I'd love to hear it, because, as I said, this debate should be informed by engineering and economics, and let's have that discussion. But that is the integrated system plan that's been put out. The Productivity Commission also looked at this issue, and its interim report, Investing in Cheaper, Cleaner Energy and the Net Zero Transformation, explicitly looked at this challenge and around how do we reduce costs in electricity, heavy industry and transport sectors while reducing the net zero goal. How do you make that compatible? And similarly, they found a mix of renewables, storage and transmission is the way to go, and that's where technology and investment is focused globally. I know people like to talk about outliers, but the overwhelming global community and global economy is focused on those issues, because it's not just about environmentalism, it's also actually how do we give a future for our industry and remain economically competitive with the lowest cost clean energy available, and that's the recipe to do it, to those three. And I speak to this issue not only as a senator representing Tasmania, but also someone who has an economic background and has looked at this issue and how technology and policy and economics intersect. And certainly from a Tasmanian perspective, that piece about energy reliability, equity and productivity, they're inseparable from certainly Tasmania and most parts of Australia, our long-term prosperity. So if we actually just get to the specifics of what this bill proposes, it establishes the Australian Energy Regulator as a standalone Commonwealth entity. So why is that important? It makes it distinct and autonomous from the ACCC, which has has some very important functions, but the AER has really outgrown the ACCC, and it does merit its own statutory body separate from the ACCC. So what it will do is endow it with its own governance structure, staffing autonomy, funding mechanisms and accountability framework. So this matters because the AER oversees the energy market, which, as I've just outlined, is now one of the most complex and dynamic systems in Australia. The energy market is evolving so rapidly, the technology is changing so swiftly, and it's subject to so many shifting sands globally, geopolitical, economic, industrial and household bills. This is something that you really need a specialist regulator to develop the expertise, the muscle, that they can actually look at these issues long term. And having a separate AER that will understand that profound transformation across the country is important, and that's the objective of the bill. And I said that transformation happening in my home state. Obviously, Tasmania leads the nation in this space. We've been renewables for a long time through our proud hydro-industrialisation, has served our economy very well. And 100% is not where we were at. We're actually focused on 200% renewables, and we're going to get there. And we're going to do it in a way that delivers reliable electricity like we always have, and we're actually going to do it in a way that helps make a contribution to the national economy through both the existing Basslink and the now commissioned Marinus Link. This allows Tasmania to actually make a contribution to the NEM, the National Electricity Market, by producing at different times when the nation is in need of excess power. We're able to unlock those hydro dams, provide a contribution to the nation to keep those economies running. And that's why we need to be building out our transmission, which unlocks the investment in renewables as quickly as possible. And that's something you're seeing across the globe. The race to provide more electricity generation is on, and we need to be part of that. And that's a big part of what you're seeing around that other great shift going on at the moment, artificial intelligence, and making sure that we actually have the power to supply those huge needs of data centres globally. And when those investors with mandates to invest in data centres, the sustainability of the energy supply is a huge part of what they look at. So we actually need to make sure that we've set up an energy system that supplies our technology sectors in a way that will make them sustainable, and investors will continue to invest in those sectors. And that means looking at that bottom line to make sure that the source of their power is actually sustainable, not just affordable. So that is actually something that's on. But the history of economic development is the more electricity generation and the higher energy intensity an economy becomes, you've seen that rapid growth. And we want to continue to see energy generation, because largely that means we're investing in economic activity, and that's a good thing. Under the current structure, the limitation of the AER is that it's beholden to the ACCC for staffing, budgeting and operational prioritisation. And I think this is self-evidently, it's a structural impediment to performance, agility, innovation that our energy market needs at this time. I think you could make the analogy that it's akin to a modern tech startup being asked to operate under the governance of some traditional corporate hierarchy. It just doesn't work. So we don't want a result which brings slower decisions, a diluted focus and a regulator that's ill-positioned for the scale of those economic challenges ahead. So this bill gives effect to actually what's been looked at through several independent reviews in this space, and also subject to multiple interjurisdictional ministers looking into the same issue, and they've all come to the same conclusion that we do need this separation within the entities. So in considering this bill, let's just recall some of the strong governance reform pathway by three of the reviews. The 2015 Vertican review, which found that while our energy market institutions are broadly sound, the AER lack the autonomy to meet future challenges, and it recommended full management and financial independence from the ACCC. and control over its own staff and resources, a clear institutional separation, of course while retaining cooperative links where beneficial. Mike Vertigan, I should say, a former proud Tasmanian Secretary of the Treasury, and another Tasmanian who's had a great input into this was a 2020 review by Rhys Edwards, who also did a review of the Energy Security Board, and again underscored the importance of clear, accountable governance. His review recommended a streamlined structure and stronger institutional clarity once the Energy Security Board's transitional role had ended. So that's a great contribution from Dr Mike Vertigan and Mr Rhys Edwards, who was a former Secretary of Tasmania's Department of Premier and Cabinet. So it's clear the great contribution our state is making to this energy transition. And one of the other reviews was, of course, the Finkel review, which did set out a blueprint for a secure, reliable and lower emissions energy future. And one of the pillars was stronger governance, and recognising clear roles and independent oversight are essential to delivering that transition. So the Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025 delivers on this long line of advice. It enshrines the AER's independence, strengthens accountability and positions it to respond decisively to the evolving demands of Australia's energy market. So just as these reviews envisaged, that's what is being delivered in this bill. No deviation. And really, when we're talking about putting great powers in a regulator, institutions are really important. And in fact, if we look at the recent Nobel Prize winners, they actually talk so much about how important institutions are. And if you look at the ABC's Boyer lecture by economist Professor Justin Woofers, he also talked about the Australian miracle and how great our institutions are. And a big part of that is about how we take evidence and science and put respect and trust in our regulators. And it's really important we continue to invest in that capability, because at its heart, regulation really does only work with trust. And trust is earned through clarity. So when the AER is its own entity, it'll be overseen by a defined chair with a specific responsibility directly under the Public Governance Performance and Accountability Act. As a listed entity, the chain of accountability will be clear. Parliamentarians, industry, consumers all know where to look. And right now, ambiguity diminishes trust, and not just trust in institutions, but also trust in markets. So clear accountability will restore any of that trust gap. A regulator that is both independent and answerable, that publishes decisions, consults on them, justifies them transparently, that will strengthen confidence in both market outcomes and governmental oversight. So bringing this back to my home state again in Tasmania, we are the renewable energy state, surpassing 100% generation, aiming to provide not just energy for ourselves but for mainland Australia. We are pursuing clean manufacturing, decarbonised industry and hosting data-centric infrastructure that will underpin our digital future. Imagine data centres that are anchored to wind and solar resources, acting both as energy users and grid stabilisers. Envision AI-enabled demand systems balancing wind, hydro and battery storage. In this vision, energy regulation must not just be reactive, it has to be adaptive and forward-facing. An independent AER will help enable this. It is an institution that will ensure investors can proceed with confidence, and we're in a race for global capital to invest in our energy system. Having those regulatory settings that are trusted will be a key part of attracting that capital. Confidence that projects can be assessed promptly, that compliance is enforced competently, and that energy stability is maintained through the transition. This matters to households facing high energy prices or businesses strategising long-term investment, to manufacturers relying on stable power, and to young Australians who ask, will politics deliver meaningful reform to them? I think this bill signals that politics can, does and will respond and deliver structural modernisation that supports growth, sustainability and fairness. It strikes a balance. It embodies the sort of intergenerational fairness that the electorate demanded at the recent election and still does. Deputy President, I urge the Senate to support this bill. Acting Madam Deputy President, I urge the Senate to support this bill. Act now to ensure a future that is reliable, affordable, locally sovereign and administratively agile. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Why is the Albanese Labor government making it easier for their corporate mates with every piece of legislation? This bill before us, the Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator separation, will likely pass without a whimper. You won't hear much about it from either side of politics. Yet it's another step towards a handful of powerful corporations, including foreign-owned multinationals, continuing to gouge Australians at every turn. This legislation separates the Australian Energy Regulator to establish them as fully independent and separate. The Energy Regulator currently lives in the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's house, the ACCC. The ACCC supplies staffing and resources to the Energy Regulator to help it discharge its functions. While the bill frames the ACCC's oversight as a problem, having the Competition Regulator ultimately responsible for energy market oversight is a very good thing. Ending energy market oversight is terrible. The energy market, so-called market, is one of the most prescriptive and rigid areas of bureaucratic government. It's not a market, it's a racket, a bureaucratic racket. The risk for corruption and monopolisation is extreme. The Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO, operates our entire electricity grid. It sounds like a government agency, yet somehow it's a private body. No one's allowed to lodge a Freedom of Information request with them. They don't turn up to parliamentary hearings for Senate estimates. They hide from scrutiny. And that's the key word for net zero with this government and with the previous Liberal National Government. Hide. Hide the costs, hide the lack of a policy basis, hide the damage, hide the lack of a plan. Now look at the AEMO board. Employees of for-profit energy and transmission companies dominate the AEMO board. We're supposed to just trust they're effectively prescribing rules and directing billions of dollars in taxpayer money purely for the public good, not for energy company profits. Bloody ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. This is setting up government as a vehicle for wealth transfer from we the people to parasites. Parasites not working in Australia's national interest, hurting Australia and hurting Australians. With this bill, the government is taking the energy regulator out of the competition regulator. The ACCC's role in energy markets is in the context of the Competition and Consumer Act 2010, which aims to, listen for this, quote, enhance the welfare of Australians through the promotion of competition and fair trading and provision of consumer protections. That's a great goal. Why would we want to make the energy regulator more independent of that and put it beyond scrutiny and put it in hiding? If we're trying to figure out if that's a good thing to do, the first question to ask should be, are there any competition problems in the energy market? If the answer is yes, well, maybe the competition regulator should have final oversight like it does right now. So let's look at the ACCC's work on the electricity market. The first shot across the bow was the ACCC's 2017 preliminary report 8 years ago. In that report, the ACCC said, quote, the ACCC has published a preliminary report into the electricity market highlighting significant concerns about the operation of the national electricity market, which is leading to serious problems with affordability for consumers and businesses. What? That's what they said. 8 years ago, the ACCC thought prices were, quote, putting Australian businesses and consumers under unacceptable pressure, end of quote. And since then, prices have become much, much worse. One can only wonder why. Market participants harp on about pulling their energy regulator out of the competition regulator, while the ACCC highlights significant concerns about our energy corporations are actually acting, behaving. Another headline from the ACCC, December 2024, in the Financial Review, quote, more than 80% of Aussies paying too much for their electricity. Another story, May this year, quote, super compliant, filed with ACCC over misleading energy plans. Quote, Choice, that's Choice magazine, the consumer group, Choice has sent its first ever super complaint to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, the ACCC, over allegations that retailers in the Australian energy market have engaged in dodgy and misleading pricing tactics that leave customers paying $65 million more than they should, end of quote. So returning to our overall question, are there any competition issues in the energy market? Should the competition regulator be involved in monitoring every aspect of those issues? The answer to both is a resounding yes. The ACCC will wrap up its ongoing reports into the electricity market in August. After that, there's a real risk that competition in the electricity market will continue to deteriorate and deteriorate and deteriorate even further. What will that mean? It will mean higher prices and poorer service for Australians. Less competition means bigger profits for Labor's big corporate mates in the energy sector, who are often foreign-owned multinationals or parasitic billionaires. That's what this bill represents. Wealth transferred to the wealthy. A step towards higher profits for multinational corporations who want to gouge Australians even more under the cover of the renewables scam. Indeed, under the new Australian energy regulator, workers will no longer be required to make disclosures of their personal interests, as everyone in the ACCC is obliged to. No longer disclose public personal interests. This is as good as a green light for everyone with a conflict of interest to get involved in the new energy regulator. And you're doing this. The risk for corruption, cronyism and favouritism will be so big it will make the director of the National Anti-Corruption Commission blush. This Albanese Labor government has long signalled its intention to put the profits of their corporate wind and solar mates above and beyond competition, and above Australian workers, and above Australian families, and above Australian small businesses and employers, and above Australia. Why does today's Labor not realise that its official registered name is the ALP, Australian Labor Party? It seems to have forgotten and ditched Australia. Why do they continue to ditch Australia? And there's no U in Labor because the LABOR party does not represent you. Upon coming to government in 2022, Labor almost immediately transferred the energy regulator part of the Competition and Consumer Act. Labor transferred it out of Treasury and the Competition Minister to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, Minister Bowen. Can you believe that? It happened. The fox guarding the henhouse, the fox destroying the energy sector and making it a racket for Labor's private mates to gouge Australians, gouge them. If there's a battle between lower prices versus profits for wind and solar, everyone in this chamber, everyone, knows where Minister Chris Bowen's loyalties lie. Can Australia trust that Minister Bowen will choose competition and lower prices over net zero and the profits of parasitic and renewable grifter billionaires? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Based on his behaviour to date, every day of the week, Minister Bowen will choose the profits of these renewable scammers over Australians and over Australia. The net zero dream is that you'll pay $8,000 for a home battery and a $60,000 electric vehicle, and the grid will pay you nothing to drain it overnight to stabilise their dodgy market, their racket. That's called consumer energy resources and virtual power plants. Without them, the net zero pipe dream just collapses. Competition doesn't even come into consideration. This corrupted state control and abuse of consumer rights is a built-in feature of the net zero scam from the Liberal Nationals and the Labor Greens. The built-in feature of the net zero scam. Citizens directly paying 70% of the cost of the so-called transition, consumer resources, of the transition to net zero. 70% you pay, they control, they use. In other areas, taxpayers and electricity consumers are paying 100% of the transition to the UN World Economic Forum net zero. 100% of the $1.9 trillion some people estimate, reliably. The ACCC would have a heart attack at the anti-competitive proposals being rushed into the energy racket. And that's the real reason this bill seeks to take the Australian energy regulator out of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission. Australians' power bills will be going up, continuing to go up, as will the profits of foreign multinational companies involved in the net zero scam. That's where your money is going. One Nation believes consumers should come before corporations. Ditch the net zero scam and its anti-competitive nonsense. Ditch the net zero scam and its anti-competitive nonsense, its racket. What proportion of solar and wind complexes do Labor mates and industry super funds own? I wonder. We know it started pretty high with Greg Combet as minister. Labor, stop looking after your mates who own the industrial wind and solar complexes and stop handing them over billions from taxpayers and electricity consumers. Put Australians first and lower power bills. I now add two brief comments. Firstly, when states owned electricity generators, energy benefited from a key constitutional tenet that our founding fathers wisely built into our Commonwealth Constitution: competitive federalism. A marketplace in governance between the states, a marketplace in governance, vital for accountability, vital for states' rights, vital for Australian sovereignty and independence. John Howard's Liberal National government destroyed this when it created the so-called national electricity market. That's really a central bureaucratic energy racket, destroying accountability, and now lining it up for fleecing Australians to foreign multinationals. Secondly, I acknowledge over 300 community groups across Australia fighting the rollout of industrial-sized wind and solar projects, so-called renewable energy projects. The only thing renewable about them is they have to be replaced every 15 years. And among many Australians I recognise across our country, Katie McCallum, Stephen Nowakowski, what a man, Grant Piper, Emma Bowman, Bill Stinson, Sandra Burke, Stephen Tripp, Andrew Wiedemann, Catherine Myers. These people are for Australia and for the regions and for every Australian. Colin Boyce, Lou O'Brien, Ben Abbott, Alex O'Brien, Michaela Humble, Michelle Hunt, Lynette LeBlack, Rafe Champion. This is a list of champions for Australia. Neil Killian, Sasha McNaughton, Carolyn Ems, Nikki Kelly, Alex Nichol, Martine Shepherd, Scott Baxter, the Bob Brown Foundations, thank you, Bob. The IPA, Rainforest Reserves, Centre for Independent Studies, Ben Beattie and Aidan Morrison, two giants of the energy sector, and every person involved in exposing the horrific damage from industrial solar panels and industrial wind turbines, from the growing spaghetti network of high-voltage transmission lines carpeting regional Australia, from big battery energy storage systems, and from hideous, uneconomic, exploitative, environmentally damaging pumped hydro, destroying the fabric of our nation, white-anting the 5 pillars of our Australian community, our society: productive farmland, the source of our food, rural landscapes, wildlife habitats, our precious natural environment being torn apart by solar and wind and transmission lines, our communities, and our Australian way of life. To everyone involved, I say thank you, thank you. From Lakeland on Cape York, to Chillumbin in North Queensland, to Central Queensland, to Wide Bay and the Burnett, to Southern Queensland, to New South Wales Central West, Northern New South Wales, Southern New South Wales, Coastal New South Wales, across Victoria, Tasmania's Robben Islands, and so many more across our wide, beautiful regional Australia. I continue my admiration and continue to pledge my support for your honesty and integrity, your courage, your embracing of accurate data, and your informed commitment to putting Australia and Australians first. Thank you very much. We support you as you continue your battle.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. No amendments have been circulated.
Maybe for about, I don't know, 10 minutes, I think was my plan. I do want to deal 11 minutes. We'll see how we go. I do want to just make a few comments about that remarkable contribution. Senator Roberts is very cross about the Competition and Consumer Amendment Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025. I really do think that this bill is it's an important piece of legislation. Does some important work in terms of the evolving regulatory framework for electricity regulation, but that's a lot of elevated blood pressure for at this time of night for this piece of legislation. I want to remind senators who are here in the chamber, I do see that I think we have 14 adjournment speeches to follow this. I know you will all be sticking around for all of it, and no doubt Senator Roberts will be contributing there to make the same kind of contributions. But there were a few things in his contribution that I wanted to touch on before I turn to the substance of the bill. There's a pretty cute little line in there about the absence of the letter U in Australian Labor. I just really say to Senator Roberts, the formation of the Australian Labor Party was foundational in Australian political history, and very much of our federation and the story of federation was wrapped up in that, and the spelling of the Labor Party in that context, driven by so much of our Australian adoption of those social democratic principles and the development of the Australian labour movement, says so much about Australian history in 1902 and 1912 that I really do urge Senator Roberts to have a proper look at that. I did find some areas of agreement, I have to say, though, with Senator Roberts. The moves towards privatisation of our electricity system, championed largely, as he said, by former Prime Minister Howard, but also at state level, largely by Liberal and national governments, but not isolated to them. Some elements within my own political party saw the short-term advantages of electricity privatisation. Well, I think we are seeing the cost of some of that. We're seeing the cost of some of that now. And it's not just in lost jobs in the electricity system, but the role of the state in electricity market provision. There are some missed opportunities, to say the least here. And I've fought against electricity privatisation my whole industrial life. I think I was right then, I was right now, but what, as they said in my kids' childcare centre, you get what you get and you don't get upset. We have the market conditions that we have at the moment, and we've got to work our way through to modernise our electrical system. A modernised electricity network that's fit for purpose for modern Australian industry and modern Australian households, and that is what this government is determined to do. And Senator Roberts referred to the campaigns, if you want to call them that we see emerging, led by coalition characters in the coalition, not all of them, but some of them, and One Nation politicians and other characters on the extremes of Australian politics, campaigning against electricity generation projects and transmission projects. A lot of it with some deeply suspicious and spurious claims, much of it identical to far-right extremist campaigns from overseas. I mean, these characters can't even make their own campaigns in Australia. They use imported memes, imported ideas from some pretty malign actors, adopted uncritically to spread fear and division in rural and regional communities. Not too many sensible people, I have to say, engage in this stuff, but it's led by some of the nastiest elements of imported politics, and people should be very cautious about cut and paste memes that come from overseas, making all sorts of wild and dishonest claims. That's not where regional Australia is, I have to say. When you go to communities like the community I grew up in the New England of New South Wales, local governments, local communities, local farmers are engaging with the challenges of hosting new generation on their properties and the economic opportunities that engages. They're sceptical, rightly, when new projects come to town and are demanding more from new projects and from transmission projects, and that's a good thing. Trying to make sure that they extract the maximum industrial and energy and commercial and economic value for their communities. And they laugh about the kind of behaviour and the kind of claims that are being made. They're amplified here in the Parliament by Senator Roberts and some of these other characters in the Liberal and National parties who have, some of them utterly uncritically, some of them very cynically, attaching themselves to these sort of bonkers campaigns. I've watched them being amplified here in the Parliament. I watched them being amplified on Sky After Dark. But I tell you what, when you go to these regional communities, unless there's some sort of cookers convention going on, they don't have much support. They don't have much support because they make claims that are utterly unsustainable and are utterly laughable. Like this harebrained campaign against offshore wind developments that we've seen off the New South Wales coast. These people who have spent their whole political careers denigrating environmentalism, denigrating concern for threatened species and for whales, laughing at people who campaign, and there's many of them in regional communities, Australians who care about the environment, absolutely, are mocking those people for 99% of their political lives are suddenly concerned about whales. Right, and are funding billboards about whale health. I mean, it is too silly for words. I make claims that these whales, who go up and down the East Australian coast, big units, these whales, and they make their way up and down the coast, make their way up and down the Western Australian coast, dodging bulk carriers, dodging container ships, moving their way around fishing trawlers, that these poor old whales are going to door themselves on a stationary wind tower. I mean, it's too silly for words. It's as silly as a two-bob watch. And most of the people who make these claims cynically know it. They know it. But some of them get a bit red-pilled in the process and start to believe it. Poor old Senator Koala Canavan, on the weekend trying to claim that he was interested in koalas. Like a koala... Well, here we go.
Point of order. The Speaker is denigrating a member of the Senate who's not here.
Senator... yes, Senator Brockman.
I think correctly we should always refer to members of this chamber appropriately.
And I don't think that way of referring to Senator Canavan was appropriate, and I would ask Senator Ayres to withdraw it.
Thank you.
You know, like the koala in his story, returning to its favourite tree, Senator Canavan, you know, making all sorts of wild claims, and then we see the coalition, after the Morrison years, after all that failure, like a dog returning to its vomit, it's back into the politics of net zero, back into the energy politics. Well, keep on going.
Minister, it
Spark
now being
up, Sparky. That's what
7:30, we will now move to the adjournment. I now call Senator Brockman.
Well, the Australian economy is the proverbial frog in boiling water. Sometimes, as we go through the cycle of time, we don't realise just how bad things have got. This government, just since it's been in power, has had to bail out the Whyalla Steelworks, the Neostar smelters in Tasmania, the Glencore copper smelter, and Liontown's lithium production. Why? Why have they had to? Why has this government had to step in to those situations? The reason is quite simple, because this government's policies are failing the Australian industrial sector and, in fact, the entire Australian economy. Now we have the Tomago smelter, with the stated reason why it is under threat being energy prices driven by this government's policies, up to 1,000 jobs at risk. In my home state of Western Australia, we've had the announcement that the Yandi iron ore mine, is going to reduce its workforce by hundreds. We've already had the shutdown of the Kwinana alumina refinery in my home state of Western Australia. And what are the policies that are driving this frog in boiling water, the deindustrialisation of the Australian economy, driven by the Labor Party? High energy costs, the penalisation of success through the so-called safeguard mechanism, massive over-regulation of our economy, and a complete inability to cut the red and green tape that they talk about cutting over and over again, and an industrial relations system that has been completely rewritten by the union movement, their paymasters. This Labor government has literally done everything it can to destroy the industrial base of the Australian economy in 3.5 short years. And heaven help us with the next 2.5 years still guaranteed, sadly, because the Australian economy cannot take much more of this. Labor government bailouts are not the solution to our industrial base in this country surviving and thriving. Penalising success through the safeguard mechanism is not the solution. High energy costs driven by Labor's renewables at any cost policy is not the solution. More regulation, more red and green tape is definitely not the solution. And giving in over and over and over again to the union demands in industrial relations is not the solution to the problems facing the Australian economy. In my home state of Western Australia, everybody knows that as large mines open overseas and as the Australian economy under Labor becomes less efficient and less internationally competitive, that we will see pressure on the iron ore sector that has delivered rivers of gold to the state Labor government
and the federal Labor government. Rivers of gold have come out of the West Australian economy to support this Labor government in Canberra and the state Labor government in Western Australia. But there are storm clouds on the horizon, and everybody knows them. They are no laughing matter. And unless we get the settings right, the next wave of mineral and industrial development in my home state of Western Australia and in Australia as a whole will not happen. It will not happen, regardless of the platitudes of this Labor government. The Australian economy is the proverbial frog in boiling water, and we need to do something about it.
Senator Bush-Wilson, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australians, indeed people from all around the world, are rightfully distressed and outraged at seeing the footage day in and day out of humpback whales, mothers and calves, dolphins, including baby dolphins, turtles, dugongs, our precious marine life, being caught in fisheries devices, fisheries nets that we call shark nets in this country, in Queensland and New South Wales. Or they're tangled on drum lines, baited hooks, lurking off our coastline, indiscriminately killing our marine life. And when they learn that these so-called shark nets aren't effective at keeping us safe at our beaches, they don't protect swimmers or surfers, or that these drum lines most likely even attract sharks to our beaches, then they ask the question, why do we persist with this cruel, outdated, last-century technology? Well, the science clearly tells us there are better approaches to managing the risks of interactions between sharks and humans on our coastlines. Yet, the Christofelli government continues to keep shark nets all the way up and down the Queensland coast, even during whale migration seasons, where the New South Wales government have thankfully removed them, at least during whale migration seasons. And I'm not kidding, every day a whale is getting caught, and whales are coming back in big numbers, and it's something to celebrate. But these shark nets are part of the longest marine cull anywhere in the world. 80 years and over 100,000 sharks, which are critical to healthy oceans, have been killed on our coastlines, and for what reason, I ask again. These shark nets do not keep our beaches safe. They are a fisheries policy designed to reduce shark populations in our country. They're not barriers to keep our beaches safe. We sadly saw a fatality in DY, and a community there is still in mourning over the loss of a surfer, with multiple drum lines in place to catch sharks. We saw tragically another surfer perish at Snapper Rocks, one of the most popular surfing beaches in the country, inside a shark net. We know we've got better technologies. And guess what? Our Environment Minister has jurisdiction, and our Environment Minister federally has responsibility to protect federally endangered marine life. And he can do that by removing the federal exemption that allows the states to keep killing and risking protected marine life. And that's Section 43B of the EPBC Act, the continuous use exemption that allows the Queensland Government and the New South Wales to continue with this state-sanctioned cruelty. And that's exactly what it is. It is state-sanctioned cruelty on our precious marine life at a time when we're seeing biodiversity collapse in our oceans right around our nation. We're not only seeing the loss of habitat because of frequent marine heat waves like we're seeing in South Australia with a dead sea off the coastline of Adelaide, or off the Great Barrier Reef, or even off Ningaloo Reef this year. We are also killing protected marine life, and it is not working to keep people safe. It is a no-brainer to remove this. And I want to give a shout-out tonight to Andre Burrell and a number of marine campaigners across this country who are backing in a petition by Envoy Foundation that so far has over 170,000 signatures to bring to this Parliament by ordinary, average, everyday Australians that have signed this, saying enough with this shark cull, enough with this killing of federally protected marine life. It's time the government does something better, brings in new technologies, adapts all the kind of mitigation methods we've been looking at for years, follows the science, and puts aside their fear of News Limited. The shark that the Queensland Premier is most fearful of is the News Corp press, not the shark that's in the water. And it's time that politicians were courageous and stood up for protecting our marine life and human life. Acting Deputy President.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Askew, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It is fair to say the challenges facing the health system in my home state of Tasmania are complex. Crucial issues related to funding, workforce shortages and access to medical equipment remain key barriers to healthcare delivery. And when combined with Tasmania's economic, geographic and demographic challenges, this results in many Tasmanians facing reduced access and affordability for the healthcare they need. But despite the challenges, there are some positive stories that demonstrate the resilience of Tasmanians thanks to innovation coming not only from individuals but from an energised not-for-profit sector. And there is no better example than the positive contribution being made to Tasmanian healthcare than the Clifford Craig Foundation. Established in 1992, Clifford Craig is a leading health promotion charity dedicated to positive health outcomes in North and North West Tasmania. Its mission is to improve the health of the community, and they have been demonstrating their commitment to that goal for over 30 years. Today I want to acknowledge their amazing efforts over recent weeks, where they have delivered significant achievements that will transform healthcare in Launceston and northern Tasmania through conversations, fundraising efforts and new facilities. One of the most notable events was their inaugural Launceston General Hospital Giving Day. Giving Days have proven successful for hospital foundations across Australia, inspiring generosity and raising vital funds to enhance patient care and amenities. Clifford Craig's LGH Giving Day was supercharged by generous donors committing to double each donation made, with an initial target of $60,000 being set. True to form, Tasmanians demonstrated their generosity, raising a total of $74,000 in just a few short hours. What an amazing achievement. Another demonstration of the Foundation's commitment to improving health outcomes has been by starting important conversations. Over the last couple of years, Clifford Craig has used the vehicle of Women's Health Week to host a Let's Talk event to help start conversations around taboo subjects that affect women. This year, the topic was endometriosis. It brought together medical professionals, researchers and patients, as well as Endometriosis Australia Ambassador, Tasmanian journalist Olivia Hicks, to discuss the gaps in care, barriers to treatment and the different ways endometriosis can manifest. A well-attended and thought-provoking event that has encouraged Tasmanian women to continue the discussion and expand opportunities for treatment. Throughout its more than 30-year existence, Clifford Craig has been steadfast in its mission to improve health outcomes in our community. The Foundation has supported local research through the provision of significant grants, attracting specialist doctors to our region and achieving breakthroughs in a number of different areas. And they are not stopping there, with the Foundation officially launching its new Research and Innovation Centre at the Launceston General Hospital last month, creating a centralised hub where collaboration, clinical trials and innovation can thrive. With funding from both the Australian and Tasmanian governments contributing to this $5.1 million state-of-the-art facility, I would like to acknowledge the advocacy of former federal Liberal member for Bass, Bridget Archer, now Tasmanian Health Minister, in securing federal funding. Without her determination, this centre would not have been possible. At the launch, CEO Vanessa Cahoon explained, and I quote, "This new Research and Innovation Centre will transform the way medical research is conducted in Tasmania. This centre is a clear health investment in our current and future generations, offering the leadership, governance and fit-for-purpose space to enable clinical trials, collaborative studies and health education activities to thrive right here in North and North West Tasmania." Clifford Craig Foundation Chair John Batten described the centre as nothing short of a game changer. The Clifford Craig Foundation also recently announced 14 successful 2025 foundation grants to be funded. These were rewarded for research into a wide range of topics, including pre-hospital delays for stroke patients, creating better pathways for early pregnancy complications, navigating continence assessment and care, and long-term antibiotics used in Tasmania, just to name a few, and a wide range of them, as you can tell. Medical research is about providing hope, and thanks to the vision of the Clifford Craig Foundation and their concerted efforts in the area of community engagement, fundraising and vital research, this will continue across northern Tasmania for many years to come. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Tonight I rise to speak about a group of workers that are fundamental to the health and well-being of our communities, our nurses. And I rise to speak about an issue that isn't talked about enough, but could make a world of difference to rural and regional communities, and in particular, the role of primary healthcare nurses across regional Australia and Tasmania. Nurses are the backbone of our health system. They're highly educated, highly skilled, and make up 54% of Australia's entire health workforce. And yet far too often their contribution in primary care is overlooked, under-resourced and underutilised. In Tasmania, we have over 5,000 nurses working in primary health care. Many of them are highly trained with postgraduate qualifications and master's degrees. But despite their expertise, too many of these nurses are underutilised, not because of a lack of willingness or ability, but because of funding limitations and outdated scope of practice restrictions. There are 6 times as many primary care nurses as there are GPs in Tasmania, but our systems are not structured to support them to work to their full potential. I've met with representatives from the Australian Primary Health Care Nurses Association, and their message is clear and simple. Nurses want to do more. They are already doing critical preventative health work. They are promoting self-care, having lifestyle and behaviour change conversations, and managing chronic disease in partnership with their GPs. But too many are bogged down with tasks that don't require a clinical qualification. Our latest workforce survey shows that 45% of nurses in general practice are regularly performing office admin. 44% are doing non-clinical cleaning, and a quarter are answering phones and working the reception desk. We are wasting their capacity. It's not just inefficient, it's a missed opportunity, especially at a time when we face GP shortages, an ageing population and rising rates of chronic disease. Tasmania is already feeling the pressure. We've seen it at the Mersey Hospital, where the emergency department is in crisis. Earlier this month, patients waited up to 87 hours for a bed, 3.5 days. This is not sustainable, and it reinforces something we all know. A strong health system does not begin at the emergency department. It starts in primary care. It starts with the support we give to the people preventing hospital visits in the first place. That's why I want to highlight the Nursing in Primary Healthcare program run by the Australian Primary Healthcare Nurses Association. In its pilot phase, it created 105 new nursing positions across general practice, aged care and Aboriginal community-controlled health services. But not one of those positions were in Tasmania. Not one. And it wasn't because the need wasn't there, it definitely was. The funding just didn't stretch that far. Meanwhile, communities across Tasmania are desperate for better access to health care. Clinics want to do things differently. Nurses are ready to step up, but they can't do it without structured, ongoing support. We've seen what's possible when the government listens and invests where the need is. Just last week, the Devonport Medical Mental Health Centre officially opened. This is a huge win for the northwest of Tassie, and it shows what happens when community needs are met with meaningful investment. Now it's time to bring that same mindset to our primary healthcare nurses. In Devonport, Queenstown, St Helens, right across Tasmania. So tonight I'm calling on the government to expand and extend the Nursing in Primary Healthcare program and make sure Tasmania gets its fair share. And I'm calling for action to cut the red tape that is keeping nurses behind desks and doing cleaning duties instead of delivering the care they are trained and qualified to provide. The government is currently reviewing funding models for general practice through a national scope of practice review, and we expect this to lead to action in the next budget. And that is welcome progress, but we must ensure it supports nurses as well as doctors. Because while I support better compensation for GPs, we need to also acknowledge that in the past, medical organisations have resisted expanding the roles of nurses, and that has to change. If we are serious about building a stronger, more sustainable health system, especially in regional Australia, we have to start with the people already on the ground, already doing the work and ready to do more. I'm grateful for the incredible calibre of nurses we are so lucky to have, and I want to give them a crack at doing what they are more than capable of.
Thank you very much, Senator. Now, Senator Antic, you have the call.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Healthcare in Australia is being twisted into a profit-driven machine which stifles dissent and is undermining our trust. The tireless work of our doctors and nurses is being dishonoured by the vested interests which have co-opted medicine in this country. True evidence-based medicine has been hijacked to serve agendas far removed from their original intent. Medicine is meant to be a science, but it's now starting to show all the hallmarks of a religion. In Australia, something in the order of 96% of the Therapeutic Goods Administration's budget comes from the pharmaceutical industry, the very same industry that it is meant to regulate. How can an agency tasked with protecting Australians evaluate drugs when its funding comes from the very companies that it's meant to regulate? Is it really any surprise that post-COVID Australians are much more cynical about interventions now, like routine vaccination recommended for their health and for the health of their children? What did they think was going to happen after the mother of all psyops? Why should Australians trust what they're being told anymore? And the new CDC, with its links to One Health, which is in the process of being passed through this very Parliament this week, is being rubber-stamped by the government, and it's going to wrestle away more control from the doctors. The consequences of this are dire. When the doctors are gagged and when the doctors are sidelined, patients lose access to informed consent. This cycle of misinformation propagated by industry-funded trials creates misled healthcare professionals and misled patients. Most of the doctors that I know are good people who want to do the right thing, but many are simply just not being made aware of the real issues. The misinformation proffered to them by simply repeating the mantra taught to them by Big Pharma. Many simply don't understand that their proud profession has been infiltrated by vested interests. And let's not forget the media. The media, you know, those journalists and editors who proclaim that they write public interest stories all the time. You ever wonder why the media is constantly telling you about disease outbreaks like they're writing some sort of Hollywood movie script? If you simply understand that many of these news stories are little more than drug company media releases, then you're halfway there. And I can hear you saying, why would the media be so interested in pushing pharmaceuticals like vaccines and weight loss drugs? Well, in the United States, pharmaceutical companies can advertise their products in the media, who in turn receive hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue in return. And in Australia, there's a prohibition on pharmaceutical companies advertising drugs, but the same companies also market over-the-counter medicines, and they can be advertised through the media, and the revenue is a river of gold. So how much revenue does the media make from Big Pharma advertising their over-the-counter therapies, their sponsorships and their disease awareness campaigns? Well, we don't really know. But some estimates put it in between $100 to $400 million in Australia alone. And there you were thinking that the media just cared about your health and cared about the health of your children. When you understand this, you start to understand why the media is always running stories about a measles outbreak or why they pressured you to get the COVID shot in 2021. It's the same reason you read about sports stars selling their homes all the time. The real estate industry is another of the biggest advertisers, and the media never, ever, ever bites the hand which feeds it. So what can we do? Well, For starters, Australians deserve an alternate funding model for their regulator. We cannot continue to accept industry funding models any longer in this serious business. And secondly, doctors should be free to do their job without the fear of regulatory retribution and looking over their shoulder all the time. We've got to foster a medical culture that values critical thinking and values the role of our healthcare professionals in that space. And finally, we need grassroots action from patients, doctors and advocates. They've all got to unite to push for independent policy research and reform, because this is ultimately all about your health, the health of your kids, not profits for shareholders.
Thank you. Senator Cadell, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to read an email out that I've been sent a copy of today. Good afternoon. As you may be aware, over the last few years, Tomago Aluminium has been seeking solutions for when its current energy contract finishes at the end of 2028. We have kept an open mind about Tomago's future, with all options being on the table, including a cessation of operations being a possibility. Despite extensive engagement and market approaches, unfortunately no future energy solutions has emerged to date that would allow TAC, Tomago Aluminium, to remain commercially viable after December 2028. Therefore, we are now contemplating a full cessation of operations at the end of our current energy contract, and as such, we are commencing a consultation process with our employees. As a courtesy, please see attached relevant information that we are sharing with our contractors relating to this matter, and if you have any questions, reach out, and it gives the name and address. Thank you. Jerome Dozel, Chief Executive Officer of Tomago Aluminium. Just a few months ago, Acting Deputy Chair, in an opinion piece in the Newcastle Herald, I wrote, "Economic warning, without Tomago, the lights will go out." From the early 80s, Tomago has been there, employing now 1,400 people, originally 1,000 people. Its aluminium has gone all around the world. It's kept the region strong, it's kept other businesses strong, and it's been so important. Each year, the smelter spends about $800 million in the Hunter, operating 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, because the pot lines have to keep going. And other than that, other than the economic impact, it is a shock absorber for the energy market in New South Wales. Using 12% of the energy in New South Wales, it is there to soak up, to temporarily shut down pot lines when there is excess demand. When your hot summer's day, when your air conditioners are taking load, they phone these people and say, can you turn off one of your pot lines? Can you give us some room? Can you allow the people to get cool? Can you look after them? That has been increasingly drawn upon, and it will no longer be there once it goes. Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, earlier this year, the government used Tomago as a photo backdrop to announce its new low-carbon aluminium production scheme. In short, the taxpayer was going to subsidise every tonne of green aluminium produced in the next 10 years. This was their plan. If Labor's all-renewable approach is going to deliver the cheapest form of energy, why did we need to volunteer $2 billion worth of taxpayers' money to keep an energy-reliant business open? Something is not right here. But what's worse is that even with up to $2 billion of subsidies, that is not enough for the energy prices to keep this place viable. $2 billion. Handouts to every metal place across Australia to keep going. It is not a policy, it is a cop-out. And in this chamber today, when asked about this, a minister that I think is a good person and a good minister sits there and says, hides behind the shield of these people, the employees that received that email, and some sort of protection saying that he doesn't, how dare we bring this into this chamber. This action, this email, these potential job losses are at the hands of the policies of this government. No one else. When you use it as a backdrop, when you use it as a showpiece, when you use it as an excuse, you have to back it up. This government is great with a spin. This is great with the messaging. The policy doesn't match. They talk the talk, they don't walk the walk. All of the time we hear fee-free TAFE. We forget 100,000 less apprentices than there were when they came into government. We hear $10.5 billion in the HAF, but we don't hear they've built 100 homes under that. What there is, you've built 100. This is the same rubbish we get. The messaging, Acting Deputy President, is what we get. And as soon as you raise the facts, they interject because they can't handle the truth, just like Jack Nicholson in the movie. And so now we see 1,400 jobs being flushed because your energy policy, your 100% renewable, is a crock. It is a crock. The energy, you are seeing investment leave the country because all you want is a grab of net zero. Net zero. You have to face the consequences when people leave. The blood is on the hands of the Labor Party. The Hunter, all the regions will go down because your policies do not match the spin. And this is what we find all the time. You want all of the news grabs, but you don't want the responsibility. And it is time for competency to come into government. I would love that to be there because all we have is the messaging. All we have is the messaging, and the people of the Hunter will pay the price for your failures.
Thank you very much, Senator. A bit fiery for a Tuesday night, but good on you. Now, Senator Hume, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I half agree with my colleague. I rise tonight to speak about the greatest missed opportunity of our generation, and that is the failure to harness nuclear energy as part of Australia's energy mix. Because right around the world, nuclear power is being used to provide cheap, safe and zero-emissions energy. Nations like China, like India, South Korea and Japan are firing up new nuclear reactors. The United States and the United Kingdom, two governments from opposite sides of politics, are together forging a new civilian nuclear partnership to accelerate advanced reactor technology. Yet, here in Australia, the only developed nation in the G20 that bans itself from even considering nuclear energy as part of its plan for a net zero future, which is quite remarkable because Australia holds 111 known uranium deposits, nearly 30% of the world's resources. That's 1.8 million tonnes of potential going to waste. We've told Australians that they can dig uranium up. We can tell them that they can ship it overseas, that they can watch it power the homes and businesses of other nations, but we can't use it here at home. Well, that is just ridiculous. When you look internationally, nuclear energy is viewed as not only a political talking point, but a practical solution to lower emissions, to strengthen energy security and drive industrial growth. That's why 31 nations have signed the declaration to triple nuclear energy by 2050 at the two previous COPs. So while the world invests and builds and leads, we cling to old, outdated laws, old fears, old politics, and it's costing us, not just in leadership, but in credibility on the world stage. In 2022, the Albanese government announced that they would host the COP conference, COP31, but for years they sat on their hands, didn't do the work to secure it, and now we remain in a fight with Turkey to get that bid. This is our chance to lead global climate diplomacy, and the government is letting it slip. Nuclear energy isn't just theory, it's proven. And the future is here. It's here already. Small modular reactors, backed by the International Atomic Energy Agency, are compact, they're factory assembled, they can generate up to 300 megawatts each. That's 1/3 the size of traditional plants, with a faster build time, lower costs and easier grid integration. These reactors stabilise the grid when wind and solar fall short. They bring zero emissions dispatchable power to remote regions that are still reliant on diesel. So here is the thing. Here's the thing. Contemporary nuclear technology isn't a threat to renewables, it actually turbocharges them. We need to make sure that we're not closing the door to sources of energy that are clean, reliable and provide always-on energy. Now, here in Australia, we already have the expertise. The Opal reactor at Lucas Heights, operated by ANSTO, is a shining example of safe nuclear science. So we have the talent, we have the resources. The one thing we don't have is the political will. Well, that should change. That must change. Because while global momentum builds, the Albanese government is still debating the merits of 20th century technology. This isn't just a policy failure, it's economic sabotage. And Australians will pay the price, literally through high energy prices, unreliable grids, and missed jobs in advanced manufacturing and energy innovation. We can't power the future with bans from the past. We have to lean in and lean forward to new generation nuclear technology. It is the only clean emissions way to get to a net zero future. We can't be clean energy leaders while ignoring the very technology that will make us a clean energy leader. We can't keep shutting down innovation, investment and scientific research because of old school ideology that's more reminiscent of a midnight oil song than it is a modern forward-leaning government. Nuclear is the pathway to low emissions. It's the pathway to clean, stable, reliable energy and national prosperity. And given the Prime Minister's fondness for his heroes of the past, maybe he will heed the call. It is time. It's time to lift the ban. And that's why I will be introducing a bill to do exactly that. It's time to lead. It's time for Australia to turn on the lights, turn on our power, power our future, and not fear it. It's time to adopt nuclear technology. Here in Australia, it is the only way we will get to a net zero future. Anything else is delusional.
I call Senator Collins.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Just a few weeks ago, I found buried in Defence's corporate plan a defence net zero strategy. We live in a time of heightened geopolitical tensions in our region, and it is more important than ever that we maintain a critical focus on our defence capability. The Albanese government has demonstrated that it is willing to sacrifice economic output in its relentless pursuit of a net zero agenda. But for the Albanese government to compromise Australia's national security in its relentless pursuit of net zero demonstrates a level of incompetence that must be addressed. Australia's defence should not, in any way, be compromised by a green agenda. The challenges that Australia's Defence Force face are difficult enough without the burdensome impost of meeting a net zero target. The Defence Strategic Review states that Australia faces an asymmetric and burgeoning threat. Australia has a critical gap in missile defence capability, and our air defence systems are inadequate to protect Australian bases and troops from missile threats and adversaries. In my maiden speech in July, I said Australia's political leadership must have an honest conversation with the Australian public about the deterioration of the strategic circumstances we face. And I believe that this is part of that conversation. Because any missile that is being designed or manufactured by our potential adversaries, any missile that has the capability to strike Australia, has not been designed or manufactured according to net zero principles. The Albanese government ignored its own reviews called for urgent investment into missiles. And yet at estimates, Defence officials admitted that the department is allocating money to convert around 6,800 White Fleet vehicles to electric, which will be supported by charging points across 12 bases. Now, the total contribution of these vehicles to Defence's emissions profile is just 1%. When asked for the cost of these vehicles or whether the department is meeting its targets, officials had to take it on notice. Tens of millions of dollars, maybe hundreds of millions, is being spent by Defence on a very expensive box-ticking exercise imposed on them by the climate activists. At the same time, the Albanese government is failing to urgently invest in missile capability, leaving a key national security box unticked. As Ben Packham reported in The Australian last week, and I quote, Defence has been ordered to delay projects, slash maintenance costs and cut workforce spending in a severe austerity drive. The Chief of the Air Force, Stephen Chappell, has also initiated reviews of capability and sustainment costs as part of a service-wide push to mitigate overspending and address budget challenges. The government has been complacent about funding Australia's defence forces, underestimating the security threats that loom large in our region. Yet the threats have been easy for all to see, with warships conducting live firing exercises near civilian flights and our service personnel unlawfully targeted with lasers, flares and sonar. In the face of this intimidation, the Albanese government has failed to stand up for our nation. Despite what you hear from the Labor government, we have budget cuts in the Defence Force at a time when it most needs investment. And priorities are at odds with strategy. All government agencies that are tasked with protecting Australia's national security should be 100% focused on that task, without any secondary obligations to any green agenda. Australia needs tanks, not Teslas. We need more fuel supplies, not charging stations. We need an energy policy that enhances the ADF's ability to defend our nation, not one that dilutes it at the 11th hour. Australia is facing real threats from potential adversaries that are not developing environmentally friendly weapons. They're developing effective ones. I call upon the Albanese government to reconsider its defence priorities. Get back to the basics, equip our troops, and let defence do its job of keeping Australians safe.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. Fire has deep spiritual significance for First Peoples. It clears, it renews, it makes way for something new. That is what I was speaking about, not arson, but challenging colonial systems that continue to harm people. For 250 years, First Peoples have been told to be quiet, to respect institutions that were never built for us. I will not be quiet. I will tell the truth. And the truth is that this Parliament is in desperate need of renewal. Parliamentarians sit idly by while our people are dying, passing laws that harm us. They sit idly by while people in Palestine face genocide. This Parliament has the power to change, but those in this place choose not to. They maintain a harmful institution. It needs to be rebuilt from the ground up if anything is ever going to change. That's what my words were about. And yet here we are treating a metaphor like a national emergency. What a joke. The problem isn't my words. It's the colonial systems that still refuse to change. And all these politicians with their hot takes, their fake outrage, is never really about me. It's about the major parties playing the game of who can be tougher on the naughty little black girl. The Liberals jump in trying to wedge Labor. It's all a competition to look tough in the eyes of the racists out there who want to see black women dragged down and humiliated. It's childish, it's dishonest, it's about counting racist votes. I won't participate. I will always stand strong against these useless major parties who continually fail on the real issues. I won't apologise and I won't be dragged down. Then there's the right-wing media. They love to lecture me about seeking headlines, but they're the ones writing the headlines. They peddle slop to drive outrage, clicks and sell papers. These hollowed-out, irrelevant news outlets are bleeding audiences, profits and influence by the day. They'll do anything to grab attention, and what better way than another Lydia Thorpe scandal? They twist my words, make money from it. They're the ones creating the circus. And the AFP investigating a metaphor? What a waste of public money and everyone's time. Meanwhile, violent neo-Nazis launch a brazen, racially motivated attack on First Peoples at Camp Sovereignty, and the AFP do nothing. That's a racist double standard. The AFP need to stop policing my words and focus on investigating violent hate crimes. I will not apologise for speaking. I will not apologise for using a metaphor that makes the pearl clutchers jump. I will not apologise for naming injustice. My words grounded in the pain and suffering of my people, the frustration we feel at a system that continues to fail and violate First Peoples. I will keep speaking. I will keep challenging. I will keep pointing out hypocrisy. I will not be silenced. I will not be intimidated. To speak of fire is to speak of renewal. This Parliament and this country desperately needs renewal. And I will always respect fire, and I hope you will too.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to pay tribute to a wonderful Queenslander, wonderful Australian, Senior Police Liaison Officer Renice Cupit, based in the Ipswich-Springfield area where my office is located. I had the honour of attending a NAIDOC Queensland Police Service flag-raising ceremony in the Ipswich region organised by Renice. I was so impressed with the event, and I was deeply moved by the speech given by Renice, a Warramungu woman. Renice joined the Queensland Police Service in 2018. She served in Cunnamulla, Mount Isa, the Mergen-Sherbrooke area before coming to the Ipswich-Springfield area. Renice has earned the honour of QPS Liaison Officer of the Year. Renice is an avid hockey player, umpire and coach, and has used hockey as a vehicle to connect with people in need. Renice has also won the famous Eddie Gilbert Award for her sporting prowess. So to you, Renice, I say thank you. Thank you for all the work you do for our community. Thank you for all the people who you've helped, and thank you for your service. I'm pleased to pay tribute to the Federation of Sri Lankan Organisations of Queensland for holding another extremely successful Sri Lanka Day Food and Multicultural Festival. This is a wonderful annual celebration which has become a much-loved event on Queensland's multicultural calendar. Thank you to the President, Dr J. Wirawadena, and all of your committee members, volunteers and sponsors. A highlight of the day, in fact a highlight of the year, is the felicitation of 3 community service champions from our wonderful Sri Lankan Australian community. Mr Rahu Bada Sarath Chandra has a remarkable record of 65 years of service. He is the founder of the Sri Lanka Buddhist Monastery in Ellen Grove, Brisbane. The monastery is a hub for religious, cultural and educational activities. He's also authored an extraordinary 13 educational books for students graduating from Dharma schools and contributed to the community in so many other ways. Mrs Rena Henderling has engaged in tireless fundraising activities for those in need, both in Australia and in Sri Lanka. It is truly inspiring to see the list of her fundraising activities for cancer treatment, for housing and sanitation for the seriously ill, to support newborn babies, to house the underprivileged. Just extraordinary. And Mr Davanal Flandurka has provided outstanding leadership and service to the Sri Lankan Australian community in Queensland. This included serving as president of the Silver Fawn Club for 12 years and playing a key role in a number of other organisations. Following the 2004 tsunami, Davanal played a vital role in managing a $2 million grant from the Queensland Government that was used to construct 225 homes in 2 fishing villages in Sri Lanka that were devastated by the tsunami. To each of you, I say thank you, thank you, thank you. Your service is emblematic of the contribution made to our beautiful country by our wonderful Sri Lankan Australian community. I congratulate the Tanzanian Association of Queensland for a very successful fundraising dinner on 4 October 2025 to raise funds for camps, leadership development courses and resilience workshops for young people. I acknowledge the wonderful speeches given at the event by 2 outstanding Australians, Amani Mila and Malaka Stone. I acknowledge the TAQ members who received life memberships, Mrs Margaret Elron Atiano, Dr Sabuba Katila, Dr Rashid Omar Minit and Mr Mored Mwaka Jumba. I also acknowledge the award which was given to Mr Mwaka Jumba, recognising the contribution of his beloved late wife, Mrs Gemma Maria Balagi. It was a very, very moving part of the evening. It was also wonderful to see Rotary there in support, and the Romanian Queensland community were also at the event in support. And I say, where else in the world would you see those 2 diaspora communities coming together at a fundraising event for a good cause. The Tanzanian diaspora in Queensland and the Romanian diaspora in Queensland coming together to raise funds. Just extraordinary, fantastic. So well done to President Miab Madimi and your whole team for such a wonderful event. I was truly delighted to have the opportunity to attend the 42nd AGM of the Australian Vietnamese Women's Association on 22 October 2025. What an amazing organisation. I want to read the words of the founder and president, Mrs. Bic Cam Nguyen. These are her words. In January 1983, I gathered 15 Vietnamese women with a simple yet powerful vision to create a charitable organisation that would support the most disadvantaged in our community, regardless of age, gender or background. With nothing but goodwill, courage and determination, we spent months shaping our mission, drafting our constitution and defining the core values that would guide us. Those values, integrity, respect, inclusion, compassion and excellence, remain the foundation of everything we do. A few years later, we added innovation, recognising the importance of evolving to meet changing needs in our community. And just reflect on this, fast forward 42 years, and this organisation now has a turnover of over $52.9 million. It employs over 450 people, supported by dozens and dozens of volunteers. It provides home care support, social support and planned activity groups, dementia support, NDIS services, training and vocational services, playgroups, counselling and much, much more. It just goes on and on. Just outstanding. A highlight of the AGM was the recognition of long-serving staff, those who had been employees for 20 years or more, and I want to put their names on the record. Min Quang Bui, Tu Chu Nguyen, Xuan Dung Hun. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Congratulations to your CEO, the wonderful Nikki Chung, and all of the other staff and volunteers. Mr. Acting Deputy President, in this, the 50th anniversary of settlement of Vietnamese in Australia, the Australian Vietnamese Women's Association is an inspiring example of the contribution made to our beautiful country by this wonderful community. I'd like to give my heartfelt congratulations to Rugby League Samoa Queensland for hosting another wonderful Rugby League carnival in my home state of Queensland. Now, this tournament has been running for over 14 years now, and it's grown from just 40 players in its first year to nearly 700 participants. Just extraordinary. A testament to the strength and spirit of our wonderful Samoan Australian community. The event beautifully celebrated both Australian and Samoan culture with powerful cultural presentations that added depth and meaning to the sporting festivities. It was especially moving to see so many young children involved. Events like this are just so important for inspiring and empowering our young people and connecting them with their culture. As one of the pastors said at the event, it brings families together and uses sport as a vehicle to inspire the youth. That message truly resonated. A big thank you to the wonderful President of Rugby League Samoa Queensland, my good friend Matt Tui Samoa, and for his team, his committee team, his wonderful team of volunteers for their leadership and dedication in bringing this great event together. Thanks also to all the sponsors, especially Q Legal, who supports our wonderful Queensland Samoan community in so many ways, and all the other sponsors who continue to provide outstanding support year after year to the community. So, heartfelt congratulations to Rugby League Samoa Queensland.
Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I'll be reading a speech that was written by Gianna. Gianna is 13 years old and lives in Brisbane. I wish to thank Gianna for allowing me to read this speech on her behalf and for sharing it with us. Gianna says, A better tomorrow means different things to different people. An eco-friendly city, better healthcare, cheaper transport, or simply a safe and kind place where everyone can thrive. For me, it's simple, feeling heard and inspired. Young people may spend too much time on social media, and we may be irresponsible, but one day we will run this world. And I don't know about the rest of my fellow children, but I don't want to spend my life cleaning up the messes that you made. Invest in clean energy and protect nature, because we want to grow up in a country with oceans that sparkle and parks that thrive. Mental health is a serious issue that needs to have more awareness and support, and yet many Australians, especially teens, feel as if they are unable to talk. Education should be exciting and interesting, not just stressful. More creativity needs to be involved because life's problems are not always as simple as 2 + 2. I know I'm only 13 and I know that my dreams are big, but I want a future where I don't need to be scared of what's coming. I want to believe that tomorrow will be better, and I need the adults in charge to start listening so we can build it together. Thank you, Gianna. A few weeks ago, I was able to join the Australia's Great North Conference that was jointly hosted by the Environment Centre NT, the Arid Lands Environment Centre, Cairns and Far North Environment Centre, and Environs Kimberley. The conference brought together people from right around the country, but more importantly, centred the voices of First Nations people, particularly in Northern Australia, to talk about the future that they want to see for their region. At the end of the conference developed a statement, and I want to read that statement into the Hansard. The Landmark Conference brought together campaigners, researchers, land managers, peak bodies, traditional owners, artists and community members from across the North, committed to a future where Northern Australia's communities, nature and climate can flourish in symbiosis. On the final day of the conference, traditional owners, campaigners and activists, researchers, peak bodies and the community participants developed a conference declaration. The declaration reads as follows. We, the delegates of Australia's Great North Conference, gathered on unceded Larrakia country in Garramilla, Darwin, acknowledge with deep respect the custodianship of the lands and waters of Australia's Great North by traditional owners who have cared for the country for tens of thousands of years. We honour their sovereignty, cultural leadership, knowledge and enduring connection to the country. Australia's Great North is globally significant and home to some of the most extraordinary natural and cultural values on Earth. The world's largest remaining savanna ecosystem, pristine coastlines, extensive and intact wetlands, the last free-flowing rivers in Australia, and First Nations cultures that continue to guide us today. These landscapes and communities are of global significance that warrant global protection. Yet Australia's Great North faces an existential threat from the dual and compounding climate crisis and biodiversity collapse, which is inherently intertwined with the displacement of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their knowledge and cultural practices. Ongoing colonial practices, militarism and the neoliberal capitalist economy are driving increasing carbon emissions, raising temperatures, intensifying disasters and species extinctions, which are already reshaping the North, and without urgent action, it will become largely uninhabitable. That will be fatal to the communities in the North, where country is a part of people and people are a part of country. For 150 years, promises of prosperity built on large-scale extraction have left behind damaged landscapes, disempowered communities and fragile economies. The North cannot afford another century of the same. For too long, promises of prosperity have come at the expense of country, community and culture. It is time to build a new story, one where Australia's Great North leads the way with strength, wisdom and integrity. The solutions to these crises must be led by and from the North, grounded in country, culture, science and the wisdom of local communities, and designed to strengthen resilience, justice and care for future generations. Together we share a vision for a thriving, just and resilient Great North. We believe in a future where country is protected, the natural and cultural values of the North are protected, and biodiversity, cultural heritage and a healthy country endure for generations to come. We believe in a future where democracy is thriving. Communities across Australia are active participants and champions of democracy, ensuring that decisions about the North are transparent, inclusive and respect the rights of First Nations people and local communities. We believe in a future where communities flourish. Economies are rooted in community well-being, supporting livelihoods that are sustainable, just and resilient, rather than extractive and short-term. Together, we are carrying forward a shared purpose, meeting as a collective to review progress, share knowledge and strengthen alliances, working across sectors, regions and cultures to ensure that collaboration, solidarity and mutual support are at the heart of our efforts. Acting with courage and urgency so that Australia's Great North can remain a place of hope, strength and inspiration for all. We invite governments, industries, civil society and communities to walk with us. We call on all levels of government to do the following: to recognise and protect the outstanding natural and cultural values of Australia's Great North and place Indigenous and Western science at the heart of decision-making. To enact reforms that reflect the unique nature of this region, including strong environmental laws, a water trigger for all developments, and permanent protections for free-flowing rivers and groundwater-dependent ecosystems. To invest in locally driven, culturally informed solutions that practice long-term wellbeing over short-term gain. To expose the undeniable links between fossil fuel extraction, climate change and their catastrophic impacts on nature, culture and the economy, and to take urgent, honest action to end them. To recognise and act on the deep connection between human wellbeing, intact environments and justice, and to translate that understanding into bold, systemic change. The future of Australia will be decided in its Great North. Let's shape it together with wisdom, care and the courage to imagine something better. And the declaration is signed by the delegates of Australia's Great North Conference. I want to thank the organisers of the conference. I want to thank the Environment Centre NT, the Arid Lands Environment Centre, Cairns and Far North Environment Centre and Environs Kimberley for pulling together a conference that was reflective, thought-provoking, critically important and of real value to us being able to come together to discuss and talk about the future of the North. I was incredibly impressed by the way in which so many people came together to develop a collective vision by and for the North, and I commend their conference statement to the Senate.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. For 30 years, Pauline Hanson has warned Australians the life they had growing up was slipping away. We were once a country so rich in resources, in harmony and in security that we were called the lucky country. Our national slogan was, "She'll be right," because it always was. It's now clear from talking to everyday Australians attending One Nation's branch launches that Australia is no longer right. Australians are working harder and still going backward. Social cohesion is unravelling in the face of over-immigration, mass migration. Our children do not have the opportunities my generation enjoyed. Buying a home, starting a family and enjoying a life of peace and abundance is not in the future of most young Australians. This is called managed decline. Homelessness in Australia is rampant in a way that just a few years ago would have caused outrage. People now walk past the tent cities and rough sleepers, and rather than outrage, they give thanks that they have been spared so far. Farmers are being demonised using net zero junk science. reducing their ability to grow food and fibre to feed and clothe the world. The United Nations World Economic Forum Net Zero is about transferring wealth from everyday citizens into the pockets of predatory, parasitic billionaires who are being protected with an increasing security state designed to control us, not protect us. We now have ruinous electricity bills, racketeering from foreign-owned insurance companies, perversion disguised as tolerance, and sex instruction manuals written for young children available to read in the children's section of public libraries. There's a war on Christianity, often coming from fake Christians in very high office, and there's an agenda underway to advance Islam over Australia's national security interests. For everyday Australians, these are all shock points causing an awakening. For those who haven't yet been shocked, your time will soon arrive. Look around. Internet age gating and compulsory digital IDs are rolling out as we speak. Mis- and disinformation censorship laws are currently being stage managed into existence in a Labor Green stitch-up, based on the Morrison-Littleproud Liberal National Government's designs. This bill is designed to usher in a new age of fear, of late-night knocks on the door, and of family members being snatched up and sent to prison for thought crimes, as the UK and parts of Europe have been doing for years now. Australia is now suffering mass migration, with many coming here to build Australia and so many arriving to take a slice of what has already been built. Attendees at our branch launches tell me they no longer feel safe in their own homes. Their children are not safe playing outside, and their women are not safe walking after dark. Every day, with every new poll, it's clear that we, the people, are waking up at the global agenda that the Labor Party, the Greens, the Teals and globalist Liberals are promoting. An evil agenda designed to make the world's predatory billionaires even more rich, even more powerful. Let me make my position very clear. Immigration grew this country. Greeks, Yugoslavs, Italians, British, South Americans and Vietnamese arrivals all rewarded Australia for the opportunity we gave them through their loyalty, hard work and endeavour. Some have made their way into state and federal parliaments, a wonderful example of the opportunity available to new Australians in their own home. I hope the changing political landscape in the near future will bring together Australian nationalists of all backgrounds and races to save this beautiful country from the greed of crony capitalists and the tyranny they're spreading. Recent well-attended protests must have the billionaires and their political and media lapdogs terrified, as they should be. The common sense of the Australian people has thrown off the shackles of political correctness. People are realising the water around them is almost to the boil and action is necessary. One Nation offers strong leadership to restore opportunity, wealth and abundance for all. We will repeal the digital ID, social media age ban, all net zero measures and all DEI and related measures so our women are safe in women's spaces and so Australia can once again know what a woman is. One Nation will enshrine freedom of speech, freedom of assembly and your right to defend your family in your own home, with force where necessary, castle law. Australian wealth will be invested in Australia, creating jobs for all who are here to work. I noticed Prime Minister Albanese has just promised to loan almost $2 trillion of Australian superannuation money to America to make America great again. What about Australia? President Trump is doing great things in America and for peace around the world. Wouldn't it be great if our Prime Minister visited Australia and did the same thing here? When I hear misguided people talking about white Australia, one way or the other, I wonder if they have given this phrase enough thought. The world's crony capitalists are all white and almost all male. Their tokenistic campaigns like net zero, transgenderism, DEI, feminism and their war on masculinity all stop at the door of their palaces of power in London, Geneva, Zurich and New York. Let me be clear. One Nation does not confuse skin colour with patriotism. Ours is not a conversation about skin colour. It's a conversation about loving our country, pulling your weight and following our laws. In the Senate yesterday, I heard Senator Mehreen Faruqi use the phrase white people derogatorily. I must direct a rhetorical question to Senator Faruqi. Senator, you realise your party is white, yes? The left see race where none exists or where it's irrelevant to the matter being discussed. And that's the definition of racism. The Greens are racist. How about we all stop talking about white people and instead discuss our real problems, starting with managed decline. Today, another Green senator, another white male who's part of Greens party leadership, called every Australian who attended the recent marches for Australia scoundrels. Everyday Australians concerned about where their country is heading are, according to Greens leadership, scoundrels. Marching under Australian flag, scoundrels. Protesting peacefully instead of using violence as the left often do, scoundrels. If Palestine and Pakistan matter more to you than Australia, if you hate this country so much, might I recommend One Nation's one-way airport express? We'll take you to the airport and leave you there and put you on a plane. The Greens preach hate, division and separation to cripple people in victimhood, dependence and hate. That's how today's Greens get votes. 30 years ago, Senator Pauline Hanson, saw all of this coming. And that's why our party is called One Nation, to unite, liberate and strengthen all Australians as individuals, as communities, and strengthen us as a nation. We will defend the Australian ideal of one community made of people from many different backgrounds and religions, working together to lift all Australians. Our vision has nothing to do with skin colour or religion within the limits of social harmony. After all, every human has red blood. One Nation tells the truth and strengthens every Australian with the truth. We believe it's fine to bring your own culture with you, providing it fits in with and around our Australian culture. Do not try and change our culture, our way of life, to make room for yours. If you have come here to leech off our welfare and take for yourselves the wealth our forebears have created over hundreds of years, then you can join the Greens at the airport. We will remigrate hundreds of thousands of people who have deliberately broken their visa requirements, finished studying or who have rorted the visa system and taken advantage of Australia. These include deporting people who have deliberately broken their visa conditions, students who have completed their study and never left, along with the families who came with them. Since when did accepting students turn into accepting half their family permanently? Students who came here to study and never did study. Visa holders who have committed an indictable offence. We will implement net negative migration, limit new arrivals until infrastructure and law enforcement can catch up with Labor's flood of new arrivals. Net negative. We will reverse Labor-Liberal mass migration. Reverse it. Decades of it. Since John Howard doubled immigration, we will reverse it. We will still allow a small number of workers with skills we need, especially in building trades, but that'll be many less than the number of people who leave. Net negative migration. The Prime Minister of Australia supports President Trump putting America first, yet continues to put Australia last. I've heard the same message over and over at public meetings in recent years. Australia has had a gutful. Shut the gate, tighten standards, be careful who we let into the country, only producers, preserve Australian identity and heritage. Australians want our country back. Thank you.
I call Senator Bell.
Thank you. This is not my first speech, maiden speech. Net zero is destroying our country, and there is no better example than the Tomago aluminium in New South Wales. This is Australia's largest aluminium smelter, and it is on the brink of collapse. Why? Because power prices are set to double when their contract ends in 2028, and Labor is shutting down coal and replacing it with unreliable, expensive wind and solar. Tomago's current deal depends on affordable baseload power from coal, but with that being torn down and renewables driving up market prices, the next contract will cost a fortune. This is a direct result of Labor's obsession with net zero. Over 1,000 workers are now in the firing line. Tomago is one of the last major manufacturers left in this country, and Labor looks ready to finish it off. Labor talks about a future made in Australia, but what we're seeing is a decline made in Canberra, wrapped in a green ribbon, stamped with UN approval, and paid for by struggling Australian families. Manufacturing is being crushed by net zero. Labor and the Liberals and their obsession with unrealistic climate targets is driving up prices, destroying jobs and weakening our nation. Now, I want to thank Patrick Enright from the Hunter region who wrote to my office, and I believe he said this well. Businesses and workers of the Hunter are suffering at the hands of this net zero fantasy. We in the Hunter produce some of the cleanest coal in the world. We should burn it here and make cheap, clean, affordable electricity in Australia. The 66% of Australians who didn't vote for incompetence need saving from this government and their net zero destruction. Patrick is right. I've recently visited the Hunter, I've spoken to the locals, and they are yelling from the rooftops, scrap net zero. And I am proud to say One Nation hears you, and we will scrap net zero. We will back reliable baseload power, we will deliver cheaper electricity for Australians. Labor's green ideology is fueling the cost of living crisis, destroying industries and threatening our nation's very sovereignty. One Nation will never back down. We will keep fighting for Australian workers, our manufacturing, farmers and families, because this country needs a future where Australians come first. Australia's childcare system is in crisis. When you place your child in someone else's care, especially through a system built by government and paid for by families, there is one basic expectation. You trust your child will be safe. Right now, that trust is being shattered. Following a damning Four Corners investigation, it has been revealed that at least 150 childcare workers have been charged, convicted or accused of sexually abusing children. That is not a few bad apples. That is a systemic failure. That is a national disgrace, and it shows predators are intentionally exploiting the system to abuse children. As a parent, I find this sickening, and I believe every parent in this country feels the same. Now, this childcare system that we currently have in Australia, built by the major parties, it's left families with no real choices. They've made it near impossible to survive on one income, so parents are now pushed to hand over their children to strangers in overcrowded, understaffed centres with paper-thin oversight and little true accountability. Our childcare system isn't just broken, it is dangerous. Staff are rushed through training, corners are cut, warnings ignored, and predators are slipping through the cracks. Yes, I acknowledge there are currently inquiries underway, but in light of what's emerged, they do not go far enough. The people of Australia expect predators to be behind bars, centres to be shut down, and those who let this happen held to account. No more cover-ups, no more second chances. If you harm a child, cover up the crimes, or protect someone who does, you should never work with children again, and you should face criminal charges. That is what Australians expect, and One Nation agrees. That is why we will keep fighting until families have real choice, the choice to raise their children in safe, decent environments, not to be pushed into a dangerous industry because government has made it too hard to live on one income. This is about our children, their safety, their innocence and their future. One Nation will not stand by while they're sacrificed to a system that protects predators, punishes parents and abuses them. And I'll just finish by going into this. As many Australians are now aware, there has been a tragic incident in far west New South Wales. 2 mine workers have lost their lives and a third has been injured following an explosion at the Endeavour mine near Cobar. Now, I have friends and family who work in mining, and when something like this happens, it does hit hard. Because in this industry, the crews don't just work together, they look after each other. They go underground as mates and they expect to come back together. For 2 families, that hasn't happened. And for an entire community, there is now a deep sense of shock and grief. Because these weren't just workers, they were people with lives, plans and loved ones who are now facing the unthinkable. Cobar is one of the many regional towns that keeps this country running. The Endeavour mine produces silver, zinc and lead, minerals that keep our economy moving and our essential services functioning. The people who do this work aren't just helping their own communities, they're building the future of this country. And they do it quietly, working long shifts in tough conditions for little recognition, but it's their work that generates the revenue that pays for our hospitals, our schools, our roads. It is their work that builds our nation's future. So today I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the workers who show up day after day to do this hard work that keeps this country going. Thank you to the families who carry that quiet worry every time their loved ones go to work. And thank you to those communities who keep going and who hold each other up whenever tragedy hits. My thoughts are with the injured worker and with the loved ones of those who didn't come home, and with the Cobar community as they come to terms with what's happened. We honour the lost workers, we stand with the town, and we thank every miner in this country for the work they do, not just for themselves, but for all of us.
And I call Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I want to take a moment tonight to acknowledge and thank some of the incredible young Australians from my home state of Western Australia participating in the Raise Our Voices campaign. Sia, Eden, Savannah, Lauren, Caitlin, Ivana, Nadia, Grace and Lake. Your courage, conviction and clarity of thought are truly inspiring to me and so many of my colleagues here. You have taken many issues that adults struggle to articulate, from body image and online harm to youth justice to mental health crisis and environmental loss, and you've spoken truth to power with wisdom beyond your years. You also remind us that young people are not just the leaders of tomorrow, you're the conscience of today. Your voices challenge us to do better, to listen harder, and to build a future that reflects your compassion, intelligence, and sense of justice. So with that, I will begin with the first speech. Unfiltered Digital Future, written by 18-year-old Sia. She is me. 1 in 3 teenage girls say Instagram makes them feel worse about their bodies. Not because of bullying, not because of insults, just opening the app. Scroll by scroll, she begins to shrink. She drinks frappes, dreams of Santorini, sings Taylor Swift in the shower. She believes in love, laughter, magic. She belongs here. But social media convinces her she's too loud, too soft, too much. She is me. This isn't fiction. Instagram's leaked research confirmed its harm. The Dove Self-Esteem Project found 80% of girls edit photos from fear, not creativity. The Butterfly Foundation shows 3 in 4 girls feel dissatisfied with their bodies. This is no accident. It's the algorithm working as designed. So, what should government do today? First, mandate digital wellbeing education in schools, teaching media literacy, resilience, and self-worth. Second, enforce accountability for tech companies, warning labels, transparency, and regulation against harmful algorithms. Third, fund mental health services tailored to young Australians navigating online pressures. Because building a better tomorrow means protecting girls today. She is me. She is every young Australian. And she deserves a future unfiltered, unedited, unapologetically whole. The next speech, Raising the Age, written by Eden, Savannah, Lauren, Caitlin, Lauren, Ivana, and Nadia. To Parliament, we have questions. How can a 10-year-old be sentenced under the Criminal Code but cannot sign a legally binding contract in Australia as they're considered a minor and lack full legal capacity to enter into a contract? As a 2025 politics and law class who have previously and currently studying raising the age of criminal responsibility, we have concerns. In Western Australia, we are significantly behind the rest of the country and the United Nations, which recommends a minimum age of at least 14. At 10 years old, a child is still developing. Contract law tells us their brains are not yet capable of fully understanding agreements and consequences. Criminalising children at this age pushes vulnerable kids, often from disadvantaged or Indigenous backgrounds, further into cycles of offending. Instead of punishment, we should be addressing the root causes: poverty, trauma, and lack of support. Raising the age of criminal responsibility should recognise that children deserve guidance, not jail cells. By raising the age to at least 14, we have the chance to lead with compassion in our community. We need to create a system that protects our most vulnerable, giving them the opportunity to grow, to learn, to thrive. Next speech, Bringing Back Nature, written by 15-year-old Grace. When I was 10, I used to spend hours in the garden. I'd follow ants as they marched in long lines, watch bees dart from flower to flower, and wait for snails to slide out after the rain. Those tiny moments made me feel connected to the world around me. But now I'm 15 and the world feels different. I can't remember the last time I saw the animals I grew up seeing. The garden feels quieter, emptier, almost like something's missing. And it makes me wonder what else we're losing without even realising it. My name is Grace and I'm from the Pearce electorate in Western Australia. For me, this isn't just about insects. It's about the kind of future young Australians will grow up in. A future where nature is part of our daily lives, not just because we read about them in textbooks. That's why I believe the government should act now to protect our environment. It's not just about big projects like clean energy, but also about small local actions that we can see and feel every day. Planting more trees in our suburbs so our streets stay cooler in summer. Restoring bushland and wetlands so native animals and insects have places to return to. Supporting community gardens and green spaces where young people can reconnect with nature. These are steps that make our environment healthier, but also make our lives better. Because a brighter tomorrow is one where kids can grow up surrounded by life again, where a buzzing bee or a snail after the rain feels ordinary, not rare. Next speech is Youth Mental Health, written by 15-year-old Lake. Hello, I am Lake. I'm 15 years old and I'm from Forest. At this moment in time, we are facing an unprecedented youth mental health crisis. As someone who has significantly struggled with my mental health in the past, I feel I'm qualified to say that we as Australians should be deeply ashamed of the government's inaction regarding this issue. According to the Murdoch Children's Research Institute, nearly 3/4 of young people suffer from depression or anxiety, and research from Monash University shows that 10% of youth report seeking help with their mental health and not finding it. That's not 10% of youth with mental health concerns, that's 10% of all young people. Hundreds of people every year kill themselves because they have been severely and deeply failed by us. Fortunately, you, the members of Parliament, are in a position to do something about this. We need immediate and decisive non-partisan action if we actually care about young people. This should start, but not end, with a broad campaign to address the rising demand for mental health services, with particular emphasis on protecting young people whose struggle with mental health is in dire straits. Following that, a campaign in schools to teach and warn about mental health concerns would be an excellent next step. Our system is failing people with Australia's future on the line, and continued ignorance on the part of Parliament will only see suicide rates continue to rise. Thank you so much.
Senator Whitten, you have the call.
Thank you. Non-government enterprise is strongly influencing all levels of Australian government, and they are doing so at arm's length from the checks and balances that attempt to keep government accountable. Together, these organisations influence government at local, state and federal level. The Shire of Augusta-Margaret River is an example of how local governments are behaving across Australia. Local communities are being ambushed and blindsided by their own local shires. The Shire of Augusta-Margaret River uses a network of external organisations to support the adoption of its policies. These organisations pretend to be real community groups, but in reality, they act as extensions of the Shire. The memberships of these groups commonly include public officers and councillors from the Shire itself, and the organisations receive the lion's share of Shire funding. Well over $1 million in ratepayers' money has gone to the Shire's favoured organisations in the last few years, while community clubs and iconic infrastructure like the Turner Street Jetty miss out. There is no better example of this than the Shire of Augusta Margaret River through its involvement with a community group known as Augusta Margaret River Clean Community Energy, or AMRCCE for short. 10 years ago, the same public officers who embedded a wind farm into the Shire's corporate plan of 2016 then outsourced the project directly to their own private not-for-profit incorporation only months later. This is the AMRCCE, and it's a registered charity. From 2017 to 2024, AMRCCE led the wind farm proposal for Margaret River. The project is known today as the proposed Scott River Wind Farm, and its planned location is in the Margaret River's southern wetlands, near the Scott and Blackwood Rivers. During the 8 years from 2017 to 2024, 22 members of AMRCCE were also active public officers at the Shire. They controlled the Shire's governance structures across the Shire Council, advisory committees, reference groups, which included Shire staff and members of the Shire's executive. AMRCCE's complete control of the Shire peaked in 2019, where these 22 individuals held over 35 roles at the Shire. Given AMRCCE's main objective was their wind farm, this then quickly became the Shire's main objective too. And together, the group of 22 behaved like a cartel. They exploited their roles in the public office to provide AMRCCE with public policy and public funding. They defrauded community consultation in several policies supporting AMRCCE. They made deliberate efforts to exclude community participation through their use of closed-door meetings. They repeatedly restructured formal committees into unregulated reference groups, and they used every local government resource available to them to ensure their private wind farm and AMRCCE was supported. For 7 years, spanning 2016 to 2022, at least 11 different publications by the Shire and AMRCCE only ever disclosed aspirations for a small community-owned wind farm project consisting of just 3 turbines, each around 100 metres tall. This spiel of a community-spirited project was used by the Shire to justify providing AMRCCE with public money and was also leaned on to fundraise with the broader community. Over $280,000 of donations was received by AMRCCE for its community wind farm, mostly from the Shire itself. In February 2024, West Australia's state-owned energy retailer, Synergy, not only announced that it had purchased the Scott River Wind Farm from AMRCCE, but Synergy also increased the project's scale more than tenfold. Synergy's Scott River Wind Farm would now include up to 30 turbines, each 250 metres tall. The stake of community ownership used to justify community fundraising vanished, and AMRCCE's community-funded development work was handed over to Synergy in exchange for $352,000. Given AMRCCE is a not-for-profit, we are still investigating where the money has gone. The 3-turbine project was always going to be a commercial-scale wind farm, and it appears the AMRCCE was just a front for Synergy. The same lawyers Synergy used to lodge caveats over host property titles in 2023 and 2024, Herbert Smith Freehills, also provided AMRCCE free legal support over 6 years earlier. This support helped AMRCCE register as a charitable organisation and exempted AMRCCE's 22 members who held roles in public office at the Shire. The 3-turbine project advertised by the Shire and AMRCCE for 7 years would have been small enough to fit on a single property title. But when AMRCCE handed the project over to Synergy, AMRCCE had already established multiple landowner agreements for Synergy. That is why the Shire outsourced the wind farm to AMRCCE to begin with, so the AMRCCE could bypass the obligations a government body like the Shire would have been beholden to. The Margaret River community has been deceived. Take a moment to consider the local landowners that spent 2016 to 2024 investing in their livelihoods, only to be blindsided by a high-impact industrial-scale energy facility at their door. Synergy has recently lodged its proposal for the Scott River Wind Farm to the West Australians EPA. The submission included 22 documents over 3,400 pages, and the community was offered only 7 days to respond. Almost every one of these documents is deliberately deceitful and inaccurate. The project's bird and bat risk assessment study recorded over 23,000 birds and bats in and around the project. This included over 100 different species, protected migratory birds, bandicoots, and a range of threatened black cockatoo species. Birds which forage in the open wetlands and nest in the hollows of the remnant forest. But Synergy claims the area is of little to no value to these sacred birds. The community and social values assessment is equally shocking. Almost half the key stakeholders that Synergy consulted with have an interest in the project going ahead. To an outsider, these stakeholders would all present as a healthy snapshot of the community, but to anyone who's done their homework, these parties all share multiple layers of affiliation. And that is exactly why Synergy chose to consult them, to present a strategic facade of community support for the project. Synergy only owns 20% of the Scott River Wind Farm. The remaining 80% is owned by foreign oil and gas companies through a joint venture named Bright Energy Investments. So WA's supposedly state-owned wind farms are majority owned by INPEX from Japan and Enel from Italy. The state of Australian government and politics is influenced by local government associations in each state and territory. It is important to understand that these are non-government organisations. In WA, it's the Western Australian Local Government Association, known as WALGA. For Queenslanders, it's LGAQ. For Victorians, it's the MAV. And in New South Wales, it's LGNSW. Together, these associations control all substantial local government spend and procurement across the country. In Western Australia, almost $500 million of local government spend already goes through WALGA's books each year. WALGA determine which of their suppliers get the contracts while WALGA takes its own cut, all without the transparency requirements of a government. At a national scale, we estimate around $4 billion annually of local government spend is already going through these associations' books. As Australia's energy transition continues, the amount of money these associations will make quickly becomes astronomical. These associations have existed within our shores since the birth of the UN, and because of their long-standing existence, their favourite servants from local governments now populate the state and federal government. They act as white-collar unions, and they don't care which party is in power. They associate with whoever will ensure their power over Australia is maintained. The renewables policy of today started over 20 years ago. These associations were already injecting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals into our local governments. These UN frameworks underpinned the Cities for Climate Protection Program of the early 2000s. This program effectively grew into the Cities Power Partnership of 2017. Over 240 local governments around Australia signed up to this partnership and signed their energy purchasing authority over to these non-government local government associations. So they not only have their fingers in the policies, but these associations stand in line to take a fistful of the profit from Australia's energy transition, a multi-trillion-dollar fraud funded by the taxpayer over the next 30 years. We are witnessing the privatisation of our energy supply through these non-government associations, and soon we will depend on the foreign owners of our energy projects. The same associations who pushed the public sector toward the energy transition also stand to make tens of billions of dollars from it. Birds of a corrupt feather work out how to make profit together.
The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pretty straightforward. I have a couple.